Thank you, everyone, for coming to the third edition of the Pitchfest, co-hosted by New York City Service, NYC EDC, New York City Opportunity, Town and Gown, and lastly, Pilot City, which is a nonprofit initiative of Renaissance Philanthropy. In terms of how today is structured, I should have mentioned, I'm Kara Ekholm. I started this program 3 years ago, and it's been really amazing just to see how the interest in it has grown, and really thrilled to be able to continue to collaborate with the city and various academic institutions across the city to make this program happen. We've divided the day up into 2 different sessions. This is the morning session. We're going to start off with half an hour of instructions and introductory remarks. We are then going to move into back-to-back agency pitches. Brandon, who is the Deputy Director of Pilot City, will share a little bit more about how that will work in practice. Lastly, we'll have closing and next steps, including how you can express interest in working on agency projects, and we'll conclude with lunch and networking. There is going to be a 15-minute intermission during the agency pitches, because we know 9:30 to 12 is a lot. Lastly, in the afternoon, we have pitches primarily focused on the built environment. It's been a little bit difficult to anticipate the supply and demand for seats in this auditorium. We originally had 800 people try to come in person, and so you might have received some emails asking for people to give up their seats. Having said that, should you be interested in staying the full day, we welcome you to do so, and can kind of assess the situation live as people are coming in the afternoon. Great. So what is Pilot City? We are a nonprofit initiative aimed at bolstering state capacity by helping cities, and in this case, New York, get the most out of the scientific expertise that is latent within the community. We were started in 2023. Specifically, I had the opportunity while I was a fellow at Cornell Tech to work with the New York City Economic Development Corporation and Daria Siegel, who is somewhere in the crowd, to author a report called Pilot New York City that was looking at how to bolster agencies' innovation capabilities, which included the Pitchfest concept. In 2024, with the support of the Sloan Foundation, we launched a trial of the program involving 9 agencies and 18 pitches. And we specifically focused on the city's built environment agencies and university researchers. In response to demand, we expanded the program in 2025 to include eligibility across all city agencies. And we also added a track where volunteer civic fellows who are not formally affiliated with the university have the opportunity to volunteer on city projects in partnership with New York City Service. And we had 23 agencies pitch 50 projects. Now, in our third year, we were thrilled to receive 100+ submissions across agencies. We also were thrilled to welcome additional funders to the program. And one additional kind of structural change is we are trialing this year a program, or the addition of state agencies being able to pitch projects, but still with a focus on New York City. The basic thesis behind the program is that city agencies and government more broadly is full of what we like to call public entrepreneurs, individuals trying to introduce new ideas to improve how local government operates. New York City is also home to some of the world's top researchers and technical talent, and we noticed a gap in matchmaking between those disparate groups today. So the format by which we try to do that matchmaking is this event in which agencies introduce themselves, give low-stakes 2-minute pitches on short-term, high-impact projects for which they are seeking expert support. After the event, we then work to match agencies with experts, and we have funding available to support eligible matches and projects. There are 6 different types of projects. We built this ontology bottoms up based on what we saw submitted in prior years and the project typologies that we have found to be most successful. The key thing to know across these typologies is that, especially when it comes to funding, we're really looking for projects that can be achieved within a 6-month timeframe that show immediate impact. If you want to continue to work with the expert with whom you are matched longer term, that is fabulous from our perspective. There's a variety of other funding sources that are available to support long-term collaboration, but we are specifically focused on projects that can be done within 6 months. So that way, if you're selected, you can come and present about your project at next year's Pitchfest. In terms of how the matchmaking works in practice, and Brandon will get into a lot more details about this, after the event, if you are interested in working with an agency on a project, please fill out our expression of interest form. Those form submissions are then reviewed directly by the agency, who will reach out to you if they are interested in collaborating. We then have two different types of people who can express interest in working on agency projects. The first are faculty who are PI eligible at their university. Each university defines PI eligible differently, so you should know whether you're eligible at your university or not. If not, we recommend contacting your provost office. But if you are PI eligible, you have then the opportunity to apply for up to $40K in funding from Pilot City to implement your project. Funding decisions are made by a judging panel comprised of both our agency and philanthropic partners based on the degree to which projects fulfill the following criteria. First, we're looking for projects that address a priority need within a government agency with clearly defined outcomes. Second, we're looking for projects that have a sound methodology that are likely to lead to credible findings. Third, the degree to which the project is likely to influence an agency's programs, policies, or operations in the near term. And fourth, we're looking for projects that are likely to produce novel findings of interest to cities and researchers beyond New York. Lastly, this is a new addition this year. Before funding is dispersed, we are asking for projects to secure a letter of support from the agency commissioner or equivalent before we can wire over the money. If you're affiliated with, or one of the additional changes this year is we have certain universities that have chosen to make supplementary funding available for their own faculty. If you are affiliated with one of those universities, your application will be sent directly to the university, so there is nothing additional you need to do. We tried to make this as streamlined a process as possible. As I mentioned, we also have a track for civic fellows. Those are individuals who do not have PI status at a university. If you're interested in this track, you also fill out the interest form. You become a civic fellow of the program in the event that you match with an agency. Fellow projects are conducted on a volunteer part-time basis up to 8 hours per week. And generally, we've seen that successful fellows typically have about, or at least 5 years of professional experience in technology, analytics, or consulting roles. This is the team. I'm Kara, helped start the program. Brandon, who's in the front, is our deputy director. Feel free to reach out to him if you have any questions. We have another Kara who is joining us for the summer as the program manager, and Kumar Garg, who's our senior advisor. Then on the city side, just want to give thanks to Bita, Daria, Laura, to Sean, David, and Terry, who've helped make this program happen. Lastly, also want to thank our program funders, specifically the Sloan Foundation, the Tao Foundation, Charles Revson Foundation, and Coefficient Giving. Also wanted to give a special shout out to Robin Hood, who have made funding available specifically for projects that are focused on poverty alleviation. Again, similar to my remark about the dedicated funding for faculty from select universities, in order to access this funding, all you have to do is fill out the same one application form, and then we will do the routing on the back end. On the academic side, also wanted to thank our academic partners who are providing supplementary project funding this year to their own faculty, specifically NYU and the Columbia University Data Science Institute, and then of course to NYU Tandon for hosting us today, and the Scale Plus Lab at NYU for providing the food and drink. That was one of the main requests we got from the event last year. Lastly, as I mentioned, if you are interested in working on an agency project, please submit an interest form by June 2nd to be considered by agencies as a potential match. All the pitches from today are going to be available online after the event. Additionally, we were not able to accommodate all of the pitches in person, so there are more pitches that will be in the online deck relative to what you will be seeing today. Just one sort of word of advice, please put effort into your form submissions. These go directly to agencies. They do actually read all of them and use this information when deciding with whom they want to work. And then lastly, you must submit an interest form even if you're already in contact with an agency staff member. The reason for this is that's how we track participation in the program, show impact, and report to agency leadership. So we really appreciate your following the process. If you have any additional questions, there's more information on our website, or you can shoot us a note at info@pilotcity.com. And with that, I will hand it off to Bita, the Special Advisor for Strategic Coordination and Operations, the First Deputy Mayor, to say a few remarks on behalf of the Mayor's Office.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. How exciting, right? I'm thrilled to be here to open up today's Pitchfest with you all, and just want to extend a huge thank you to all of the incredible partners. I guess I'm going to start actually with the Pilot City team because you must be tired. Kara, Brandon, and the whole team for all of the work that you've done to get here. What a remarkable journey you've had over 3 years to get to a place now where we see over 100 pitches across agencies that are truly remarkable, like one slides of the innovation, the thoughtfulness, and ultimately the dedication to New Yorkers that we see across the incredible city workforce. I want to thank the philanthropic partners without whom this would not be possible, as well as the higher education partners. I think so much of what makes New York City remarkable is the fact that we truly are in a place where you see just really anything that you can imagine happen. And part of that has to do with the commitment we see from our philanthropic partners to making people's lives better every day, to the incredible and remarkable innovation that we see come from higher education and the commitment to striving and doing better, to research, to science, to all the things that we hold dear in the city. And I just want to take a moment to remark on how different these pitches were. It was really amazing to start to see the ideas come from the different agencies. I think they touched on everything you can imagine, from like public safety and administration to transportation and the built environment to your natural environment to arts and culture, but they all honed in on a shared mission, which is one that I think we've heard the mayor now talk a lot about, which is that in the first instance, we all love New York, and New York should be a place for everyone to live a high quality of life, to be able to afford the city in which they work, to be able to live a life of dignity and equity, and ultimately to make sure that we all can take pride in where we are. And I think that comes not just from, as I said, the remarkable public servants who have lifted up these ideas, but the academics who are equally committed to coming together, to partnering, and to making sure that what we come out of this with as a project, is an idea, is an innovation that makes the lives of 1, 2, 3, 8 million New Yorkers a little bit better. And that is a remarkable goal for all of us to have today, and something that I think is truly incredible to see in all the places across all of the world. I think New York is one of the few places where you'd see this array of ideas and this array of academic resource and ambition all come together in one day, one morning and one afternoon, because there's so many, which is awesome. You know, I first entered public service with like a deep, deep commitment to making people's lives a little bit better. I'm a first generation immigrant, and so much of my personal experience has been built on trying to take the sacrifice that my parents had and turn it into something that makes the lives of somebody else just a little bit nicer and a little bit better. And so much of how I approach the day-to-day of my work in public service is asking the question of like, what can I do and how can I do a little bit better? And what has been really incredible about being in this administration and working for this mayor is a reminder that we should expect more from government, right? We should want our government to work as best as possible, as creatively as possible, and as ambitiously as possible for everyone. And I'm just incredibly proud of this kind of an event to see the as I said, the array of ideas, but also that in order to do that, it's the love of New York that kind of brings everybody together to realize some of that change. And I think truly reflects so much of what we want as an administration, but also I know New Yorkers want for each other. So I'm being a little bit redundant because I'm really excited about the projects. So I will end to just say that I hope that folks have an incredible day listening to and absorbing the projects, come away inspired and interested in partnering with our agencies on the next steps and continuing to work with each other to realize some of these incredible thoughts and these incredible goals and the incredible ambition that we all have for the city. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your partnership and good luck to everybody. All right.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Good morning to all of you in the room, to all of you online. I'm just so excited. We're all so excited about this event. I'm Nina Gray. I'm the Interim Vice Provost for Research here at NYU, and we're really happy to be hosting Pitchfest for the second time. In my role, I oversee the amazing research enterprise that's here and think about how to better support our researchers, how to grow our research, and especially how to grow the impact of our research. And so that really aligns super well with the goals of this event today. This is the third year of Pilot Pitch Fest, as we heard, and I'm just so excited to see how it's grown from a remarkable idea and vision into something that I think is going to have tremendous impact on this city and state. So we heard we're going to see from over 40 New York State and city agencies with really the goal of learning what the needs are and how we can best connect to make a difference. We all know that the city is home to some of the best academic universities and researchers in the world, doing some of the most high impact work, but sometimes that's not visible and sometimes that doesn't really leave our institutions. It's a real opportunity in this moment to figure out new ways like this that we can bring research to the world to improve it. Sort of speaking of and representing, one of the benefits of being a host is that I get to brag a little bit, but as an example of the universities in New York City, NYU alone invests $1.5 billion a year in research. We happen to be the fastest or one of the fastest growing research intensive universities in the country. And we have strengths that range from robotics to anthropology, from neuroscience to social work, art history to artificial intelligence, really the full gamut. And we do fundamental basic science and fundamental research, but also discover new ways in which we can improve applications for society and commercialize our work. Some of our recent headlines include early immune signals that increase risk of Alzheimer's and dementia. How can we help prevent overdoses in veterans? Building computer models that can help the MTA combat climate threats. Heart health and cycling infrastructure in partnership with NYC DOT, the future of the bus, and opportunities for innovation at the Port Authority to plan for the next decade. So we're already very much engaged in work that means something and can make a real difference. And it's really about trying to build these connections and partnerships to realize the potential of that work. I was going to say something about commercialization and how we're so great in licensing and startup formation. Wow, that's great. But it's not just about commercialization. It's also about public engagement, social work, policy, civil service, technical assistance. There are so many ways in which the university can lead to benefits, and our experts can be connected to that. So that's why we're here, connecting the capabilities of our researchers with the needs that the agencies have. And really the biggest hurdle often is getting the right people in the same room at the same time to talk about these things. So I just want to say thank you to Kara and her whole team for the vision for today's event, for all of the work that went into today's event, and the help that this gives us to overcome the hurdles that we face in getting research out of the university. So thank you all, and have a wonderful Pitch Fest.
Next, we're going to quickly hear from one of the winners of last year's program, specifically a team from the Department of Transportation and Mount Sinai to share out the results of their collaboration together. I also just want to remind everyone that in addition to the folks in person, there's about an equivalent number of people watching online. So please just make sure you're speaking into the microphone so everyone can hear you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us here. We're thrilled to be with you. I'm Mike Cassidy. I'm an assistant professor at the Center for Child Health Services Research at Mount Sinai. And I'm excited to share this great partnership that I've had with DOT over the last year to study the effects of their Open Street School program. And I just want to thank the organizers for having us and for supporting our work. And also, as an alumni of New York City government, it's just really exciting to see evidence and policy brought together. I'll let Joseph introduce himself.
Okay. Hi, Joseph Senda. I'm the Mobility Studies Lead at New York City DOT, and I'm so thrilled to be part of this. I will attest before we begin this presentation, it would not have happened if not for this event. It's not just that we wouldn't have met if not for it. Working with Mount Sinai wasn't even within our frame of reference, and knowing that Mike existed, that his type of research existed at Mount Sinai, it only came about because of this event and how it brings together kind of unlikely but great pairings. I'm part of a team at DOT that is working on this work. It includes Kyle Gorman, Burkina Morgan, Debbie Sheintalk, and Saba Usman. So New York City students face a variety of health challenges that we are looking to address. There's a high propensity of obesity. The vast majority of high school students do not get their recommended amount of daily exercise. There's a high propensity of asthma, and the conditions are worse in disadvantaged neighborhoods. In fact, the map of poverty in New York City tracks with a lot of these health factors, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the poverty map and the health indicators map in many cases. Furthermore, 24% of New York City schools lack schoolyards, 8% lack gyms. So where do the streets come in? The Open Streets program was launched during the COVID-19 pandemic to transform streets into public spaces open to all. The school's typology is one of several, but you may be familiar with ones that are open to the entire public and have a variety of other types of uses. However, New York City has been working to provide street space to schools for over a century. We had a previous program called Play Streets that began very early in the 20th century, so this has always been a need in New York City. The schools program provides space, obviously, for recreation, but for more things such as learning, support for arrival and dismissal, after-school programs, and community programming. In 2025, we've had the most open street schools ever. However, we're still only at around the 70s, whereas there are 1,900 public schools. It's up to individual schools to apply, plan, and operate these programs, which can be difficult. New York City is trying to address this problem directly through the Public Space Equity Program and plans to scale up those efforts. We need greater funding to provide this kind of programming and operational support to New York City public schools, and we hope this research will help advance that.
And so getting to our research question, so how did the Open Streets program affect student health and education during the first couple of years of the program? The sort of key to this project was matching New York City's great administrative data across a variety of agencies and data sets. So we have data on almost 1,600 schools across 7 school years, both before and after the start of this program. The vast majority did not participate in the program, but we do have a bunch that did. We have data from public schools, from the NYPD, and from the DOT as well. And so, simply comparing average outcomes in schools that participated in the program and those that did not is likely to be misleading for a lot of reasons. Perhaps schools that participate may be positively or negatively selected for whatever reason. And so the methodology we use here is something called a difference in differences design. And while I don't have time to get into the details today, sort of the basic idea is that you find a comparison group that's on a similar trajectory prior to the intervention and use that as a counterfactual for your treatment group to extrapolate what their outcomes would have looked like in the absence of the treatment. And it lends itself to a nice visual analysis that we're going to show you in a couple of pictures.
Open street schools are quite widespread. So the blue dots are where we have open street schools. You can see 4 boroughs definitely have quite a few dots in them. And these dots don't differ too much from the non-open street schools. So while there are some slight differences, overall statistically, we do actually think that this is quite a good basis of comparison.
And so I'm going to show you our 3 key findings, and these are going to be similar kind of pictures. And so on the left there, you have a plot of the time trends in the open street schools, which are the ones that are in blue, and all other schools, which are in red, along with shaded confidence intervals. And then on the right-hand side, you have an estimate of an event study of the treatment effect of the program. And so the first outcome we have here is looking at physical education. And it turns out that post the introduction of the program in 2022, so you see that vertical dashed line, open street schools actually caught up a lot in terms of the amount of minutes of average physical activity that students are getting in school. So they closed a gap that was pre-existing by about 15 minutes. And so that's suggestively positive that open streets are promoting physical activity in the way that we hope they are. A second finding is that we were actually kind of surprised to see that when we looked at crashes in the vicinity of schools, so looking at like a 200-meter radius around schools during school hours, open street schools didn't appear to be notably safer on the traffic safety margin, in part, though, because actually post-COVID, there's been a dramatic decline in crashes around schools in general, which is great news. So from something like 35 crashes a year around schools to around 10, and that's been citywide, and that's really just a great development. And then the final finding that I want to point out is New York City has a very comprehensive school survey every year of its students and teachers and parents. And one of the questions I ask is about students, how safe they feel in getting to school. And it turns out that students who are in the open street schools report feeling safer traveling to school than students in other schools. Sort of prior to the pandemic, they were at kind of similar levels. And then post that, there's been sort of a decline in student safety or feelings of safety at public schools in general, but in schools that had the open street program, it turns out that they were able to maintain their feelings of being safe in getting to school.
So the point of this research is, of course, to inform the policy direction of what we're doing at the city. So this is evidence-based research that informs how we're doing our pedestrianization efforts. The results are not just going to inform how we are speaking about our value as we talk about budget and competing priorities, but it will also inform how we expand the program and how we think about it going forward. We are continuing this research effort. There is further data that we plan to drill down to the individual student level to get even more nuanced findings. And we also plan to pursue a qualitative path to better understand what's happening at kind of the social level at the school. Who are the leaders? How are they making it happen? We also want to be part of an international conversation. New York City is a leader in the United States, but there are lots of cities further around the world that are doing very similar programs in very innovative ways, and we want to be part of that dialogue, both on the public health side and on the city planning and public policy side. So thank you very much. These are our email addresses to get in touch with us directly. And then I hope to see you this afternoon for a new pitch this year. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brandon Libehusen. I'm the Deputy Director of Pilot City and just wanted to thank you again for all joining us today. We're excited to start now with the agency pitches, but before we get into those, I just wanted to go over a few reminders for the agency staff presenters. So as a reminder, agency staff will have up to 1 minute to introduce their agency and then up to 2 minutes for each of the pitches that follows. It's very, very important to observe these time limits to ensure that we can quickly get through all of the pitches and have time for everyone who plans to present. In the front few rows, there are printed speaking order sheets, so I highly recommend any agency staff presenters to please grab one of those. That way you have a sense of when it's almost your turn. And the few people who are next up to pitch, we ask that you please kind of line up in this little hallway to the side so that you can quickly transition between each pitch. And again, that'll help us save time. Please speak into the microphone when you are up here pitching. Of course, we want the in-person attendees to hear you, but just as important is that our online attendees can hear you as well. And for them, it's especially important that you speak into the microphone because this is their only sound source. And of course, you can raise or lower the lectern if needed based on your height, and there's a foot pedal to do so. And then after pitching your project, please click to the next slide so that it's ready for the next person. And as a reminder that they can see their next up. And to do so, you just click the space bar on the keyboard. Just as another reminder, all of these slides will be posted online after today. So, if you didn't quite get something, wanted to review something afterwards before you submit your interest form, have no fear. You can spend all the time you want with the deck online after today. And with that, we'll start with social services and specifically the Mayor's Office of Food Policy.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much to the host for having us. I'm going to put a timer. I'm Milagros Deos, Deputy Director for Policy and Strategy at the New York City Mayor's Office of Food Policy. We provide strategic direction to the mayor and agency leaders on everything related to food access, affordability, food infrastructure, and other social services. We are a team of 8 currently. I come from an agency of like hundreds, the Department of Social Services, where we had our own research team. So I wanted to jump to this opportunity to connect with researchers on this. I also wanted to just really say that I admire researchers that want to work with the city. We have really messy data. We have very tight timelines that is not usually, how you prefer to work. But I promise you, we've successfully worked with a lot of researchers. We'd work through data sharing agreements, MOUs, and are always really looking for your expertise to help us to beat us, earlier remarks, like learn and do evidence-based policymaking to make sure that we're delivering the best services to New Yorkers. So I have 2 pitches, and I'll be really quick. The first one, we are looking for somebody to help us develop a rigorous methodology for measuring food insecurity in New York City. You may know that last year, the Census Bureau decided that they're going to stop collecting food insecurity data that they used to do on behalf of USDA in the current population survey. If you're still with me, you may be the right partner for us after that. We already have done some groundwork. We convened city agencies that collect certain data, Department of Health, Department of HPD, Department of City Planning, because we want to know what is the data that we already have and how can we best utilize that to get a sense of food insecurity in the city, as well as food affordability. As some of you may know, there's data that is collected at the state level that really doesn't represent what's happening in New York City. And it definitely does not represent what is happening in each borough, community district, or even neighborhood tabulation areas. So what we're looking to do, and this is not like a data collection pitch, we want to do with what we already collect as a city and with also like other data sets. How can we create a rigorous methodology to measure food insecurity and food affordability at a hyper local level? We know there's a lot of private data, GPS, credit card data, all sorts of data that we currently don't have access to, but have very valuable information to understand food affordability across the boroughs. So really what we're looking for is a partner with strong expertise in data science, urban policy, and quantitative methodology. Ideally, really knows food systems, some cost of living analysis, and how to integrate existing data, that it's all in open data. The next pitch is similarly, we want to assess the economic multiplier of New York City affordability programs. So the USDA put out many years ago this like SNAP multiplier that is like 1.554 per dollar. That is used over and over again to make the case that a SNAP is not only helping those that are using it, but also the economy overall. That methodology was great. We've used it a lot. It's really focused on recession, is the national measure. So we really want to look at 3 key food and nutrition security programs that New York City invests on every year. That is Health Bucks, so it's like the little coupons that people can redeem at farmers markets. Get the Good Stuff, that is a partnership with currently 21 grocery stores where we do matching when people buy certain food items to stretch their dollars. And then Groceries to Go, that is also a smaller project that is for folks with some chronic disease, where we give them credits so they can buy food online. So there's a lot of great data out there. We really want for you to help us understand what is the full impact of these long-running food affordability programs by trying to understand its full effect to the New York City and regional economies. Thank you.
Great. Can everyone hear me okay? I'm Megan Shinneman. I'm the Senior Director for Policy, Innovation, and Development for the New York City Department for the Aging. This is our 2nd year, so we really appreciate everyone, the experience last year and just everyone coming here and listening to our pitches. I looked through the slides. We definitely want all of the slides that are presented to be pitched. They're all really worthwhile and benefit our population. So I really excited that everyone's here to listen. We also want to just address the information that we said at the beginning. Bita mentioned that, we all are here because we want New York City to be a better place. And I agree with everything that she said. And I would just add on that fact that we also want it to be a place where we can age in, where we can become old and stay in our communities. And that's kind of where our department comes in. And so there are more than 1.8 million older New Yorkers, 60 plus, and their caregivers, one of 1.3 caregivers that make up a 5th of New York City's population. And so our job as the New York City Department for the Aging is to kind of represent them both as a mayoral agency and as a local area agency on aging, to really advocate for this population and really a focus on making New York City a place to age in place and be age inclusive. And so our mission is really to support older adults in their ability to live safely, affordably, and in good health, and really, again, remaining in the home and in their communities. And so we use that through our community care model, which really supports all social services. And you'll hear a little bit about them with my colleagues afterwards, but really the services that we're most known for are home delivered meals, a limited number of home care, and then the 300 plus older adult centers, sometimes known as senior centers throughout the city that provide congregate meals, home socialization, health promotion classes, and ed rec and ability to integrate in the community. And so that's really what the agency focuses on overall. Spacebar. Okay. So why are we here today? So our new pitch is really just, we know, as I mentioned, the 1.8 million older New Yorkers, making up 1/5, have been growing immensely since 2010. It's gone up by 28%. Despite this increasing number and all of the demographic changes that we've seen, there's also a huge fiscal strain in caring for really the most frail and the most isolated and those with the most needs. So there's a large population and a large fiscal responsibility connected with them. And yet there's never been a true rigorous economic analysis on how these community-based services reduce the costliest interventions. They're most likely to have high emergency room visits, a lot of costly hospitalizations, nursing home admissions, caregiver costs that we'll hear about in a little bit. And so what we're really looking for in this pitch is to look for someone that has experience and can pull together an evidence base that really ties our community care and what is invested at the city and state and national level, and what are the cost avoidances. How is that keeping these older adults out of the nursing homes, out of the expensive ER visits. And so economic analysis is not our forte, and we're looking to seek those that do have an economic background that can kind of build this evidence base to really set us up so we can serve essentially more older adults than we're already reaching right now. It's really the pitch for New York City is to have this evidence, so make more cost-effective solutions and better invest in these preventive services. Obviously, older adults are more known, especially in New York City, they're more likely to be rent burdened. 40% are more likely to have difficulty paying their bills and have some of these expensive emergency interventions. A lot of them are food insecure, as we were just hearing about. And so I definitely want to put a plug in for Mayor's Office of Food Policy as well, because we're impacted by that. But yeah, these are all services that we would be preventing those costly interventions later on. And so the main pitch is to work with someone who can help us develop this ROI, this return on investment, so that we can pitch and advocate for more services to come to New York City. And really, nationally, we know that we are the largest AAA in the country. And so whatever we're learning here in New York City, even though we know we're a little bit, the older adult population is a little poor and a little frailer, it's still something that it can be applied nationally. And so we don't have that support, and we're looking for someone to help us build that evidence base. So that's the first pitch, and I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you, Megan. My name is Carolina Hoyos. I'm Senior Director of Caregiving Support at the New York City Department for the Aging. And the pitch for caregiving is really what we're looking for is to find what are the financial losses of unpaid informal family caregivers in New York City. We estimate there are about 1.3 million family caregivers who are caring for somebody who is an older adult, somebody with Alzheimer's disease or a related dementia, someone who is raising a grandchild or caring for a kin child that's not their own, or caring for somebody with chronic health and disabilities. And so really what we're looking to do is a validated economic model who can quantify the caregiver financial losses, because right now we know what the cost of caregiving can be in regards to the time that is invested, but we don't really know specifically for New York City what that financial loss is. We know that in a lifetime nationally, caregivers lose in economic lifetime wages and retirement income a little bit over $300,000. Family caregivers often don't self-identify as caregivers. And so one of the things that we've been doing at the Department for the Aging is doing really a campaign to encourage folks to self-identify and seek services and support before moments of crisis, before a hospitalization, a fall, a significant life event. And what we want to be able to quantify is that economic loss, that reduction in work hours, reduction in savings, having to tap into existing savings in order to supplement the care of the person that they're caring for or the care receiver. And so really that's our pitch. We have a lot of data from our community partners. We have caregiver programs that are funded through the Older Americans Act. And we've done a needs assessment survey where we found that 1/3 of family caregivers were struggling financially. We also have an internal database where we keep information about how long they've been providing care, how many hours a week they dedicate to caregiving, but we don't have that economic impact model yet. And that's really our pitch to try to find this information, because as most of you may know, the majority of caregivers are women and end up in poverty once they age. That is really a concern for New Yorkers, given the affordability of the city. So that is my pitch, and I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Good morning. My name is Chandra Smith-Thomas. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of Workforce and Community Development at NYC Aging. My pitch is really understanding and quantifying the economic value of older adult workforce. Here in New York City, we've already kind of gleaned over the fact that individuals are aging, individuals want to age in place. However, we are in a space where affordability is a challenge. So at New York City Department for the Aging, we have several workforce programs that we operate. to support individuals who are in need of additional stimulus. But we also recognize that there is a population that is unretiring. So we are reconnecting individuals back to the workforce. Those programs that we operate are the CSEP program, which is a Title V program. We also have Silver Stars. We also have the foster grandparent. So these are established frameworks that we use to support that upskilling, that reconnection, and also providing valuable and meaningful work to older adults. So with this pitch, we are looking to develop a ROI to really understand the impact of older adults on the economy once they are re-engaging with the workforce. In 6 months, we would like to have a validated economic model to quantify the value of older adult employment, an ROI of the analysis of the programs that I just mentioned that we operate, as well as an established framework that can be modeled in other cities and other systems. And to support the reality that New York City is at a turning point. Older adults are working longer, they're contributing more, and they're filling critical labor force gaps. Yet in this city, we have no economic valuation that captures their impact. Hopefully this project will do just that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Molly Bernstein. I'm the Senior Director of Elder Justice at NYC Aging, and the pitch that I'm going to be talking about today is around assessing the prevalence and the impact of hoarding disorder among older New Yorkers. So in particular, we're looking to develop the first city-level model that will seek to quantify the full scope of hoarding and severe clutter among older New Yorkers. So looking at the prevalence, the risk factors, where there are currently gaps in systems and services, as well as the system cost associated with hoarding behaviors and severe clutter among older New Yorkers. And then once we have that full scope, to really think about and to design the first evidence-based multi-agency intervention model that can support older New Yorkers who are hoarding. So we know that hoarding disorders have direct impacts on older New Yorkers' health, their housing, their stability in their communities. There is not really great research in this area, so there is data to suggest that about 6% of folks 70 and above exhibit hoarding or meet the criteria for hoarding. But in New York in particular, and among higher risk groups, such as those who are facing eviction proceedings, the rates are much, much higher, over 20%. And I would say we see this kind of bear out in our daily work at NYC Aging. So through our services and our programs, we are often hearing about or coming into contact with older adults that are hoarding or exhibiting severe clutter, and it has real impacts on their ability to remain safe and stable in their communities. Oftentimes, what we're seeing is these older adults are cycling through various different systems. So they may be involved with our programs, they may be having touch points with adult protective services, with FDNY, with other health and emergency services, but none of those touch points are providing the holistic wraparound support that we know older adults really need in order to sustainably reduce these behaviors. And so we are really looking at trying to figure out what it would look like to have a more holistic multi-agency wraparound approach. And in particular for NYC Aging, what additional capacity and partnerships we would need to develop in order to implement such an intervention at scale. And so it's a really great opportunity to do something really innovative and to sort of design and launch the city's first ever model and intervention to address this issue. So we're really excited about it, and we hope that you are too. We have a bunch of data points that we will be able to provide. So we have data from all of our NYC Aging delivered and contracted services. We also have data from a recent survey needs assessment that our data team implemented in 2024. And then there are a number of other city agencies with relevant data that we will be able to source for this. And so we're really looking for a partner that has expertise around linking different administrative data sources, and in particular has some background in aging services and mental health research. So thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rob Petrizzo, and I'm the Senior Director of Data Analytics at the Department of Youth and Community Development. And I'll be introducing the agency and then pitching my own project. I first want to thank everyone for being here today. We've already heard a lot of great projects, and I'm excited to hear all the others we have the rest of the day. So the New York City Department of Youth and Community Development invests in a network of community-based organizations and programs to alleviate the effects of poverty and to provide opportunities for New Yorkers and communities to flourish. DYCD strives to improve the quality of life of New Yorkers by collaborating with local organizations and investing in the talents and assets of our communities to help them develop, grow, and thrive. So DYCD is responsible for the contracting and management of multi-million-dollar youth and adult-centered programming that serves upwards of hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers each year. These programs include employment development services, after-school programming, and community building initiatives. So going off of that, as I just mentioned, one of DYCD's goals is to improve the economic impact of New York City youths. And one thing we're trying to answer is, does it go beyond just the economic impact? So we host a number of work development programs, and we're trying to see if this also has an effect on college enrollment. So at DYCD, we run the Summer Youth Employment Program, SYEP, which is the nation's largest youth employment initiative, which offers work experience to 100,000 young people across New York City every year. And more than 60% of those participants are of high school age, so sophomores, juniors, and seniors who are at a critical decision point in their educational trajectory. A lot of them are getting to the point or at the point where they're deciding whether or not to pursue higher education or not. Work, Learn, and Grow is a year-round extension of SYEP that's available to a subset of these SYEP participants. And DYCD, we've been partnering with NYCPS and CUNY to intentionally incorporate college courses that are credit-bearing into SYEP and WLG programs. It's led to a positive in-program results. Over 20,000 youth have received college credit through DYCD. And enrollment and retention in the programs have grown over the years. So the question that we're trying to answer is, does participation in SYEP and WLG positively impact college enrollment and or persistence? So we're trying to see if participating in our SYEP WLG programs leads to a higher rate of enrolling in college, retaining college, pursuing and attaining an associate's degree and or a bachelor's degree. Outcomes, we're trying to quantify the relationship between participating in SYEP or WLG and the future college enrollment and persistence. Resources at DYCD, we have an extensive database of all of our enrolled participants, including demographic data, geographic data, as well as other data points that measure things like engagement and such, hours in the program, and whatnot. On top of that, there's National Student Clearinghouse data that will tell which participants enrolled in higher education, what they enrolled in, and whether or not they received a degree. And finally, we are seeking a research partner with expertise in workforce and educational research and a passion for economic mobility. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Hi, my name is Zaquana Stevens, but everyone calls me Z. I work for DYCD in the Runaway and Homeless Youth Division in a role that was actually created by young people with lived experience. And that matters deeply to me because I experienced youth homelessness myself for 7 years. 7 years of surviving one emergency at a time. What I learned is this: most young people do not become homeless because they failed. They become homeless because they ran out of margin. Sometimes homelessness starts with something as small as a Metro card, or an unpaid phone bill, or groceries, or childcare, or a security deposit. We tend to imagine homelessness as one massive catastrophic event. But for young people, it's usually a series of tiny financial emergencies that snowball faster than they can recover from, and one that starts to spiral into a cost that becomes enormous. not just emotionally, financially, to shelters, to healthcare systems, to emergency services, to government. So I want you to picture this. A young person gets a job interview in another borough, but they can't afford transportation, they miss the interview, now they can't pay their portion of the rent. Now there's a conflict at home, now they leave, and now they're couch surfing, now they're in shelter. $100 became homelessness, and that's the gap we're trying to close. Our proposal is the Homelessness Prevention Flex Funds Pilot, HPFF. It's a simple and powerful idea that what if we trusted young people enough to intervene early, before crisis, before shelter, and before survival mode? This pilot would provide flexible cash assistance paired with existing wraparound services to stabilize youth before small problems become life-altering ones. And we're not just asking if this feels good, we're asking if it works. Can flexible funds improve housing stability, employment, education, mental health, and long-term outcomes for youth? And just as importantly, can prevention save the city money? Because if a few $100s can prevent months or years of system involvement, then the smartest investment we can make may be upstream. I spent 7 years surviving homelessness, and today I work inside government helping redesign systems I once had to survive. That's the power of investing in young people early. And I leave you with this. Young people do not need to be fixed. Sometimes they need enough stability to keep going. And when we fund prevention instead of waiting for crisis, we don't just change outcomes, we change futures. If our pitch is chosen, we have a funding agency that would be willing to match. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian Schroeder, Senior Director of Analytics and Performance Management for DYCD. And as you've heard from Rob and from Z so far, DYCD funds a variety of services across New York City. And each program has its own expectations around the enrollment, and each program model has specifications about the type of services and what quality looks like for that program. Our own program managers then visit the programs for monitoring of quality and coaching with the providers. DYCD historically looks at that monitoring of quality at the individual program level and at the CBO level, but we would like to expand more into being able to look geographically to see the quality there. Part of that is that part of DYCD's commitment in the city's racial equity plan is to prioritize those neighborhoods that can most benefit from DYCD services. And it's not enough just to fund in the right neighborhoods. It's also important that those are quality services and that programs are serving the communities that they are located in. So with that, what we're wanting to look at is whether enrollment success and the quality of services varies across geography. And if so, are there common characteristics of those neighborhoods for high-performing providers and lower-performing providers? Ultimately, we want to be able to identify, are there things that we can learn from those neighborhoods that have high-performing providers? And also, are there interventions that we can make in neighborhoods that could use more quality of services? So with this project, we're able to have data on the geography of the programs, those program quality monitoring by our program managers, the expectations and the actual enrollment, as well as demographics in our programs, and able to link to population level data for the neighborhoods. We can offer staff time from my team in analytics, the evaluation team, and from the program teams as well to help round out the information. So we're looking for researchers with expertise on human services, program evaluation, and GIS to be able to take this expanded into the geography. Thanks.
Morning, everyone. My name is Sherman Oliveira, and I'm the Director of Community Action Programs at DYCD. I'm here to present this morning on behalf of the Economic Development Program that we have, which focuses on increasing economic opportunity through small business startup assistance, employer education, job creation within neighborhood development areas across New York City. The Economic Development Program has been in operation since fiscal year 2023 currently, and there's an expected release of an RFP in fiscal year 2028. The Economic Development Program currently has 7 contracts across New York City. We have communities in the Bronx, such as West Farms, East Tremont, Longwood. We have in Brooklyn, Bedford-Stuyvesant, Cypress Hills, East New York, Crown Heights, and we have a program in Washington Heights in Upper Manhattan. The requirements for the core activities of the Economic Development Program are small business startup and development counseling, employer education, education and training, career counseling, and internship. Participants achieve an outcome in these several ways. One is an individual or a small business would gain skills for starting, developing, or maintaining their business. A second would be a job would be created to increase opportunities within that community. And a third job would be maintained in that small business within that community. We have some research questions and time constraint. I'm going to mention 2. How do participants' income level, employment status, and financial stability changes over multiple years after engaging with the support of the Economic Development Program? And another one is the Economic Development Program emphasized technical assistance and job creation. But what if the core barriers isn't skills or knowledge, but structural constraints such as credit systems, licensing, childcare, immigration status? How does these barriers change the program priorities? For resource, DYCD has few information, quality information, I should make that, program access across those communities that I mentioned, participants data, provider survey, CBO partnership collaboration, and the whole program is overseen by the Roma evaluation process and systems, okay? We're seeking research partners with experience and expertise in community economic development, entrepreneurship support, workforce equity, and preferably experience evaluating anti-poverty and neighborhood empowerment-focused strategies. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, how are we? My name is Nicole Vogt. I am with the Neighborhood Strategies Unit at DYCD. And I've only got 2 minutes, so I'm going to dive right on in. Have you ever stopped to think about what it actually takes to connect communities across the city to meaningful resources, opportunities, and services? 3 years ago, we made a commitment. We made a commitment to foster community connection to the city, throughout the city. And by doing that, we're going into the community and we're talking about our free DYCD programming. Last year, our borough-based engagement team, we coordinated 185 events. I'm going to let that sink in. 185 events. To date, this year, we have already surpassed that number, and we haven't even hit June. June is our busiest month. We are going to be out in the community, and June is a-coming. Our impact is high, but our operational processes, a logistical nightmare. There are so many logistics involved. We need to coordinate with the host, confirm date, time, site. We need to find staff within DYCD. Many times it's all hands on deck, one DYCD. We need to track these systems as well. You get the idea. But here's the fun part. What we want from you is to design and implement an automated workflow that will have a personal touch to centralize outreach and our tabling requests, and really honestly strengthen our presence and engagement within the community. We're in 2026, and automation is totally a thing. So I know, I saw the looks around the room when I used the word nightmare, but have no fear. We are not starting from scratch. There is a glimmer of hope. We have a Visio. We have a beautiful visual workflow. We have our procedure written down. We have documents. So ultimately, this is a project about building smarter systems. We need you so that we can share out our resources, our free DYCD programming to youth, to families, to the aunties, to the uncles, to the sons, to the daughters. We want to spread that awareness. And in order to do that, we're looking for an automated system so that we can have a bigger presence out in the community. This way we can work effectively and continue to scale up and out. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, really? That's what we got? Good morning, everyone. So my name is Tarsha Black. I am the Citywide Borough Manager and Faith-Based Liaison with the Department of Youth and Community Development. And yes, that is a mouthful. So did you know, are we any Brooklyn people out here? All right, come on, Brooklyn. Do you know there are 44 DYCD programs right out these doors in 10-minute walk? That is awesome for us because these programs, as my colleague just said, provides free programming for the community, for the programs that we discussed, that we want to have here. So these have small businesses, faith-based institutions, cultural spaces, and neighborhood anchors. This is so important for us because our programs like Open Streets, I don't know if you're still here, and food insecurities, these are the assets that we need to know about. Unfortunately, for me to find out about that information, I had to look at multiple different data sets to pull that information together. What I would love to do, or what we would love to do, is actually work with someone who wants to help us pull these streams of information together so we could push a button. So we don't have to spend more time looking for how do we find out where's the food, where's the culture, where's the people that need support. We can just push a button and then be able to go into the community and be able to help the people. So we would love someone who can help us build a holistic, user-friendly platform that we can push a button and be able to see where everything is for our community and for our New Yorkers. And where are the supports, the older adult centers? Where are the supports for food insecurity, for housing? We want to be able to see that at a push of a button so that when we go into the communities, providing empowerment for them, we can just connect the assets. I think I did everything, but I just want to say again, we definitely would love someone to help us create an innovative tool to allow us to be able to make these connections. So it's like a heat map that we can just pull back the layers and see the richness of New York. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liam. I'm a project manager in the Family Services Division on the Research and Innovation team, and I'm here presenting 2 pitches on behalf of my team. ACS is the agency responsible for child welfare in New York City. The truth is, every parent in New York City is dealing with stress. Raising a child in the city is hard. The Family Services Division wants to help. We offer a continuum of services with most of our referrals coming from the Division of Child Protection. So these are families who have had a report made to the state central register, and there is some concern of child maltreatment. FSD works with 45 nonprofit providers across the city to deliver over 130 community-based services to families that could benefit from these support to reduce risk factors and promote child well-being. These services range from case management to therapeutic interventions, and they are free and offered in every borough, and they reach around 15,000 families or 30,000 children annually. As a result of these services and similar efforts, we've reduced the population in foster care from 50,000 in the late 90s to around 6,000 today. For our first pitch, within our division, the Office of Family Engagement has been working to effectively narrow the front door to child protection, sparing families from unnecessary and traumatic child welfare investigations, while also making sure that children get services they need through teams such as the support line and the resource team. One example of their work has been to retrain mandated reporters to support, not report families by connecting them to resources through our support line rather than making an unnecessary call to the state central register. Most calls to the state central register come from mandated reporters, including school and hospital staff, who just want to help children in need. As a result of this effort, we have seen a 9% decrease in calls to the state central register without a subsequent increase in foster care placements. At the same time, the rate at which calls with a preponderance of evidence has increased. This tells us that a greater proportion of calls to the state central register are for the intended reasons, so that families with the greatest immediate risks are handled appropriately. Meanwhile, the support line and Connect mailbox received 3,884 inquiries in 2025, a 12% increase from the year prior. While teams within the Office of Family Engagement have successfully directed families to resources, we do not currently have a defined workflow for how these parallel teams work together. With increased importance and organizational capacity, the Office of Family Engagement is ready, with the help of an expert, to structure their process in a way to maximize efficiency. Maximized efficiency means more families served effectively and fewer child welfare investigations. We are looking for process and workflow expertise to better align these teams in service of the families they support. And we are able to offer our partners staff time, data, and contextual documents such as an operational assessment on the support line, our division strategic priorities, and our org chart. The Office of Family Engagement has made great progress towards reducing unnecessary child welfare investigations while simultaneously connecting families to crucial services. With the support of a partner from Pitchfest, we believe we can maximize pathways to services other than through formal child protective investigations. You may notice that we are the only city agencies pitching together today. After extensive research, ACS entered into a groundbreaking agreement with the New York City Health Department to expand access to perinatal and early childhood mental health and home visiting services with the goal of connecting families to supports outside of child welfare. Both agencies are national leaders with shared priorities and outcomes. However, too often we work in silos. This is the first time that child welfare funds have been directed to another city agency, setting a historic precedent. Our colleagues from the Health Department will tell you more about components of this partnership called Strong Foundations.
Good morning. My name is Sonia Mercado, Senior Director in the Department of Health. Nurse Family Partnership is a trusted and proven home visiting program supporting first-time parents in New York City from early pregnancy through the child's second birthday. Since its inception, we've served over 25,000 families. In partnership with ACS, we have expanded our model to reach pregnant people at any stage of the pregnancy, including those with other children, focusing on New York City's most vulnerable maternal populations. Traditional NFP has over 50 years of evidence showing better maternal and infant outcomes. We expect similar results in this new pilot, and we're committed to evaluating its impact so we can strengthen and scale this vital work to reach even more families who need it the most.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Upjeet Chandan. I'm also with the Department of Health with the Division of Mental Hygiene. A cornerstone of our work is the New York City Perinatal and Early Childhood Mental Health Network. It consists of 5 specialized mental health clinics that provide services to pregnant and postpartum people, children 5 and under, and their families, as well as a technical and training assistance center that builds the mental health capacity of professionals who work with children and families. Through strong foundations, we're going to expand the capacity of our clinics, offer material supports to families, provide mental health capacity building to ACS contracted providers, and also launch a fellowship program to strengthen the pipeline of mental health professionals in New York City.
We're here seeking support to develop an evaluation plan that we believe will set a strong foundation to assess the implementation and outcomes of this novel partnership. Findings from this evaluation will set a national precedent for this kind of partnership and our continued expansion. This is your opportunity to make history with us as we set the next generation of New Yorkers on the right footing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Owens. I am a research scientist for the New York State Office for People with Developmental Disabilities, or OPWDD. I specifically work within OPWDD's Division of State Operations. OPWDD supports New Yorkers with developmental disabilities across the state, both through state-operated services and also through a large network of non-for-profit providers. The Division of State Operations serves more than 8,000 individuals statewide through a service system that includes more than 1,200 programs supported by more than 15,000 employees. Notably, the Division of State Operations functions as the state's safety net provider. We serve individuals with some of the most intensive behavioral, medical, and support needs in the system. Given both our scale and the complexity of our service environment, state operations offers a unique opportunity for conducting applied operational research that can have a real-world impact. The project that we're proposing focuses on staffing stability within our New York City group homes, or IRAs. Like many residential programs, our group homes face staffing challenges that can lead to last-minute coverage decisions and reactive staffing interventions. This is particularly true for our difficult-to-cover overnight shifts. At a high level, our project asks a fairly straightforward question. Can earlier visibility into staffing gaps, combined with a structured accountability and review process, improve staffing stability and reduce reactive staffing interventions? To be clear, our project is not about building a scheduling system. Our agency is already working on an enterprise software solution for scheduling. We're specifically interested in studying the operational and behavioral side of staffing management. For example, we'd like to look at what operational factors are driving persistent overtime utilization in certain homes or on certain shifts. Does requiring earlier review and justification of uncovered shifts actually change management decision-making or staffing outcomes? And also, what barriers do managers encounter in maintaining stable staffing coverage? The technology component is really just an enabler for our research. As noted on the slide, one of the things that we bring to the table, in addition to our internal research team, is our application development team. They can use Power Apps and Power Automate to build whatever data collection tool that we'll need to complete the research project. What we're really hoping to establish is a strong mixed methods research partnership There's an opportunity for quantitative analysis using both historical and pilot period staffing data, but also qualitative work, including workflow analysis, staff interviews, and site visits to help us better understand the operational realities that exist behind the numbers. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Chambers. I'm the Executive Director for the Young Men's Initiative. In 2011, the Young Men's Initiative started as an initiative that was put in place to close disparity gaps for young men ages 14 to 26 and or 16 to 24, and we have since been expanding in multiple ways to cover all disparity gaps, not only within this community but beyond. We are now a $30 million office that is funding over 20 programs across various city agencies. And all of these programs are in service of finding ways to offer supports in every aspect of a young Black and brown young man's life that needs enhancement, support, and encouragement. So today we're going to propose two initiatives, both around access. One, in accessing mental health. Two, accessing sports and youth programming. I will start with the first and then pass the mic to my colleague, Jalen. All right, so one of the things we want to do with this particular program is increase the number of Black and brown young men who are accessing mental health supports. We know that around 50% of young men who experience mood or anxiety disorders and other issues or scenarios are not accessing formal mental health supports. We also know that only 1 to 3% of the mental health workforce in New York City is represented by Black and or brown young men or men in general. We also know that when you have identity markers that are similar to that of your practitioner, you are more likely to engage in mental health supports and sustain that level of mental health engagement. And so this particular program pilot, we are calling NYC Men Heal, which is somewhat of a replication model of another program in our portfolio called NYC Men Teach. Quickly, Men Teach offers more and brings about more Black and brown young men into the classroom with this same logic. We're taking this model and applying it to the behavioral health sector. And so what we would like to do is create a pipeline that increases the number of Black and brown men who are licensed mental health counselors and or holding Masters of Social Work. And so we're currently planning to launch a pilot this fall in partnership with the Career Pathways Training Program that's currently operated by 1199 TEF, where all of the students in this program are receiving full scholarships. We want to offer wraparound supports for these students. We want to pay for their licensures, their exams. We want to pay for, give them stipends. We want to offer mentors. We want to provide culturally responsive professional development. And we want to do all of this in service of increasing and enhancing the value and the numbers, the quantity of Black and brown men who are mental health professionals, so that more young men can begin to engage in their mental health preparation and also supports. So we're looking for partners who are well-versed in workforce disparities that impact young men of color. And we're looking forward to partnering with some of our existing agencies, such as the Office of Community Mental Health, HRA, and that's it. Thank you.
Good morning. You guys can hear me all right? I know you can hear me, it's fine. My name is Jalen Robinson. I'm pretty new to the Young Men's Initiative. This is my second month, but I'm grateful to Stephen, our executive director, Dr. Chambers, who allowed me to bring aboard this project proposal. So the Brennan Center for Justice and the Gotham has conducted a study that found not only are nearly 50% of New York City's shooting incidents occurring within just a handful of neighborhoods, which include the South Bronx, Brownsville, and East Harlem, but that our city's youth are involved in the gun violence at alarmingly increasing rates. So what happens when young people in those same communities try to choose a different path through organized sports programs or recreational opportunities offered by the city, but those programs cannot consistently access safe and reliable spaces to play? A baseball program might lose its permit for the field, basketball program might lose court access, and eventually the families in these communities can't afford to keep up with the private travel institutions or AAU. As a former New York City athlete myself, go Midwood Hornets, and a high school baseball coach, I've seen these issues firsthand, not only for myself when I was younger, for my teammates when I was younger, but also for my players. The impact is layered. The parents or guardian may have to work late, and the child might not have a safe place to go after school, which obviously impacts the family, but it impacts New York City as a whole in regards to community safety. So we're here today because we believe that public athletic space is not simply a recreational amenity, but in New York City, it's a proactive and preventative infrastructure, especially in this city. This initiative, which we've titled Shrink the Sidelines NYC, seeks to examine how consistent access to organized sports programming might impact our youth outcomes, particularly in communities that are disproportionately affected by poor socioeconomic standing. Because if we're a city that's serious about investing in vulnerable young people, then we also have to invest in the spaces that can allow these programs to exist consistently. We believe that the data that we might get with you guys, it will demonstrate that when young people have reliable access to sports programs and community-based recreation, that negative outcomes will decline, educational engagement will improve, and eventually the pathway towards long-term economic mobility will be more attainable. So we're looking for researchers with a general understanding of the youth sports landscape and also socioeconomic disparities, but I feel like that's general knowledge. And deeper than that, I think this is exciting because this is a new pitch. This is a new project. So your research, your input, and your efforts will help construct the programming and implementation of this and get it off the ground for the young people of this city. I got into government not because I wanted to open up baseball fields and keep basketball courts open late. I did it because I wanted to create systems that were going to be helpful for the young people, and something that maybe I wanted when I was a young teenager or even younger than that. And I feel like this is a step in the right direction. So hope you feel the same. Yeah.
Hello, good morning. My name is Yang, and I'm the Deputy Director of Interagency Partnership and Language Access with the New York City's Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, or we call it MOIA. MOIA's mission is to promote the economic, civic, and social integration of immigrant New Yorkers and expand access to justice and advance policies that strengthen immigrant New Yorkers. Specifically, I'm from the language access team. We're responsible for partnering with community-based organizations and agencies around implementation of language access. We oversee 46 plus different city agencies around implementation of language access. Our goal is to advance towards language justice. But one problem that we've consistently heard from multiple different agencies is the bilingual pay. I just wanted to see from the show of hands, how many people in this audience speak a language other than English? Oh, wow, a lot of people. Okay, and how many people from that population who raised the hand, how many people do you actually get paid for your bilingual skills? Oh, none. Okay, perfect. This is why we need this work. So I'm here to really talk about the language skill as a professional skill. In a multilingual city like New York City, home to 700 different languages, language skills shouldn't be a nice to have. They're an operational infrastructure. And as we saw from the audience, like 1 in 4 New Yorkers, that's about 1.8 million New Yorkers, have limited English proficiency. That means 1 in 4 New Yorkers have language barriers when calling 311, applying for a housing assistant, going to a clinic. So multilingual staff is a critical component to ensuring access to services. Yet language skills are treated as a volunteer work across the city. And as Moya's language access team, as I mentioned, we work across with 46 plus different city agencies on language access. And while a lot of agencies recognize the need for staff's language skills, there is no citywide infrastructure to equitably compensate and retain language skills. And based on our research, 36 different other municipal and state government have already established a formal bilingual pay differential policies. And, New York City is behind. And here's why this matters for economic justice. First, we're not fairly recognizing multilingual staff who are disproportionately immigrants and children of immigrants who are doing skilled labor the city needs. And secondly, residents with language barriers need quality, tested, and trained multilingual services needed to access benefits and services that they are entitled to. And we're asking this project to answer what are the compensation gap that exists right now? What are the systematic barriers preventing New York City from joining the 36 different jurisdictions that already have a form of bilingual differential pay policies? So we need a research partner or policy-minded person with expertise in pay equity analysis, language proficiency assessment, labor analysis person to help build the evidence base for a citywide solution. And I'll leave it as in a city where 1.8 million residents depend on multilingual services, language skills aren't optional, they are an essential. There are jurisdictions that have figured this out, and it's time for New York City to catch up. I'm looking forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Radiant dawn, everyone. My name is Nija Howard, and I serve as the Senior Director of Programs and Strategic Partnerships at NYC Her Future, a new office under the Mayor's Office of Equity and Racial Justice. At NYC Her Future, we were created to ensure young women and girls across New York City have the resources, support systems, and opportunities needed to thrive, from education and workforce development to health and long-term economic stability. And in just 2 years since we've launched, we were able to reach more than 23,000 New Yorkers and build partnerships across 10 city agencies and 43 community-based organizations, some of which you heard today. Today, we are focused on one urgent question. How do we improve maternal health outcomes for women in New York City, particularly Black women, who continue to experience disproportionately high rates of maternal mortality and complications? Our answer is clear. Culturally responsive, community-driven centered care, and one of the strongest proven solutions is doulas. Research consistently shows that doulas improve birth outcomes, reduce unnecessary medical interventions, strengthen postpartum support, and help women feel safer, more informed, and more empowered throughout their birthing and throughout their pregnancy. That is why our vision is to place a trained doula in every single hospital within the city hospitals to be exact. And we know, not as a luxury, but as an integrated part of maternal health care. And that's where we are looking for some investors and some partners who can help us do the work. What makes this initiative unique is that it addresses two challenges at once: improving maternal health outcomes while creating workforce opportunities for women across the city, through especially women who come from underserved areas. And we already have that proof of concept through our doula credentialing program in partnership with Medgar Evers. This program has been lasting for over 4 years, and this model has enrolled 325 participants and certified 207 doulas through culturally grounded training, mentorship, simulation, and hands-on clinical experience. Now, we are seeking a strategic investment and partnership for the scale of this work citywide, not just in Brooklyn, not just in Medgar Evers, but from the Bronx to Staten Island. We want to see doulas in the hospital. We are looking for support to expand training cohorts, partnerships, and placements to be able to build evolution through systems and create sustainable pathways that embed doulas directly into the hospital settings across all 5 boroughs. But the outcomes are bigger than the birth itself. Get it? Okay. Y'all get that when y'all get home. When women receive proper support during childbirth, maternal and infant health outcomes improve. Families experience greater stability, women gain access to meaningful career pathways and economic mobility, and healthcare systems become more equitable, humane, and community-centered. At NYC Her Future, we are not simply creating programs, we are building solutions that can transform systems and improve lives for the generations to come. So please, let us invest in one of our most important things in this city, doulas, birthing, and maternal health care. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Frances Pardisat, but that's I actually oversee the Office of Child Support Services here at HRA in New York City. Many people have opinions about the child support program. Some people may not know about it, but what's most important is most people don't realize it's considered one of the strongest anti-poverty programs in the country. And so in child support, we put children first here in New York City, and excuse me, to help parents provide for the financial, emotional, and medical support of their children. The program is vital to helping meet the basic needs of children, especially those living in poverty. In addition to reducing poverty, the program also connects fathers to their children. And when this is done in a healthy way, research is very deep in indicating that it generates positive outcomes for children. In calendar year 2025, OCSS collected $666 million for 183,000 children under the age of 21. We forwarded about $8,500 to families with a child support payment. About 2/3 of those families are currently or formerly in receipt of public assistance. We strive to be a family building program. We want to find better ways to connect parents to our program and ensure they navigate our full range of services. But we need to hear directly from mothers, fathers, and guardians. Only then can we truly meet their needs and move closer to a family building program. The project, I think the next slide, the project that we want to put forward is trying to connect more families to our program, engage those that are currently in the program. And as I noted, we put children first, and we strive to support both parents. And we serve 183,000 children under the age of 21. Therefore, our reach is wide. It's not small. And as one of the few social services programs that serves both mothers and fathers, the child support program has the opportunity to truly strengthen families, break the cycle of poverty, and improve outcomes for children. We want to hear directly from mothers, fathers, and guardians about their experience with the program and specifically how we can improve it. Unfortunately, as some of you may know, there is a stigma around the program largely due to our strong enforcement tools that we use to collect child support income. As a result, parents and guardians tend to be unwilling to discuss their experiences directly with us. So our project is to engage a third party, a researcher, to ask the questions. I mean, a few possible questions might be, how has your involvement with the program affected your family, both positively and negatively? What challenges have both the custodial and the non-custodial parents experienced? What can the program do more to support parents? And if so, what do you recommend? And some of the outcomes, we want to use the information that's gathered through this research to modify our programs that will hopefully increase engagement and enhance the parent and guardian's experience. The Child Support Program is, again, uniquely positioned to support both parents. And by better understanding their needs, we can further increase the role of the program to strengthen families and, again, help break the cycle of poverty and improve outcomes for children. We keep cases for 21 years, but once they join us, unless the child emancipates by age or by some other reason, or they choose to terminate the case, we have children for many, many years, so which gives us opportunities to really work with those families. From a resources perspective, we can provide administrative data that help shape the study. We can help select the parents and guardians to contact for the survey. What we need is a partner with expertise in survey design, investigative interviewing, and data analysis. So thank you.
Side. Okay. Hi, I'm so excited to be here with all of you and all of my colleagues from New York City and New York State with all these incredible creative ideas. So thank you. My name is Bea Hansen. I'm the director of the New York State Office of Victim Services. Through our staff and 250 organizations that we fund, we support hundreds of thousands of victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, gun violence, and other crimes all across the state. And the purpose is really to help them heal and rebuild their lives. Most of the organizations we fund and most of the work we do is right here in New York City. Yet one victim of gun violence recently told me that we're the state's best kept secret. And we don't want to be a secret. So we compensate people who've been victims of crime. We recently expanded the number of organizations that we fund to make sure that we're in the communities that are most impacted by violence. We recently implemented new laws and changes in procedures to enable more victims to access our services and to reduce their out-of-pocket expenses. We have very little research and evaluation capacity, and so that's why we're here today. We want your help to evaluate the work that we've already done and to dig deeper to better understand what other gaps in services we need to prioritize. So I'm going to pass it over to my colleagues to talk more about our specific pitches, and Katie Egglesfield is the first one up. Katie.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So OVS can provide direct reimbursement to victims and survivors of crime for their crime-related out-of-pocket expenses. Until December 2025, OVS needed proof that a victim reported that crime to law enforcement before determining whether someone was eligible for that kind of reimbursement. Longstanding public health theory assumes that people need their basic physiological and safety needs met to be able to think beyond those needs and move forward with re-engaging with their community and improving their mental well-being. So in a lot of ways, we've been expecting people to engage with criminal justice entities and other social systems that in activities that require a high degree of executive functioning before they've had those basic physiological and safety needs met all along. So, but that's not to say that we don't believe in the importance of government and nonprofit systems working together to reduce crime and prevent re-victimization. So OVS is interested in learning more about the temporal aspects of receiving victim compensation. What are the factors associated with people engaging with law enforcement and applying for victim compensation? Are there differences in the psychological and psychosocial outcomes among New Yorkers who receive victim compensation? And what, if any, are the differences between those who receive it before or after engaging with law enforcement or other entities? Did people who receive victim compensation first before engaging with them end up engaging in the end? And if so, to what extent? We have decades of data, I think, like many of you here, and connections with victim service providers and criminal justice agencies. We're looking forward to working with a researcher who wants to help us understand our population better so that we can create tailored messaging and programming to increase the number of victims and survivors who seek financial support from the Office of Victim Services. While it would be helpful to have experience with criminal justice data, one of the things I love about working in the victim services field is that it straddles public health and criminal justice systems. And this is a unique opportunity to do that kind of interdisciplinary work. In terms of impact, New York is a great place for us to start because almost half of the victims and survivors who come to us statewide are from the New York City area. But as a state agency and as part of the team who would be responsible for implementing these programs and interventions, I can confirm that the results of the study would be applied statewide. The outcomes of this work have the potential to be applied to other programs across the country as well. And although there are researchers and program evaluators all over the country doing great work in the victim services field, most compensation programs like ours lack the capacity to do this kind of research, but are always looking for practical information about how to increase visibility for their programs and the rationale for loosening longstanding requirements. So looking forward to working with some of you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Melissa Paquette. I'm General Counsel at the Office of Victim Services, or OVS. It's nice to be here with you all. As Bea mentioned, OVS funds about 50 victim service providers in New York City. One of our goals at OVS is to fund victim service providers who are culturally responsive and who are serving historically underserved communities. Another of our goals is to make sure that victims who do not work with law enforcement, don't feel safe reporting to law enforcement, are still receiving the services they need and understand that victim compensation through our office is available to them. Nationwide, we know that about 50%, less than 50% of crimes are reported to law enforcement every year. And we want to make sure we're also reaching the survivors who don't feel safe reporting to law enforcement. And that can be for a variety of reasons. It could be fear of retaliation. It could be not wanting the person who caused them harm to be arrested or be engaged in systems. And it could also be because there's a lack of trust in law enforcement for a variety of reasons, especially among marginalized communities. And we also know that historically, populations who may not feel safe reporting to law enforcement could include LGBTQ+ survivors of crime, Black and Brown survivors of crime who are victims of sexual assault or domestic violence. And these are people who we can reach, who we can serve, who we can provide victim compensation to, and whose families we can support through that care. So we are looking for your support to identify, are the programs that we at OVS fund serving all survivors of crime, regardless of whether they report to law enforcement? We're asking you to help us find out, are our funded programs reaching all the demographics in New York City, which is everyone impacted by crime? And are our victim services providers serving victims who are in those categories who may historically feel unsafe reporting to law enforcement? We're looking for someone who has experience in criminal justice data. We're looking for someone who's interested in giving us research that could really impact how we structure our funding and how we fund victim services in New York City to improve the care that New Yorkers receive after they've been impacted by crime. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Ed Hill. I'm with the Mayor's Office to end domestic and gender-based violence and oversee research, evaluation, and training. Established by the city charter in 2001, NGBV supports survivors of sexual assault, stalking, human trafficking, other forms of gender-based violence, and most recently was expanded to provide support for all victims of crime. Our mission is to reduce barriers, fill service gaps, and create accessible, inclusive pathways to safety. A core part of our work is operating the New York Family Justice Centers and managing over 40 contracted programs. In addition, we do outreach, training for community partners and other city agencies, and develop policies and programs, and help our sister city agencies implement those policies. I'm going to focus here on the Family Justice Center because the Family Justice Center is going to be part of the pitch that I will be making. The Family Justice Centers provide services to survivors, including economic empowerment, emergency financial support, benefit access, and employment assistance. So those are the economic empowerment services. But of course, people coming to the Family Justice Center are primarily seeking services for gender-based violence. Each year, the Family Justice Center served nearly 16,000 clients through more than 60,000 visits, and about 1 in 10 clients access economic or financial stability services. Today, I'm pitching the project Understanding and Identifying the Economic Needs of Family Justice Center Clients. which aims to better understand the economic stability challenges FJC clients face and strengthen our ability to identify those needs earlier. As I noted, like all clients coming to the Family Justice Centers are facing some sort of gender-based violence issue in their life. On top of that, many of them are facing economic challenges. And dealing with both of those issues at once is a very complex issue and can be very trying for the client. Our central research question is, what economic stability barriers do FJC clients encounter, and how can FJCs identify those needs earlier and connect clients to appropriate supports? Some of the outcomes we're looking for is identifying those barriers, as I just mentioned. But the key part is developing a validated screening tool to assess clients' economic stability needs. Currently, clients are screened when they come to the Family Justice Center. That screening is centered around gender-based violence service needs. But a dedicated economic stability tool would help assess financial resources, employment status, and other basic needs such as food, clothing, and housing that the clients have. And that would allow us to quickly make referrals to appropriate housing and economic specialists, which are already at the Family Justice Center. We already know that many clients face financial strain. Since 2020, the city has funded 3 different flex funding programs to address immediate safety, economic, and housing needs of gender-based violence survivors. Demand for those resources underscore the importance of identifying economic challenges sooner and with greater precision. So those flex funding programs, those were funded for a year in most instances, and the money ran out in less than 6 months. So we know there's a high need. For this project, you'll have access to FJC administrative data, service data of clients, access to Family Justice Center clients who want to participate in the research, and access to the staff who work at the Family Justice Center. To achieve this, we're seeking a research partner with expertise in developing tools that assess economic stability and related barriers. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. We're going to take a short break and resume about 10 after 11. Just a reminder to all of the agency speakers when we return, if you are next or almost next up, please line up to the side here. And just a reminder to please stay within 2 minutes for pitches. Restrooms are outside the auditorium and to the right down the hall. And then also obviously feel free to grab coffee or food, and we'll see you soon. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started again, so if you could please take a seat, that'd be great. All right, we'll resume now with the Office of Technology and Innovation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Samantha Wright. I am the Associate Commissioner of External Partnerships at the Office of Technology and Innovation. OTI is New York City's central technology agency, responsible for leveraging technology and innovation to improve quality of life for New Yorkers and strengthen government operations. Our work spans broadband and digital equity, cybersecurity, data and digital services, and the technology infrastructure that powers city government every day. We support millions of resident interactions annually through platforms like 311 and work to ensure New Yorkers can safely and equitably access the digital tools and services they rely on. I'm thrilled to now pass off the presentation and pitch to OTI's Digital Equity Manager, Rachel Granger.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Granger, and I'm the Digital Equity Manager at OTI. Part of my job is supporting public computer centers, which help increase access to technology for New Yorkers. These centers offer a wide variety of classes, anywhere from 3D printing to podcasting and job searching, resume help. So there's really a breadth of programming at these. Public computer centers are also offered in a variety of locations. So these can be libraries, older adult centers, digital vans, and recreation centers. So we've collected data since 2017 on public computer centers, but we haven't really done like an impact study on them. So we're hoping to find a researcher that can help us quantify the social and economic impacts of public computer centers. and to help us inform future investments. So this project will entail doing a pilot test of evaluation tools on a subset of public computer centers, iterating on those tools and learning from them, and then producing a plan to do a full evaluation of our public computer centers. So we'd love to work with research partners that have an interest in impact and program evaluation, qualitative analysis, as well as an interest in the digital divide. So with that, thank you. And passing you off.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Claire Park. I'm the Emerging Tech Governance Manager at the Office of Technology and Innovation. I work on a variety of, I work on policy and research related to a variety of technologies. Obviously, there's a buzz acronym up there. I'll try not to say, but my colleagues and I at OTI have been tasked with conducting a study on the impacts of algorithmic tools and automated employment decisions on city employees. And so we're looking for support on developing a robust research plan and methodologies for this study. So to be clear, this wouldn't be doing the study itself, but just helping us develop a plan so that we can tackle this very huge and complex study. There are a lot of different kinds of automated tools. They're used in a lot of different ways. There are so many different city roles, as we've seen here today. And so again, we're looking for someone who will help build on the desk research and preliminary research plan that we've developed and create different research tools for us. This has been mandated by city law. Local Law 25 directs our agency to conduct this study. So we are looking for someone with expertise in social science research, mixed methods research design, subject matter expertise on public sector work, and also anyone who's done, who has a background on evaluating the impact of tech on workers. What we have to offer is our time, our preliminary proposal, the desk research that I mentioned, and our preliminary plan, and all the information that we have on the current state of integration of tools as defined by the law. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Phil. I'm an associate commissioner with the New York State Division of Human Rights. Our job is to enforce New York State's nation-leading civil rights laws. So if you're denied housing because of your race, or your employer harasses you because of your national origin, or your kid is getting bullied at school because of their religion, that's where the Division of Human Rights steps in. We handle close to 15,000 reports of discrimination from people across New York State every year. Nearly half of those come from New York City. And when we find discrimination, we can award financial damages and order a whole range of situation-specific remedies. We also know that effective civil rights enforcement requires us to think about things like systems design and user experience and, of course, effective communications. And so that's why we're at the division in the midst of a really significant and exciting project to modernize the way we do every aspect of our work. And I'm here to pitch some ideas for collaboration. So hopefully we'll work with some of you on that going forward. So over the past year and a half, we've completely redesigned how people file complaints with our agency. This has helped us improve complaint quality, process cases faster, but it's also underscored an important challenge, which is that every year we receive a really significant number of reports about issues that we just can't investigate. It might be because the situation is not covered by our law, but many times it's because the service a person needs is really covered by another agency that's maybe at the state or at a local level. Our challenge is once somebody files this with our system, we need to go through the whole procedure to review a case and before we can ultimately redirect them and move the case out of our system. That gums up our processes, but more importantly, it slows things down for a person who's come to us for help. So the opportunity we see is, and what we're hoping to work together on, is designing and building a smart, user-friendly screening tool that helps people identify the right resource before they enter our formal complaint process. So our pitch to you is to work with us on designing and building a tool like this, analyzing data from our intake team,
and designing a tool that asks straightforward questions to help guide people either toward filing with us if we think we can help, or redirecting them immediately to the right service at that time. This would mean less confusion, faster connections to the right assistance, and ultimately a better experience for New Yorkers who are coming to us for help, and often coming to us at difficult times in their lives when figuring out where to go and getting bounced around to other agencies. Months later, weeks later after the report can be really frustrating. So, like I said, we're looking for a collaboration to design and build a tool like this to help connect people to the right help at the right time. And our second project that I want to talk about today is about accessibility and making sure that the people who need our services the most are able to access them effectively. Disability discrimination is consistently one of the most common issues reported to us at the division. Last year, close to 40% of the reports filed with us included allegations of disability discrimination, which made us ask ourselves, are all of our public-facing systems, our information, as accessible as they can be for the people that we serve? We, of course, work very hard to build accessibility into all of our systems and communications, but we want help taking a deeper look at how we're doing and where we can do this more effectively. So we're seeking partners to help us conduct a comprehensive accessibility study across all of our online resources, website, online forums, other digital materials, educational information, and so forth. And we're especially interested in improving accessibility for people who are blind or have low vision, or people who have cognitive disabilities or learning disabilities. And we think these findings would really directly improve how New Yorkers interact with our agency every year, and we'd love your help in making that happen. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning. Thanks for having us. My name is Tom Comboy. I'm an Urban Innovation Fellow at DCAS, the Department of Citywide Administrative Services. So I'll start with our agency overview and then go into my pitch. So DCAS makes city government work for all New Yorkers. DCAS enables a more effective, equitable, and sustainable city government through smarter assets, better service, a modern workforce and workplace, and climate leadership. DCAS is a large agency and it's responsible for a lot. So just to run through: recruiting, hiring, and training city employees, managing 56 public buildings, acquiring, selling, and leasing city property, purchasing over $1 billion in goods and services annually for city agencies, overseeing the greenest municipal vehicle fleet in the country, as well as the largest, and leading the city's efforts to reduce carbon emissions from government operations. And we have a deeper dive here on the right side of two of our divisions that are pitching today. So moving into my pitch, I'm on the fleet side of DCAS, and our pitch is to assess renewable diesel, which is a biofuel, as a replacement for building heating oil for city buildings in New York City. So a little bit of background. DCAS has successfully completed a full-scale transition of 100% renewable diesel biofuel for heavy-duty diesel vehicles in the city today. So think all of the garbage trucks roaming around the city, they're all burning renewable diesel biofuel today, and is expanding renewable diesel for maritime applications as well, hence the Staten Island Ferry in the sidebar there, which also currently uses 100% renewable diesel. So fossil diesel fuel is used as number 2 heating oil in many city buildings. Renewable diesel is a potential drop-in replacement for this fossil fuel. It can create a near-term carbon emissions reduction pathway, and this is important as citywide electrification of the building stock continues. So based on our success to date in fleets and vessels, DCAS is examining renewable diesel use in building heat applications to accelerate near-term carbon reductions. DCAS seeks to continue this effort with an academic partner to determine whether renewable diesel can be effectively and safely used. This research would also support Intro 554 of 2026, which would require a study on the feasibility of using renewable diesel as building heating oil. So the question at hand, at a building systems level, can renewable diesel be effectively and safely used as an alternative to number 2 fossil heating oil? Are there equipment alterations, warranty implications, or maintenance practice modifications that would be required to scale this usage? In terms of outcomes, we'd like to use the results of the research to inform an expansion of renewable diesel to heat buildings around the city, lessening near-term carbon emissions. We'd like to share this report and findings with key industry stakeholders, as well as across city agencies to educate and to encourage adoption. So we're looking for an academic partner with experience in fuels, energy, and biofuels analysis. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Katie Attar, and I'm the Assistant Commissioner at the Workforce Operations Team with DCAS. And our project focuses on expanding employment pathways for New Yorkers with disability into city government with the 55A program. 40% of people, working age individuals with disabilities, are employed. And for those that are employed, they are in positions that are not necessarily a good match for their skills and experience. And so this project is really bigger than hiring. It's about creating economic mobility. Right now, there are thousands of talented New Yorkers with disabilities that are being left out of meaningful employment opportunities, not because they lack the skills, the education, or even the motivation, but because barriers continue to limit their access. As a person that has a disability and have the opportunity to be in a gainfully employed position where I know there's benefits allowed, we want to make sure that folks are aware of the powerful program that we have that allows access into city government. And that's the 55A program. This program creates a pathways for individuals with disability to enter city government and access stable careers, competitive salary, we love our pension, but also career growth. A major component of this project would be, as of today, we have this program that allows up to 700 individuals to be hired into a position without needing to take a civil service exam. We've only been able to utilize 50% of that program. So that means that there are a lot of opportunities out there. There are agencies that are hiring, and we're looking to figure out the way, what's the gap between getting individuals with disability into those positions. So a major component of this proposal is to research and do some data analysis. We want to better understand what those barriers are, what the challenges are with folks getting into city government and also staying into city government, including any challenges that may be related to the hiring process, to outreach efforts. We've done a lot of that both internally and externally, but also agency participation. We also want to explore how our existing internships and fellowship programs can serve as a stronger entry point into city career. These programs, as we know, offer valuable experience, exposure, as well as network to allow individuals to transition into full-time stable careers. So using this research, we will be able to develop recommendations for process improvements, outreach strategies, and expand career pathways that connect more New Yorkers with disabilities to meaningful career. So we're looking for somebody who is interested, who knows that the impact of having a good paying job, not just any job, but a job that is aligned with your career, that allows opportunity for growth, that recognizes and knows how to engage individuals with disability to help us to sort out what those challenges may be. Because when we remove the barriers to employment, we more than fill vacancies. We are actually creating opportunities, strengthening our communities, and helping New Yorkers build lasting economic growth. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me just orient myself. Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Matt Vigiano. I'm a senior advisor and chief of staff for the Human Capital Division at the Department of Citywide Administrative Services. I'm really excited to be here with everybody and to see all of the pitches today. That we've got some stiff competition for sure. But I think we have some great pitches at DCAS, and I think our pitches will deliver real impacts and economic benefits to New Yorkers, something we're passionate about in city government, of course, but especially at DCAS. Excuse me. So let me tell you a little bit about human capital. We are the city's civil service administrator. That means that we provide pathways to residents to long-term careers, benefits, pensions, as my colleague just mentioned, which is key to living and aging in New York City, but then also loads of opportunities to shape the city we live in, love, and all call home. So through our civil service exam processes, we test over 100,000 people annually. Each year, we create pools of candidates for agencies to hire and help provide service delivery and support millions of residents across the 5 boroughs. But that's not all. We also help lead the city's recruitment efforts. Has anyone, I'm going to need everybody's help. Has anybody ever applied for a city job on OSC? Yes. Yes, many hands. Okay, you all are among 1.8 million people who apply for city jobs each year. That's through our system. So we engage with millions of people, but then we help tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands who call us for help. The need for the civil service system is as important today as it was in the 1880s when it was first created. It's helped drive a system that provides careers based on merit and fitness. And that worked great in the 19th century and 20th centuries, but the 21st century has a different set of needs. And let's maybe say we're a little more demanding in the 21st century than we have been in previous centuries. And that's why we're ready to create a new system that will meet the needs of today's job seekers and help us deliver once again for New Yorkers. So that's where you all come in. We are looking for a partner or partners to work with us to create NYC's digital front door for the civil service. We want to create a one-stop shop, sort of like the 311 system. I see a lot of people, everybody who applied for city jobs is probably also familiar with the 311 platform. And so you can see at some of the mock-ups, we've started to think about creating a system that helps folks navigate all of the civil service, whether it's accessing lists, accessing test information, or learning more about the various rules within the process. So we want to create a transparent, easy to use system that offers people the information they need to get their career journey kickstarted, right? So we will bring to the table all of the resources behind DCAS to help bring this project to reality within 6 months and make real differences for the lives of job seekers. We're excited for what will come next, and I hope you are too. And you will help us answer the question, how can we demystify the civil service and improve access and transparency while launching this hub that's going to impact the lives of millions and millions of people? So thank you very much. Hope you pass.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Emily Grigg. I'm with the Mayor's Office of Public Engagement. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that now. So we apply community organizing techniques to help support New Yorkers wherever they're at across the city. Right, it's a difficult bureaucracy, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to go to their doors, we're calling them on the phone, letting them know, for example, what benefits they're available for, their rights as tenants, and supporting them with their needs. So our project today that I'm going to be talking about is specifically our tenant support unit. Now we have our tenant helpline where tens of thousands of people every year call asking about issues. It's been open as a live calling center since 2023. And we also have our tenant support outreach and case management unit, where our specialists are out knocking doors all over New York City, providing resources, telling tenants their tenant rights, and opening cases for more caring and compassionate case management with their issues there. So there are a lot of directors and commissioners presenting today. I'm neither of those things. I am primarily a data analyst. And one of the things that I do with my day is I spend a lot of time looking at our helpline data. Now you may be asking, what am I getting out of that? The answer is mostly screen headaches. But also it's a really impactful tool to understand what issues New Yorkers are going through when it comes to their housing. And that is what we're going to be talking about today with this proposal. We have, as I said, tens of thousands of New Yorkers every single year call the tenant support helpline with their issues. They're calling about their landlords are harassing them. They might be facing eviction and don't know what their rights are. Their landlords might be failing to make repairs and they're living in unsafe and unhealthy living conditions. At the same time, our outreach teams are going out and knocking on doors, trying to offer resources to places that we think are having really hard living conditions. But the way that we're trying to do this outreach is based a lot on reactive data, right? It's buildings that have 311 complaints, HPD violations, but that heavily relies on people already having submitted complaints to the city of New York. Now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out sort of what these really challenging buildings are, where the buildings are that are having the biggest issues, and figuring out who owns them. Because chances are, if somebody owns a building that is prone to neglect, harassment to their tenants, if they own other buildings, they might be in similar dire straits, even if the people living in those buildings haven't already submitted a complaint to the city of New York. So we're looking for a data analyst to help us try and make this connection so that we can do outreach to people who might have otherwise slipped through the cracks. We have limited capacity on our data team. We're mostly focused on supporting our day-to-day outreach. But if we're able to do this predictive analysis and figuring out who most needs our support, then we can really help support the New Yorkers who don't know their tenants' rights, who are at risk for harassment, eviction that's illegal, that they should be staying in their homes but aren't because they don't know what their rights are. Yeah, we're looking for a data analyst, ideally with somebody who has experience with address matching and APIs, and someone who cares a lot about tenants' rights and supporting people where they live here in New York so that they can stay there. Thank you.
Hello. I'm going to set a timer for myself. Okay, because I can ramble. Hi there, I'm Michael Cedillo. I lead the Mayor's Office of Nonprofit Services. Many of you may be saying, what is the Mayor's Office of Nonprofit Services, also known as MONS? We're really the connective tissue between the nonprofit sector, which employs 1 in 5 New Yorkers, and city agencies and city government, which invest $15 to $20 billion in the nonprofit sector every year to carry out our essential human services. The primary focus for our office, especially since I've been here the last year and a half or so, has been to get nonprofits paid for their contracts, which is a decades-old issue, and we've made some great strides there in that aspect. And now we want to focus on the next sort of pillar of really addressed Maslow's hierarchy of needs, one like payment. Now we want to focus on excellence in service delivery. And so for that, I will go to our slide. You can read the slides. I'm just going to paint a picture for you. And I know it's been a long day. For those of you that think of yourselves as creative social entrepreneurs and like to build something new, I'm talking to you. I'm recruiting you. So I think I've worked in government for about 10 years now. And one thing that I have seen, especially for my 6 years at City Hall, is that really to unleash the power of city government, and I'm a big believer in city government, you need to get folks in formation and coordinated. It is one of the central issues of service delivery and trust in government and ability for government to deliver. The mayor obviously has been very focused on affordability, and that animates all of our work here in city government, but also he has been very focused on excellence in public service and meeting New Yorkers' needs. I mentioned a little bit ago, we've done a lot of work to address the payment delays that have plagued the city for decades. One way in which we've got folks internally aligned is that we have established via executive order chief nonprofit officers at every city agency. So this is someone at every city agency that is accountable to that agency's results, that also has to have a customer service lens, and is really sort of knitting together that agency's services in partnership with our nonprofit providers. And in addition, we doubled the advance rate for our nonprofit providers. So in about 6 weeks, when we start a new fiscal year, most of our nonprofit providers will get 50% advances. All great things, internal alignment, investment out the door for our providers. And I also just want to talk about the scale of our investment. I mentioned $20 billion. Like, just to put that in context, like that's the entire budget of the state of Arizona. Every year, just with our human sector partners, that's what we invest in. And so that is the social safety net. It is not an abstract thing. It's a real thing that is represented by our nonprofit providers. But that safety net is not always connected and coordinated and focused to meet the needs of New Yorkers or to have the conditions on the ground for our nonprofit providers to coordinate, to collaborate, to thrive. And so in thinking about this issue, I thought a lot about SBS and their business improvement districts, which are very similar in that they are trying to set the conditions for collaborations and for small businesses to thrive in a district. So what would that mean to have that same model in districts in which we have a lot of investment with our nonprofit providers to help coordinate, get people in formation, and deliver excellence in public services? So if you really like to build something that's never existed before and would like to partner with folks who have a lot of energy and creativity, just need to really harness that creativity, focus, we would love to partner with you and would love to share more. So thank you for your time.
Hello, Mamdani's New York. Looks good in here. My name is Shanta Smith-Cruz, and I'm the newly appointed commissioner for the Department of Records and Information Services. It's my first week, so like literally this is training. So nice to meet everybody. Please say hello to me. So who are we? We're affectionately called Doris. We are the New York City Municipal Archives. We're the New York City Municipal Library, and we are also the records management. Our mission is to preserve and provide public access to records and information about New York City government in all formats. And we have such a large and rich history, like truly like in scale and size. The Industry City facility alone has the equivalent of about 21 football fields worth of storage space. So there's a lot of stuff that you all are furnishing. We're the official hub for all of the city agencies, so all of you, to upload your records. This is also pitched to you to make sure you're uploading your records that help furnish over 34,000 reference requests from people across the world. Whether it be reports, images, maps, records, the history behind New York City street names, or the history of our neighbors and New Yorkers, the people of New York City, we supply access. One subset of our holdings is 400,000 government publications and reports, and that's managed by our library. So I'll pass it to my colleague.
Thank you, Sean. We are really happy to have you at Doris. I am Lauren Gilbert. I'm the director of the New York City Municipal Library, and this is my colleague, Gary Jo, the director of application development at Doris. At the Municipal Library, which was founded in 1913, we collect, preserve, and provide access to all of the official publications of New York City government and its agencies. And as you can imagine, the vast majority of these publications these days are only published in electronic format. So about a decade ago, Doris created an online library called the Government Publications Portal, or GPP, where agencies submit their publications and where the public can access and search them. This is a fantastic resource, but it could be much better. We believe that with a better designed, more user-friendly search page, there would be greater use of the database, and it would allow for more targeted and successful searches. And equally important, on the staff side, the agency side, a more intuitive user interface for the submissions portal would lead to greater agency compliance and therefore a more complete and useful database. And of course, all of this leads to greater transparency in government and helps us to fulfill our agency's mission of fostering civic equity by preserving and providing access to the records of New York City. Gary?
Thank you, Lauren. Now here's where you come in. We're a small agency and we custom built the GPP in-house. Our team lacks a UI UX designer, and what we're looking for is a UX research partner who can help us understand how the public and agency staff interact with the portal today. We need someone who can produce design recommendations and wireframes and help us prioritize improvements with real measurable impact. If you work in user experience and want to see your work make a tangible difference for the public, we'll love to talk and connect. Thank you.
Buenos días. I am not Oscar Romero, but I'm Sadie Prego. I am the design strategist at the Civic Engagement Commission. Has anybody here heard of the Civic Engagement Commission or the People's Money program? Okay, great, excellent. Well, I'll make a plug that we're in the vote phase for the People's Money. I have some pamphlets, so definitely go out there and cast your vote. I'm assuming most of you live in New York City, so. But yeah, just an overview of the New York City Civic Engagement Commission. Our goal is to enhance civic participation, promote civic trust, and strengthen democracy in New York City. So it's a pretty big and ambiguous mission. We engage New Yorkers in civic life in a few different ways. Our primary 3 programs that we run is the citywide participatory budgeting program called the People's Money. And that is a year-long engagement where we have 4 phases of the process. The first phase happens in the fall where we conduct workshops, and we also have a platform called Participate that we engage New Yorkers to submit their ideas and have a direct say in what they want to see implemented in the community by this public fund, which is about $4 million. And the other programs that we run are the Voter Language Assistance Program. We provide interpretation services during the elections in specific languages, and we also provide technical assistance with community boards. Our main program, though, is the People's Money, is our participatory budgeting program. Do I hit next here? Okay, great. Great. Yeah, so I've started working in government a year and a half ago. I still feel very new. We're part of a new team called the Digital Equity Team within the Civic Engagement Commission. I'm the design strategist, so really the solo designer within the Civic Engagement Commission, creating the value of what design can look like from the service design level all the way to the touch point level. So UX, UI, and actually experience design as well. How are we engaging people in person all the way to technology? So one of the big questions that we've always surfaced and have been tackling with, especially in this day and age when we have really, low trust in government, we have low civic participation in civic life, and we have limited attention spans with the rise of just technology and isolation in communities. So we're really trying to understand the people who are at the margins of civic life, people who are not engaging in our process or who are not engaging in any type of civic participation. We want to better understand what they care about, what motivates them, how can we really shape what we do to meet them where they are, which I think is the theme in a lot of these pitches, which is excellent. So that's the real pitch here, is we really want to understand their motivations, their mindsets, and how we can better also iterate on ranging from our technology to our in-person engagements based on these learnings. So this might look like working with a UX researcher or even an academic researcher who has experience working with social research, and we're interested in a method of selecting folks that can be a good representational sample size of people at the margins of civic life, what that looks like, and doing kind of maybe a rapid design sprint where we can also use some prototypes or generate some concepts that we can build towards better understanding what they gravitate towards or what connects with them. So that's the pitch. We're really excited to share with you all and appreciate everyone here today and getting to learn a lot about other city agencies and your work. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Such a pleasure to be here. It's my first Pitchfest, and just reflecting on the morning, I'm really blown away by the incredible work of our local government, local and state. My name is Nellie Afshar, and I have the great privilege of serving as the first Deputy Commissioner for the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. Before we get to our pitches, I want to ground all of us in who we are. The New York City Health Department is the oldest and largest municipal public health department in the country, some would say the world. We act on science and data to pass policies and provide services that create what we think of as an invisible shield, keeping New Yorkers safe in ways they often never see. From restaurant letter grades to nurses and mental health providers in your children's schools, pop-up vaccination sites during the COVID-19 pandemic, life-saving naloxone kits on the front lines of the overdose crisis, and a hotline connecting anyone in the country to abortion care. That's us. Everything we do comes down to one principle. Your health should not be decided by who you are, where you're from, or what zip code you live in. It is the operating mandate of the New York City Health Department. Today, my colleagues and I are here to pitch challenges where we're looking for the right partners, and we hope you're in this room. And now I'll tell you about the first one. So public health is not just about responding to infectious disease or chronic conditions. It starts with meeting basic human needs: food, affordability, food, housing, and affordable care. You cannot talk about economic security without talking about health. And right now, New York City is facing two crises at once: a cost of living emergency that is already straining families, and a federal policy that's going to make it dramatically worse. The tax bill of last summer, known to many as the Big Beautiful Bill, otherwise called HR 1, puts Medicaid coverage, known by the media, let me correct that, puts Medicaid coverage at risk for hundreds of thousands of our neighbors starting in January of 2027. We cannot wait for that wave to hit. The data is concrete. 2/3 of New Yorkers report having to choose between paying their rent or buying their groceries. Nearly 70% felt burdened by healthcare costs last year. These are not abstract statistics. These are what our workforce sees every single day. That's why we're launching the Health and Affordability Navigator, a tool that turns every routine frontline interaction into a doorway for benefits enrollment, housing support, and food assistance. The idea is simple: meet people where they are and remove the friction between a need and a solution. And we're committed to building it with the communities it's meant to serve. But launching it is step one. Proving it works is step two, and that's what I'm here to pitch. We need to quantify impact. Real dollars back in New Yorkers' pockets, health outcomes that shift measurably over time. We're looking for a partner with expertise in health economics and public health return on investment. We're bringing our staff time, our commitment, access to leadership, and real program data. If that's in your wheelhouse, let's please talk. Thank you, and I welcome my next colleague, Caitlin. John.
Thank you, Nellie. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Yates, and I have the pleasure of serving as Assistant Commissioner for the Bureau of Health Promotion for Justice Impacted Populations in the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. So, New York City is the best city in the world, and I'm not just saying that because it's my hometown. But I think we could all agree that New York isn't without its cracks, maybe some potholes. And the problem is that our most vulnerable neighbors run the risk of falling through these cracks and potholes every day, specifically those with legal system involvement, particularly criminal legal system involvement. And what's wild is that the city spends millions of dollars to support these individuals with a social safety network to help them thrive and live full lives. But the problem is that these collection of resources function as independent islands rather than a more perfect union. And what happens here is that the quality of our care and coordination of that care suffers, and we're talking about some of the most vulnerable neighbors we have. So we at the health department wondered, what if we could integrate and consolidate all of the information, all of the resources, all of the touch points, both city and state, that these individuals interact with, so that when we're supporting them either pre-diversion or post-release or even during their incarceration, we have a full panel snapshot of where they've been, of who's helped them, who we can call. We believe that this integrated platform will greatly, greatly improve the care that we provide people, will greatly improve the quality of these individual lives, and help us identify systemic and structural change that we need to see based on the trends that we're identifying between these touch points. So we'll bring a ton of agency staff time, connections with our relationships and our city partners and state partners, as well as a lot of data and proofs of concepts that prove that this resource would work. Excuse me. We're seeking nimble niche technology partners that understand consent-driven interoperable systems. That's a really nice way of saying we need someone who's really good at herding cats. You'll have a lot of partners to work with. We need someone who's really sensitive and passionate about working with this population and empowering them. This is why a consent-driven model is important. And we're really excited with this opportunity because as the city continues to engage and address and grapple with community safety, we believe that healthy communities are safe communities. And for us to have the safe New York City that we deserve, we really need to be thinking about the health and safety of our most vulnerable neighbors. Thank you so much.
You'll be up soon enough, Kate. You're right there. Morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll make this brief. My name is Bo. I'm a senior planning and policy analyst with the health department. And one word you're going to hear a lot today is affordability. You've heard it a lot already, and I'm sure you'll hear it more throughout the day. Now, I believe that the other side of the coin of affordability is wealth building. So our previous acting commissioner, Dr. Morse, published a seminal white paper around the racial wealth gap and the disparities of health outcomes due to that. So one question that came out of my mind was, how do we design an intervention that is based on wealth building as a health intervention? So the question that we are trying to address and what we're looking for is to identify mechanisms of wealth building. So one example that we've looked at, and we're not set on this, but just as an example, is that the city pour millions, if not billions of dollars into capital investment. So we're thinking about building new sewer pipes, we're thinking about building greenways and parks, different ways in which we improve the infrastructure of the city. Now, because of that improvement, there are knock-on effects. Property values rise, people will come in and buy out buildings, and then people are displaced. So one example that we're thinking of is how do we capture that increase of value and figure out a way to provide that wealth to the lowest income New Yorkers? What we're looking for is a person or organization or entity or whoever to help us find these mechanisms. We want someone that's willing to explore with us, and we want someone who's willing to innovate. And honestly, what we're trying to do is something that is kind of pushing the bounds of like what health departments have traditionally done. And what we can offer, my colleagues have already gone over time and again. We have a wealth of data, a wealth of staff time, and a wealth of people who deeply care about New Yorkers and everyone who lives in the city. And so, the expertise we're looking for, someone with public or financial expertise, anything related to banking or creating loans, and really someone who sees this as a way of removing barriers for people to succeed. So we want to make sure that New York City is not only a place that's affordable to everyone, but also a place where people can reach their dreams. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Hi, folks. My name is Caitlin Smith. I'm going to start really quick with a little show of hands. Please raise your hand if you have an older adult in your life who experienced an injury from a fall. All right, take a look around, folks. That is a lot of people, right? So this is it's an extremely common thing. The New York City Health Department, we're committed to health equity, and we've recently been bolstering efforts in investing in older adult health. And we see nationwide and in New York City that white older adults have higher rates of fatal and non-fatal falls than Black, Latino, or Asian older adults. And this is quite uncommon as far as health outcomes go. These differences are likely due to a complex interaction of factors, but the disparities are not well understood. So falls, generally speaking, it's quite an interdisciplinary thing. There's a lot of different reasons why someone might experience a fall. But more research is needed to fully understand these factors, and particularly within the context of New York City. And we want to characterize the differences in reported injuries between these groups. So what we're really, the question here, what are the racial and ethnic differences among older New Yorkers who fall or are injured in a fall? And what factors contribute to these disparate rates in New York City? We're hoping to use this research to refine outreach, education, and prevention program for older New Yorkers. And the research will be shared with the New York City Falls Prevention Coalition, which we co-chair with partners from New York City Aging, who are here today. So this is a multi-sectoral group with partners all across healthcare, human services, academic institutions, and more. So there's a really great avenue for us to disseminate any of these things that we've found. And we're really looking for a partner with experience in equity analysis. If you have experience with older adult work, that would be a bonus. Thank you so much.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Aneta Kutzlow. I am with New York City Health and Hospitals. Before I get started, I just wanted to say thank you to Pilot City for hosting us, and to all presenters and innovators today for bringing your ideas to this space. I am program manager at Innovation Lab in our Office of Clinical Services and Population Health. At New York City Health and Hospitals, we are our city's public healthcare system committed to delivering high quality care to all New Yorkers without exceptions. Our system includes 11 hospitals, over 30 neighborhood health clinics, long-term care and nursing facilities, and a number of community programs and initiatives where we collectively serve over 1 million patients every year, and we do so in over 200 languages. We also offer NYC Care, which is our healthcare access program to uninsured New Yorkers, offering comprehensive services. And these services are intended for our uninsured population, which includes folks who are ineligible or who cannot afford to enroll into a conventional health insurance options. And this brings me to our pitch today. Our pitch is for NYC Care. As I have mentioned, we provide these services to uninsured New Yorkers. Currently, we provide services to over 128,000 New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. And while we have abundance of data in terms of utilization trends and health outcomes among members, we have limited understanding of the actual program's impact on members' self-reported health, their experiences with fear, stigma, their sense of belonging. And we also would like to better understand how these factors can impact how a member decides to engage or maybe disengage from care, especially in during recent months. This would help us to better understand how we can improve the program. This is aligned with our mission and also the goals of Healthy NYC, which is to address health disparities among our vulnerable neighbors. And also it would help us to understand how we can empower our patients to seek care and stay engaged in care. So our question at hand is, how does participation in NYC Care influence a member's experience with stigma, trust, and their overall sense of belonging? To answer this question, we would like to conduct focus groups with our members to hear directly from them. And we would like to develop a validated, multilingual, and culturally responsive interview tool that we could use. And we would like to develop a community engagement framework to also loop in our amazing community partners who are trusted messengers who can also support us as third party in recruiting members for focus groups. In terms of resources, on our hand, we offer support from our team at the Innovation Lab, also the NYC Care team. We can provide any supplemental data to better understand the program, as well as connections to our NYC Care program community partners. And in terms of our partners that we're seeking, we are looking for partners who can lend technical assistance in qualitative research and who can help us translate community voices into actionable program insights and improvements. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Molly Finnerty, the Medical Director for the Office of Population Health and Evaluation, here from New York State Office of Mental Health. And it's our first, as an agency, it's our first time here, and we're really excited to be here. And I was saying it's a direct through line from the governor's office request to our commissioner, to our medical director, who is also here, which I think reflects, the commitment to being involved, and we hope that we get a chance to work with some of you. So the New York State Office of Mental Health is the public mental health agency for the state. Our mission is to promote mental health for all New Yorkers, but also with a particular focus on hope and recovery for adults with serious mental illness and children with serious emotional disturbance. We serve altogether in the services that we license, directly provide, regulate, or fund approximately 800,000 individuals a year. And some of our core functions in running this public mental health system is that we directly run services for 23 state psychiatric hospitals with one or more in every borough in New York City. We regulate and certify more than 6,000 mental health programs statewide. We do research and advancement, and that's what our Office of Population Health and Evaluation that I'm here from today, that's what we do, and promote public mental health and wellness through public education. I just want to add, supporting all of these functions, because we really try to be a very data-driven agency, is a lot of data systems that we have developed. And I can say in my career of 20 plus years, I've really dedicated it to try to grow those data systems. So integrating, and great thanks to our city agencies of DOHMH, HRA, homeless services, correction services that have given us data to integrate with health system data so that we can get a really more holistic view of the clients that we collectively serve. So appreciate those collaborations, and it's a resource that is available to our proposal. So we're interested in working with you to model outcomes for the New Yorkers with complex mental health needs. So New York City has one of the best funded public mental health systems in the country. Our governor has made recent investments and really tried to deepen our investment and focus on that population with complex needs and significant needs. But despite this, and just to say, we were named #1 in the country in a recent statewide State of Mental Health in America, which is like a tremendous compliment to those in health services in our state. At the same time, I don't have to tell New Yorkers that people are falling through the cracks, right? The complex folks that we are trying to reach with these services, I am sure many of you passed several of these individuals on your way in today. I don't have to tell you that we're still not hitting the mark that together we need to get to. So we want to work with you to use some data-driven kind of targeted approaches to better understand and target the services to those most in need. So our question is, what are the factors that lead to key positive or negative outcomes for individuals with complex needs? So we have the data, we have identified those individuals, those using our shelter systems who also have serious mental illness, those in our correction systems who also have serious mental illness, those who are in and out of our emergency room services. Those are hitting multiple different service sectors. We know who they are. We have really pretty good integrated identified data on who they are and their characteristics. We would like to work with you to identify maybe subsets that are having the worst, most negative outcomes. Can we work with you to identify them and build some predictive models to support timely intervention? So what are the resources that we bring here? We are offering access to our data resources. We do have, we are very grateful to have a large research unit that can support your efforts and will collaborate with you on that. And we want to give you access to this and work with you to build these models. The expertise that we're seeking is an academic partner with data science, machine learning, any kind, using AI technologies, new approaches, disciplines from other fields, economics perhaps, using new models, new approaches to try and better get at this question. And just so people are aware, we really do, we think this is an incredibly high priority. Again, it's governor's investments, commissioner's focus. This is going to really help us work together and be successful in this, in overcoming any barriers, and that the work that we do together can be put immediately to use, not only to drive maybe policy and program development, but for individuals, because we have the capacity now and are pushing these data out to the field so it can help us to have impact in individuals' lives. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Desire. I'm with the New York City Office of Chief Medical Examiner. The medical examiner's job, determine manner of death. Anyone that dies in the 5 boroughs of New York City, but we also house some of the largest, most advanced forensic labs in the country. We've got anthropology, toxicology, molecular genetics, and my division, Department of Forensic Biology, which is New York City's DNA crime lab. We do all of the work, all the homicides, sexual assaults, gun crimes, burglaries. We're the largest in North America. I have 29 years of service, the best job in the world doing forensic science in New York City, but I am also in charge of the largest forensic investigation in the history of the United States, the attacks on the World Trade Center. 2,753 people were murdered that morning. It's my team's job to identify them all. Mark, it's been almost 25 years. Why haven't you finished? Well, we have, but what those victims went through, everything that destroys DNA was present at ground zero, from the fire to the water to put the fires out, the jet fuel, the diesel fuel, the sunlight, the mold, the bacteria, all the chemicals in those buildings. Here's a great example. If you ever have a relative cremated, commercial, right? My grandmother cremated, she wanted her ashes spread out on the beach where we were little kids growing up. Commercial cremation, it's about 3 hours at 1,800 degrees. So 1,800 degrees for 3 hours will turn you into ashes, put you into a nice urn, give it to your family. Ground zero burned at 2,500 degrees for 3 months. So we are up against not only the largest forensic investigation in the history, but the most difficult. The odds are against us to be able to identify what we keep pushing on. We made a promise almost 25 years ago, right? It's the 25th anniversary. We made a promise 25 years ago to bring everybody home, and we have not turned our back on that. And we work every day to identify those victims. And this is where you're going to come in. I looked all over the world. If you had some crazy advanced technique, You got DNA from a guy frozen in a glacier for 10,000 years? Come to New York. I want to see this technique. You're able to tease DNA from Neanderthal bones? That's crazy. Get over here. I want to see these techniques. And they all came all over the world. They came to help us. Every single one of those scientists said the same thing. Mark, World Trade Center remains, hardest thing we've ever worked on. How's that fair? You're getting DNA from dinosaur blood from a mosquito, and my project is the hardest. So we would love to team up if you have any advanced tech. Do you have any ideas to take it to the next level? We're still making identifications. You're going to see in the newspapers this summer. We're right there with a few. We make IDs every month. You just don't hear about them because these are previously identified victims. So we still have 40% of those victims we need to identify. So we're looking for strong lab skills, molecular biochemistry. If you've worked with DNA, you've worked with bone, please contact us. We'd love to sit down with you and see what you have to offer and bring you in and try your techniques out. Thank you.
Thank you again, everyone, to the agency presenters and everyone for joining today. Just a few closing remarks before we wrap up the morning session. So you heard all, or not all of the pitches, there's still some this afternoon, but you've heard many of the pitches. What's next? The big next step is for anyone interested in collaborating with agency staff on one of the projects they heard to submit an online interest form to indicate that interest. That interest form is due by June 2nd, so about a week and a half. And we have in-person attendees today who will be responding. We have live virtual attendees, but we also have a listserv of over 1,000 local folks who will be invited to submit this interest form and express interest in collaborating. After June 2nd, the Pitchfest team then reviews, filters all of those responses, and ultimately provides project-specific shortlists to each of the agency staff members who pitched a project. That will be by June 23rd. And then the agency staff members will have almost a month to review those expert shortlists. We find that oftentimes they choose to interview their top few candidates. If a lot of folks express interest in their project, they have some time to go through that and then ultimately select a match based on perceived qualifications. That needs to be done by July 17th. Everything I've described so far applies to anyone interested in supporting these projects. Here's where the process splits based on some different scenarios. So for university faculty members, some of them we find are excited and interested in supporting these projects and are not dependent upon receiving additional funding to do so. Those projects would go straight to more detailed project scoping that is done between the academic the faculty member and the agency staff member for that project scoping, and then the project can launch. For any projects that were matched with university faculty members and are dependent on additional funding, the faculty members and the agency staff members then work together to submit a funding application by August 14th. Finalist matches or finalist teams are invited to present virtually to a judging panel in early September. Funding decisions are made shortly after that. The recipients are notified, and then those projects go through that same project scoping process that I just mentioned for unfunded projects. As a reminder, all projects that are funded and involve university faculty members need to be completed within 6 months of project start. Partially so that next year at the Pitchfest, some of you can come and share the results and the outcomes of your work, just like what we heard today. The other type of individuals who can express interest in supporting projects are what we call civic fellows. Local residents, civically minded individuals who might have specific areas of expertise, especially in applied tech, who are interested in supporting some of these projects on a part-time volunteer basis. Those individuals still submit the interest form. We review responses, provide them to agency staff in the form of a shortlist, and then similarly, agency staff can review and interview their top candidates of who they might want to work with. Once those matches are made, we, as in the pilot city team or the Pitchfest team, also support the project scoping and other documentation process to get those projects started. and those are expected to begin and be completed within a 3-month time period. So a few reminders about some of these next steps. First, starting with agency staff, some reminders to remember both when you're scoping your project in more detail and/or applying for funding if applicable. One, it's great to hear, but many of these projects do require cross-agency coordination, maybe data access, et cetera, from other agencies. We know that takes time, and we just encourage you to begin those conversations now if you do anticipate cross-agency coordination being needed. Another thing, some of these projects will likely require institutional review board approval. So to the extent that that's possible, we encourage you to initiate that process as soon as possible, once the university faculty match is made. And then finally, software requirements. Many of the projects or the pitches we heard today involve digital tools or digital outputs, and we recognize that every agency is a little different in terms of its technical requirements, technical limitations in terms of which software products can and can't be used, et cetera. So we similarly encourage you to define those requirements as early as possible so that your potential faculty or civic fellow match is aware of those, and there's just transparency in terms of what's expected and feasible. If you have any questions throughout the process about the shortlist you received, potential matches you're considering, or the competitiveness of your application, please do reach out to us and we'd be happy to chat with you about it. And then reminders for university faculty and civic fellows, when submitting the interest form and/or applying for funding, if applicable, it's important to remember that any intellectual property generated through a project must be made available open source or become property of the City of New York. Conflicts of interest: before any projects begin, any matched university faculty and civic fellows must disclose any conflicts of interest if present. And then for the civic fellows, like I mentioned, they're volunteers, individuals who live here. They must participate in any projects as individuals rather than as representatives of their employers. So just wanted to thank you all again so much. I know many of you have received many emails from me over the last few weeks, and you will continue to do so over the coming months. So I appreciate your responsiveness to those. And just another reminder to submit the interest form by June 2nd. There's a QR code here for that, but you'll also receive it in a follow-up email after today's event. And then if you have any additional questions, you can find more information on our website or send an email to info@pilot.city.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining for the afternoon session of the 3rd edition of the Pitchfest. It's been a tremendous journey to get here. We went from having one 3-hour block last year to now having a full marathon of pitches. We already had 50 pitches this morning, have another 50 coming this afternoon. So thanks to those of you who have been with us all day, and also thanks to those of you who have just recently arrived. The program is co-hosted with New York City Service, NYC EDC, New York City Opportunity, and Town and Gown. Our nonprofit initiative is called Pilot City, and we are a program of Renaissance philanthropy. My name is Kara Ekholm. I started the Pitchfest 3 years ago and have watched it grow since. In terms of how the afternoon will be structured, the first half an hour is really just instructions on what's happening for the remainder of the day. We'll also hear a few words from the city, as well as from NYU, our gracious hosts, and hear about one of the projects that was funded last year, the results of that. We'll then move into agency pitches from 1:30 to 4 p.m. If you need to use a bathroom or anything like that, feel free to step out at any point. We'll have closing and next steps, specifically how you express interest in working on agency projects. And then lastly, we have time reserved at the end of the day for coffee, networking. Feel free to socialize as much as you would like to. So what is Pilot City? We are a nonprofit initiative aimed at bolstering state capacity, specifically by helping cities, and in this case, New York City, where we're based, get the most out of the latent scientific expertise that is already found within the community. As I mentioned, we were started in 2023 when we had the opportunity to work with the New York City Economic Development Corporation on a report called Pilot New York City, which basically looked at ways to improve innovation capabilities within agencies. One of the recommendations in the report was starting a forum like the Pitchfest. In 2024, with the generous support of the Sloan Foundation, we were able to bring the program to life. Specifically, we started by focusing on the city's built environment agencies, pairing them with university researchers. We had 9 agencies participate, pitching 18 projects. We then had demand for other agencies to participate. So in 2025, we expanded the program such that all agencies were eligible. We also added an additional track in which volunteers who are not affiliated with a university could apply to become civic fellows and work on agency projects too. And that was also just a response to kind of organic demand for working with the city. We had 50 projects then. Now, in our third year, thrilled to report that we had 100 plus submissions. In addition to pitches from city agencies today, we had a few submissions from the state, which is fantastic. The state projects still have a focus on the city of New York, which is a criteria of our funding, but really excited for this partnership across the city and the state. The basic thesis behind the program is that government is full of public entrepreneurs trying to introduce new ideas to improve how it operates. New York City is also home to some of the world's top researchers and technical talent, which is a latent expert pool that is often underutilized today. So we wanted to create a forum to pair those different groups together. The method that we use is this event where agency staff introduce themselves, give low stakes 2-minute pitches on short-term high impact projects for which they are looking for local expert support. Then after the event, we work to match agencies with experts, and we have a funding pool available to support eligible matches and projects. In terms of project types, this year we've developed kind of an ontology of the different types of projects you'll see presented, everything from economics research to digital tools and prototyping. I'd say the commonality across these projects is that we're really looking, especially when it comes to funding, to support initiatives that can be completed within a 6-month timeframe. There are many other funders who are capable of sort of funding longer term, more ambitious initiatives. Our goal is to provide sort of catalytic capital to get collaborations off the ground, which hopefully then continue beyond the duration of the Pitchfest. And if your project is funded within this 6-month period, ideally you can come at next year's event and present on the results of what happened. In terms of how the matchmaking process works, after the event, there is an interest form that you should fill out if you are interested in working with an agency on a specific project. Form submissions are then reviewed by agency staff who will reach out directly to you if they are interested in collaborating. There's 2 different profiles of individuals who can apply to work on agency projects. The first are university faculty members who are principal investigator eligible. Each university defines PI eligible differently. You should know whether you are PI eligible at your university or not. If you have questions about that, the right place to direct those would be your provost office. But in the event that you are PI eligible with the agency that has matched with you, you're able to apply for up to $40K in funding to support your shared project vision. Funding decisions are made by a panel comprised of our agency and philanthropic partners based on the degree to which projects fulfill the following criteria. First, we're looking for projects that address a priority need for a government agency with clearly defined outcomes. Part of how we're checking the extent to which the project is a priority need is this year, this is a new requirement. We are asking you to secure a letter of support from your agency commissioner prior to any funding being dispersed. Secondly, we're looking for a sound methodology that is likely to lead to credible findings. Third, we're looking for outcomes that are likely to have an impact on the agency's programs, policies, or operations in the near term. And then fourth, we're looking for projects that will produce novel findings of interest to cities and researchers beyond New York as well. In addition to the philanthropic funding pool that we have available, I also wanted to note that new this year, certain universities are making supplementary funding pools available to their own faculty. All you have to do is fill out the one application through Pilot City, And then if your university has chosen to make supplementary funding available, we will send it directly to your provost office or the entity that is providing that funding. We try to streamline this process as much as possible to minimize friction. In addition to university faculty, we have civic fellows. So these are members of civic society with expertise who are interested in working on agency projects. Again, you fill out an interest form where you express your excitement about working with an agency. Fellow projects are conducted on a volunteer part-time basis, and we've generally found that successful fellows have at least 5 years of professional experience in technology, analytics, or consulting roles. This is the team. My name is Kara, started the program. Brandon Lubehausen is our deputy director. We have another Kara who is joining us for the summer as the program manager, and Kumar Garg, who's our senior advisor. I just wanted to give a shout out on the city side. Some of these folks are with us in the room today or were here during the morning session. To Bita, Daria, Laura, Tashawn, David, and Terry for bringing together so many agencies. Also wanted to give a shout out to our supporters, the Sloan Foundation, the Tao Foundation, Revson, and Coefficient Giving. In addition, a new supporter this year is the Robin Hood Foundation. They're specifically funding projects that focus on poverty alleviation. Again, it's one application you fill out. We then route it to them. They will decide whether your project qualifies as poverty alleviation or not. So there's nothing extra you would need to do on your end in order to access that funding pool. On the academic side, wanted to shout out NYU and Columbia University, specifically the Data Science Institute, that are providing supplementary funding for their faculty, and then to NYU Tandon and the Scale Plus Lab for providing the space and food and beverage for today. Here's a link to the interest form. It'll also go out in a follow-up email. All pitches from today will be available online for you to reference. In addition, we had so many pitches that we couldn't include all of them in the live session. So there are supplementary pitches that will be available in the online materials, which you should feel free to peruse and express interest in. Also wanted to emphasize that if you are a faculty member or a prospective civic fellow, please put effort into your interest form submissions. Agencies do actually read these and are using your responses when deciding with whom to work. Lastly, we ask that you submit an interest form even if you're already in contact with your preferred agency staff member. The reason for this is how we track participation and impact and report up to agency leadership on what's happening across the project portfolio. If you have any additional questions, you can visit our website or reach out to info@Pilot City, and we would love to answer them there. And next we have Seth, who is the Senior Advising for Housing Policy and Development, the Deputy Mayor of Housing and Planning, just to say a few words on behalf of the city.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Perfect, perfect, perfect. On behalf of the city of New York, I just want to thank you all for being here today. You know, one thing that the mayor always says and always emphasizes, you know, in the halls of City Hall and publicly is this idea of public excellence. And, you know, it's this idea that the public sector here can do amazing things to lift things up, and that takes excellence. And right now, as I look at the folks who are making the pitches, the agency partners here, as I look at the folks here who are also potential funders, civic fellows, consultants, just folks who want to help, you all represent this goal, this journey to getting to public excellence. So I just really want to thank you all for that. And, you know, now to make a little bit of a pitch on behalf of my city partners here, you know, last week, the administration, we released something called the SPEED Report, which stands for Streamlining Procedures to Expedite Equitable Development. It was a little bit of our own Pitchfest, so to speak, where we work with all the government and city agencies that work for housing, permitting and approvals, as well as the external stakeholders to come up with recommendations to expedite housing development in the city. And once again, it focused heavily on housing development. You know, as one of the members at City Hall helped coordinate that effort, we were meeting twice a week for 4.5 months with over 100 city agency staffers. And, I just got to say, all those city agency staffers had their own staffers underneath them. And my pitch to you all here who want to get involved in any of these pitches is that, New York City government has some of the most committed and smartest individuals you've ever met. I mean, we weren't able to do every recommendation we heard. We weren't able because we were just focusing on permitting and approvals, and we just, we couldn't have a report with 1,000 recommendations. But I just want you all to know who want to take part in this, that, the things that we heard and the things that you're about to hear, the things that you aren't going to hear are incredible ideas. And I implore you to help us all get to this public excellence. Everyone in this room who's created a pitch, everyone who's sitting in this room who wants to help in a pitch, I know why you all are here. You want to make the city of New York better. And I thank you so much. I'm happy, I'm excited to have you all join these incredible city agency staffers, these public servants who are really serving the public and trying to get to that public excellence that we're trying to do. So once again, thank you all for being here. I'm extremely excited to hear things. They sent us a little list of a little breakdown beforehand of all the pitches. They look incredible. They're really great. And I just want to also thank everyone here at Pilot City. This is an incredible initiative, an incredible idea. I hope next year we get 1,000 pitches. I hope we get 1,000 pitches. I hope we can even go into a bigger space, everything here. So I'm really happy to be here and really excited to see the great pitches from our public servants here in New York City. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mindy Tarlow. I'm a senior fellow and a research professor at the Marin Institute here at NYU. I also run something called the Scale Plus Lab, which supports cross-sector collaborations that promote positive systems change. And importantly, as you might have seen, I also paid for lunch. So you're welcome. I'm also actually a proud veteran of New York City government. I started my career at New York City OMB, and many years later came back and served as director of the Mayor's Office of Operations. I believe deeply in the power of public service and the importance of knowing what works. Cross-sector collaboration, scaling, knowing what works, what better place to be than right here at this Pitchfest. New York City is home to some of the world's top research talent, doing some of the highest impact work in the country for public benefit. Earlier today at the morning session, as you know, it's gotten so big, we had to do this in 2 pieces. My colleague Nina Gray, who's the NYU's Vice Provost for Research, she shared a couple of pretty important facts that I just wanted you to have the benefit of hearing if you weren't here earlier today. One, NYU alone invests $1.5 billion in research. 2, NYU is the fastest growing research-intensive university in the country, with strengths across an enormous range of fields, from robotics to anthropology, neuroscience to social work, art history to artificial intelligence, and from fundamental basic science and discovery to societal application and commercialization. That point said more clearly, we place a premium on transitioning research from academia to the outside world. We believe that the public sector and partnering with the public sector is a critical pathway for our research to have an impact, whether it's through public engagement, social work, policy, civil service, climate, the built environment, transportation, et cetera. Those are all ways that NYU and universities can benefit local communities and governments. And we're here today to connect the capabilities of our researchers with these needs in ways that can flourish into real world application and scalable solutions. So finally, as someone who spent a lot of time thinking about how do you get people together the right people in the right room. I have huge appreciation for Pitchfest and Pilot City and a lot of admiration for Kara Ekholm personally. And I'm just really delighted to be here and excited to see the shared work that's going to come out of this event. Thank you.
Great. And next we are going to hear from two of the winners of the Pitchfest last year, specifically a collaboration between Columbia and the Department of Environmental Protection focused on protecting drinking water from algal growth. The two presenters could, great.
Can we turn it on? I guess not. All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Andrew Jewell. I'm a research professor at Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory, which is part of Columbia University. And my colleague, Nick, is from the DEP. Michelle Rizzolo also worked with us at the beginning of this project, but she's since retired, so she's not here today. And the title of our project is Mitigating Algal Growth Impacts on New York City Drinking Water Production at the Croton Filtration Plant. And so we'll give you a little bit of background about what the problem was, how we tried to approach it, what we found. Let's see, how do I advance the slides here? Okay, so most people know that New York City's drinking water comes primarily from reservoirs that are up in the Catskills, but there is another set of reservoirs in Westchester County. Those are the Croton system. And famously, the reservoir, the water that comes from the reservoirs in the Catskills is high enough quality that it does not require filtration before it can be distributed. But in the Croton system, the water quality is, let's say, not quite as good, and it needs to be filtered. And so there's a filtration plant. And this image on the, let's see, that would be your left, that shows an aerial view of the Croton filtration plant. And you say, where's the plant? It's underground, right? So it's underneath the Mosholu golf course, which is, I found that to be crazy. I had no idea. It's very Men in Black. It's like you go down like really far underground. Anyway, so there's this big water filtration plant in the Bronx, and it's been operational since 2015. It is the way that the system is run, it does not always run at full capacity. And so it took a few years before a problem began to be recognized. And in the springtime, there started to be, the filtration plant became, let's say, less efficient. And plot on your right is just an example that shows the source of the problem. So there are a particular type of algae called diatoms that grow in the springtime in the reservoirs. And when those algae become high in abundance, then they essentially clog the filters. And what the plot is showing is essentially that when you have more algae, so the x-axis is a metric of algal abundance, and the y-axis is essentially the plant efficiency. When you have more algae in the water that's coming to the plant, the filters clog, and the plant can't operate at full capacity. So that's something that's begun to be recognized. It's going to be a bigger problem, or it's going to be a big problem within a few years, because the Delaware aqueduct from the Catskills is going to have to be shut down for repairs. And at that time, this filtration plant is going to have to operate at full capacity. And so the DEP was interested in trying to find out more about these algal blooms. Okay, so that's where I come in. I'm an oceanographer and a limnologist. And so we worked together. We came up with these two problems that we thought we could resolve as part of this project. So the first problem, or first question, is are spring diatom blooms of this particular type of algae, are they a recent problem, or is this something that predates the filtration plant, right? This has become a problem that is now recognized. Is it because the environment in the reservoir has changed recently, which is certainly plausible, or is this just something that's always been going on? And then the second question was, algae only grow if they're supplied with nutrients. So which nutrients are most important in terms of fueling these algae? And when I say nutrients for algae, what I'm talking about are primarily forms of nitrogen and phosphorus, the same sort of things that a farmer would put on his cornfield in order to get a good harvest, or a suburbanite might put on their lawn in order to get a lush green lawn. If those forms of nitrogen and phosphorus end up going into the reservoir, that can cause algae to grow. Okay, and that's what causes this problem at the filtration plant. Okay, right, our project budget and timeline. So we requested $19K from Pitchfest, which they awarded us, and then the DEP generously matched that with another $19K. So our total budget was $38,000. And it's really important to recognize the timeline, right? 6 months as a very short time. Scientists like me, we really like to go down rabbit holes. And there's a lot of rabbit holes in the DEP data. It's fascinating. But when you had 6 months and not that much money, you really have to focus and prioritize, and that's really important in order to be successful. So that's why I bring this up. I hope that we did that. Anyway, I'd like to show you some of the results. Actually, I'd really like to go into great detail in all of the data that we have to back up the conclusions that we have, but I don't have the time for that. Oh, certainly. Anyone who's curious, I'm happy to talk to you about it. But let me just bottom line it for you. So our first question was, are spring diatom blooms a recent problem? That's certainly plausible. The environment is changing everywhere, but that does not seem to be the case. There's no evidence that the diatoms have become more abundant in recent years. In fact, if anything, it's the opposite. And so these blooms probably predate the filtration plant. So there's a problem now, not because the reservoirs have changed, but because now there's a filtration plant. And then the second question was, which nutrients do spring algae need to grow in these reservoirs? And again, I don't have the time to go into the data that back our conclusions up, but basically, both nitrogen and phosphorus are necessary for the growth of these blooms in the spring. And so then what does this mean for management of spring diatom blooms? Like I said, these blooms have occurred for decades, probably, at least as far as we can tell. So that predates filtration, and that sort of frames what one needs to know to understand the problem. And then to mitigate the problem, decreasing inputs of both or either nitrogen or phosphorus would decrease the spring diatom abundance. And that's important to understand because there's some management flexibility behind that. These elements come in different sources, and it may be cheaper or easier to work with to mitigate nitrogen inputs than phosphorus inputs, or vice versa, right? So understanding that has some value. And now Nick is going to give another 2 slides about some other impacts of the project from the perspective of the agency.
So how does this impact us? I'm looking around. I think it's city agencies, people living in New York. So on your left is a sample of that water. And as you can see, it's nice and clear, looks drinkable, but the reality is that water could give you it could give you a tummy ache if you were not being careful with what you were consuming there. So we want to be able to treat that water. Another thing is that water is crystal clear, but that has the diatoms in it that's messing up that are clogging up our filtration plant. So how do you see clear? You can't visualize what's in that water through just looking at it. And more of what I'm going to talk about is what have we started to gain from Dr. Jewell's research and the project that we've gotten, and just data visualization. And one of the problems we have in city agencies is just having the time to do the work. And this has had probably the biggest part of this partnership is, a relatively small fund of money between Pitchfest and New York City provides data visualization that has been really paramount to us to be able to see what's going on, to be able to, and it looks really nice too. It's really pretty. Sometimes when I do graphs, it doesn't look that nice. So, I'm more just trying to drive a point home, but it really gives us that expanse, and I can put this in slide decks and it looks really cool. And I can show people what's going on and why we need the research that we're doing.
And then in the near future, again on your left, you'll see this is a buoy that goes out in the water, and it sends and it uses solar power to stay charged. We can communicate with that from anywhere within the watershed. Above on the right, those are sondes that we can send in the water. They gather the data and compute the data. And what does this mean? So normally we're looking at like pH and temperature, things that you are familiar with. Those are the things. But we have already purchased new probes. We have a algae probe, total algae, that'll help us measure chlorophyll. If there's chlorophyll in the water, then there's algae, so we can start monitoring a bit earlier. And then also, we've also introduced having a nitrogen sensor. We already had a phosphate sensor in the water, but now we've also introduced having a nitrogen sensor. So near future, we're already deploying new equipment as a result of the research that we've had, and the future holds what we can see going forward, whether we're going to expand the research, whether we're going to take this and do more modeling. We have the sky's the limit right now with where we're at in trying to figure out this problem. So that's it.
Thank you for that. Hi, everyone. I'm Brandon Lebehusen. I'm the Deputy Director of Pilot City. We're about to get started with the agency pitches, which we're very excited about. But before jumping into those, just wanted to go over a few instructions. First, let me try to get rid of this bar. There we go. So agency staff will have 1 minute to introduce their agency and then 2 minutes to pitch each of their projects. It's very important to observe these limits so that there's time for everyone to pitch. Number 2, I handed this out to many of you, and in the front few rows, these are also printed, but there are printed speaking order sheets. So please keep an eye on these and know when there's a couple speakers away from you. And if we can have the next few speakers at all times be lining up to the side right here so that we can be very quick with the transitions and get through everyone. Number 3, please speak into the microphone when you are presenting. You may also raise or lower the lectern if needed with a foot pedal. Even if the audio in here is fine, the microphone is what's really critical for all of our online viewers. There's many that have already joined. The microphone is what's critical for them to hear us online. And then 4, after you've finished pitching, please advance to the next slide by clicking the space bar on the keyboard as another reminder of who's next so that we can begin that transition. And just as a reminder, I know we'll be listening to and watching a lot of pitches today. There's a lot to remember. No worries if you don't remember everything, because the deck and the video will be posted online and sent to all of you via email after today so that you can reference it when submitting the online interest form that Kara mentioned. So with that, we'll begin with the pitches, starting with transportation and specifically the Department of Transportation. So if the first few DOT speakers could line up to the side, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, I am Noah Dubin, Senior Program Manager for Innovation and Partnerships at New York City DOT. Our mission is to provide for the safe, equitable, and sustainable movement of people and goods, and to create public spaces that strengthen New York City's communities. And thanks a lot to Pitchfest for having us and for letting my agency submit such an egregious number of entries this year. So I'll be quick. We're responsible for the planning, maintenance, and expansion of the city streets, highways, and public plazas, its bridges, its signalized intersections, and of course the Staten Island Ferry. We've got some extremely exciting initiatives on the horizon, including some street redesigns, the expansion of our bike network, the development of some key bus lanes, and the establishment of an Office of Curb Management. And I think all the pitches you're going to hear about today are reflective of these key priorities and the incredible work that this agency does. So I will turn it over to my first coworker. Thanks.
Cool. Awesome. Hi, guys. My name is Taylor Takahashi. I'm from the ferries team at DOT. And the pitch we have for you today is creating an easy pass for marine vessels. So DOT has a few ferry landings that serve various private ferry operators where vessels of different sizes and shapes can dock. Currently, our landings rely on hardwired hand controllers to operate bow loading ramps, which are pinch points, subjecting mariners to physical hazards and frequent points of failure due to harsh environmental conditions or user errors. Early this summer, we'll see over 2,000 touches per week, and as we move into peak season, this number will only go up. Blue Highways has also launched, which brings cargo into the city's existing ferry landings. That's over 2,000 opportunities for the controllers to get damaged, and these recurrent breakdowns take vital berths out of service. Our proposal solves this by developing a wireless system to operate the ramps remotely from the vessels, paired with an automated, easy pass style system for seamless landing fee collection. This modernization directly supports city priorities by drastically reducing repair costs and berth downtimes, ensuring accurate revenue collection, and creating a significantly safer working environment for our maritime industry partners. We would share with our researcher ferry schedules, landing fee structures, and automated identification system data on vessels with approved ferry licenses. And we look forward to working with you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Yep, and I work as the data analytics lead in DOT's public engagement program within the Transportation Planning and Management Department. So very briefly on what our team does. So we serve as the primary public engagement wing of the agency as it relates to transportation planning. We conduct hyper-local outreach by meeting New Yorkers where they are. So places like bus stops, libraries, senior centers, community events, and other neighborhood destinations. And we do this so residents can provide feedback directly to the agency and help shape our street improvement design process. A critical part of our mission is really reaching communities that are often underrepresented in traditional planning processes. So this proposal looks at bus priority projects and their connection to local businesses. So as many of you already know, DOT has made significant investments over the years in bus lanes, signal priority, and other treatments to make buses faster and more reliable. At the same time, we also hear a lot of pushback from businesses, particularly about that these types of projects are hurtful and may be hurting their business model. And we know that this is not necessarily true, but I think there's an opportunity in developing a stronger way to measure how these investments are actually supporting commercial corridors and the businesses along them. And this idea builds on two things: our own public engagement work on Flatbush Avenue and other bus corridors, and also citing a 2024 Flatbush Avenue report from the Pratt Center and the Riders Alliance. So both efforts revealed similar insights about bus riders. They are not just commuting to places, they are using these corridors to access food, access businesses, services, everyday destinations, right? And the report found that the top reported trip purpose for survey riders was for dining, shopping, entertainment. And 85% also said that they would shop or dine more often if buses were more reliable. So our goal is to build a reusable framework, essentially, that measures rider spending, a few things like business access, time savings, and equity outcomes. And we're looking for a research partner to help really turn this into a defensible methodology at DOT, so that we can use it for future bus priority projects. And secondly, and to support stronger talking points for City Hall, elected officials, business improvement districts or bids, and other external stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leah Franklin, and I'm a policy analyst in the Sustainable Delivery Unit at NYC DOT. Our team is tasked with programming, policy, and most importantly for this crowd, research related to on-demand delivery work in New York City. As daily users of New York City streets, many of you are already aware that on-demand delivery, particularly of prepared food, has expanded greatly since 2020, with more than 80,000 delivery workers using New York City's streets. While this work is mixed mode, many of these workers use micromobility, most frequently e-bikes and mopeds. Users of these modes in particular have turned to the city's streetscape as a place to rest, park their devices, eat, wait for future orders, or just create community. DOT is interested in understanding how delivery workers use these spaces that were not originally designed for those aforementioned purposes, and the opportunities and challenges that arise due to this use. While DOT has piloted different streetscape interventions with delivery workers in mind, such as delivery worker rest areas or expanded bike parking in front of popular restaurants, there has been no substantive analysis of how to comprehensively plan for the workforce. Our two research questions are as following. 1, to what extent did different public space typologies influence delivery workers' comfort, perceived safety, wellness, and operational efficiency? And 2, what trade-offs or co-benefits emerge for other street users? Through field observations, surveys, and quantitative analysis, we aim to answer these questions and perhaps generate further questions for future analysis. If you are interested in this intersection of transportation, labor, and street design and want to holistically investigate how this emerging industry is impacting our streetscape, we would love to collaborate. In exchange, we hope to provide incomparable expertise and connections in the delivery worker space, access to our sites, and collaboration with our agency's internal work. Thank you all for your time, and we hope to continue the conversation.
Hi, everybody. Jonathan Hawkins, Director of the Streets Plan for DOT, which is our citywide streets master plan. It's a really exciting time to be doing this work right now, as you can imagine. Capital projects, capital street redesign projects in New York City are very expensive and they're very time consuming. So as a result, most street redesigns for things like bike lanes, bus lanes, public space are built in-house by DOT. We design them and we implement them using our own staff and contractors. And we built a very impressive program. Much of what you see when you walk around the city came from our in-house work. We're doing a ton of projects, more than 100 a year, probably going to be a lot more now. But what we can do in-house is somewhat limited because of issues like drainage profiles, utilities, a lot of things that historically to address, we've had to reconstruct the entire street at great costs and time. So we want to do more in-house to build projects that feel more robust, that feel like they've been there forever, and that require less ongoing maintenance. We've had some very recent successes. We're doing a lot more with concrete, but we want to do more. So think less painted spaces, less delineators, more concrete, feeling more robust. So we want to know, this is a very straightforward and simple topic, but we really would like to get into the nitty gritty. What are other cities that are leading this type of work, particularly internationally? How are they doing these projects and what can we learn from them? What are the timelines like? To what extent are they using in-house resources versus contractors? What kind of construction techniques and materials? What kind of procurement rules do they have to work around, et cetera? We really want to get into the weeds every step of the process. We talk a lot with our North American peers through organizations like NACTO, but we have somewhat of a less deep understanding of cities abroad. We sort of see the results, but we don't really know how exactly they're doing it and what is it that we might be able to adopt from them. So we will offer our staff to anyone who's interested, both on the planning and engineering side, but also the construction side to understand how our process works. But we would love to get some help in learning what are we not doing that we can start doing. So looking forward to hopefully talking to some of you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Katrina Carey, and I'm the Freight Efficiency Program Lead at within the Freight Mobility Unit at the Department of Transportation. Freight Mobility is committed to advancing transformative policies and programs to enhance the safety, efficiency, and sustainability of goods movement. mitigating the adverse effects of traffic on infrastructure and communities. With that in mind, DOT is currently in the early research phase of exploring a potential low-emission delivery zone pilot aimed at reducing the environmental and quality life impacts of last-mile deliveries across the city. Our goal is to identify scalable, replicable strategies that can improve air quality, reduce congestion, and support a safer, more sustainable freight movement. As we explore the potential approach for the pilot program, we're looking for support in the development of a tool or a set of tools, such as an interactive dashboard, scenario planning model, or map-based application that can assess feasibility of low-emission delivery zone implementation, and that measures the theoretical, environmental, operational, and mobility effects of low-emission delivery zones. Through this collaboration, we hope to answer two key questions. How can NYC maximize the benefits of low-emission delivery zones, and what combination of tools and strategies would be the most effective? We're especially interested in collaborators with expertise in geographic and spatial data analysis, data visualization, transportation planning, freight systems, and environmental justice. We're excited about the opportunity to work with innovative partners and shape a cleaner, safer, and more efficient future for freight deliveries in New York City. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jascha Pfefferholz. I am an economist at the Policy Unity at DOT. We are presenting Valuing the Societal Benefits of New York City Street Projects. DOT makes decisions about investments on street capital projects every year. For example, where to install protected bike lanes, widening sidewalks, or even new open streets. We at the Policy Unit conduct benefit cost analysis to understand what are the projects that provide the highest value and to prioritize these projects. The challenge is that we don't know many of these values because there's no market values. So for example, how much people value trees or how much people value being able to cross the street safely. We've been doing stated preferences since 2019 to understand these values. Stated preferences are surveys where we ask directly to New Yorkers how much are they willing to pay for these attributes. And the results are very incredible. We found out that actually New Yorkers value trees significantly, as well as medians with greeneries. We want to continue doing this work. So we want to be able to measure different types of bike lanes, different types of crosswalks, value open streets. So if you are an expert in discrete choice modeling or stated preferences or economic valuation, please come talk to us. We have agency time, our expertise. We can provide data and previous methodology and connections with city agency. And we think this is a good opportunity to improve New Yorkers' quality of life through rigorous economic analysis. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katrina Quadra, and I'm with the Analytics Performance and Management team. And we're seeking a computer vision platform to support our asset digitization efforts. DOT manages a vast portfolio of physical assets across the city. Think signage, infrastructure, street furniture, and more. And while we have access to regular cross-city imagery, what we lack is a systematic, automated approach to inventory and classify what's in those images. Our current digitization efforts are either manual or outsourced, and neither scales or gives us full ownership of the process. What we're looking for is a comprehensive platform that handles the whole workflow: imagery ingestion, annotation, model training, and deployment in a nice UI. It needs to be a repeatable, maintainable pipeline that our team can use over and over again. The goal is to bring this work entirely in-house, starting with a prototype that's focused on a single asset class. What we'll provide for you is imagery, existing asset data, a dedicated computing environment, and staff support. We're looking for a partner with expertise in computer vision, ML infrastructure, and user-friendly design in order to support non-specialist teams. Thank you so much. And if this seems like something you might be interested in, please let me know.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carl Sundstrom, Chief of Cycling and Micromobility at DOT. And our problem statement is really on mode shift and mode choice. So, I think in general, New York City is, quite a dense place, but many trips that could be done by cycling and walking are still done by car. And so what we really want to understand is, what are those barriers to cycling and walking, and which fixes can sort of be done to improve that? So we really want to focus at the neighborhood scale. So there's sort of a lack of great data that we have at that scale. So we generally have a better understanding sort of at the citywide level, but what does it look like at the neighborhood scale? And so we're proposing to use Astoria, Queens as a neighborhood for this problem statement to really understand. Okay, so how are people choosing to make their trips, and what are the reasons that they're not walking or biking? And so can we take that information and can we quantify that to really measure the impact on that mode choice, and sort of assess and prioritize improvements to create a scalable framework that could be used in neighborhoods across the city. I think we're quite open to what that approach may be. We just really want to understand, what these barriers may be, and how we can make cycling and walking more attractive to New Yorkers at the neighborhood scale. Thank you. There it is.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Ponte. I'm our freight strategy lead with our freight mobility unit here at New York City DOT, and I will be presenting on measuring the impact of last mile distribution hubs. So this proposal is really to look for support for a novel set of policies and programs that we've been actively pursuing in terms of reducing our truck VMT. As many of you know, we have a lot of issues with a lot of trucks on our streets due to our rise in e-commerce and delivery. And so because of that, we've looked at strategies such as these small-scale last-mile distribution hubs or micro-hubs to transfer these goods, to provide safe spaces to transfer these goods to sustainable, smaller last-mile modes. This activity is happening both within our current ongoing pilot as well as programs such as our Blue Highways and Cargo Bike program. And what we're seeking, and also beyond our pilot, kind of informally and in private sector across the city. So what we would love is for research assistance in really capturing the data of how this methodology, how this new strategy for freight delivery is impacting our city in terms of these benefits that we're hoping that it's providing, and we'd love to quantify that related to safety, economics, and our environmental sustainability. So this is a great opportunity to be part of very cutting-edge research on a new approach to freight delivery that we're just beginning to understand the ramifications of. And so as researchers, you would be assisting us and to create some initial visualizations that will inform the policies and the future of how we approach this strategy and tool for managing freight transportation within our city. So we really hope that we can work with someone who can create some really great data visualization tools and data collection strategies that really capture the broad impacts of this new activity, and help set us up for future policy and program improvements in the future. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dee Nelson, Director of Policy and Design Guidance. For our geometric design unit, I think the most appealing thing about our pitch is that it's an incredibly discrete research question. Very appealing. It's very straightforward how to measure and come up with a conclusion. So basically, where we have slight left, slight right intersections throughout the city. They're usually off of arterials. You can think about the roadways that line freeways, like the Bruckner Boulevard or Meeker in Brooklyn along the BQE, where you have slight intersections. They basically function, instead of like an urban street intersection, almost like an off-ramp, allowing individuals to make pretty high-speed turns where we typically have a crosswalk. A lot of these are uncontrolled, like T-away intersections. And so basically the way that DOT usually handles these intersections, because of their high speed and the prevalence of a pedestrian crossing without intersection control, is that we try to adjust the geometry, usually with paint and plastic posts, to make it where it's more of a right-angled turn by retrofitting kind of within the existing right-of-way, that right angle. And the problem that occurs with that, and the thing that we're really wanting to do this research to assess, is to what degree is this a problem, is that when we have to accommodate emergency vehicles like FDNY fire trucks, maintenance vehicles like DSNY garbage collection, those larger vehicles, we have to widen the treatment to fit those vehicles through. And at a certain point, logic dictates that the efficacy of this would go down, because smaller vehicles would just be able to still make the slight left or slight right, instead of kind of weaving through the intersection. So that's kind of the problem statement. So basically what we'd be looking for is, we need to sort of understand the yielding behavior. Are these vehicles stopping to pedestrians when they're in the crosswalk? What speed are vehicles taking through these, based off of the size of the vehicle especially? So is a passenger car still speeding, but larger vehicles are slowing down? That would be an important thing to understand. And then exactly what traveled path are they taking through? So sort of mapping out what those, the footprint of the vehicle through this intersection treatment really is, so that we can develop either alternatives to the design or some sort of morphology set of parameters by which we adjust it. You know, maybe it's not a 90-degree turn, but some intermediate value between the existing angle and 90 degrees. And what are the parameters that can inform that? But really, more than anything, we need that data of the speed, yielding behavior, and the traveled path. We have a database of where these locations are. We can also provide ones that would be before and after for projects that are currently in implementation or would be in implementation during the data collection period. And then a whole host of aerial and street view imagery and LiDAR data to be able to take all the measurements you could possibly need. What we really need from somebody is to be able to probably do time lapse, to measure or some sort of remote sensing to figure out what those paths are, those speeds, and then to quantify the yielding behavior or lack thereof. Cool. It's a very exciting project that could really improve safety in a location that causes a lot of deaths and serious injuries in the city. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Right, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Elia Kasim. I am a senior data analyst with the Freight Mobility team. And today we are proposing to develop a computer vision tool for curbside freight analytics. And this project will aim on exploring how computer vision and machine learning can help us better understand curbside freight activities within the city. Today, most of freight data collection relies on manual observation and short-term field studies, making it difficult to continuously measure curb operation at scale. Our goal is to develop a scalable Python pipeline that processes existing video feeds and automatically identify freight-related activities, including trucks, vans, cargo bikes, loading events, curb occupancy, and dwelling time. The key questions are, how can we transform historical video data into continuous structured freight analytical that support better that transport better curb management and can help us with the policy decision making. More specifically, where are the loading activities are centered? How are commercial vehicle occupying curb space? How are cargo bikes and micro hub changing freight pattern? How can cities measure curb efficiency more consistently over time? By converting videos into structural data, this project could help establish a baseline freight activities pattern and support future planning. What we will provide are the historical video recording, technical guidance, and operational expertise. We are looking for research partner with expertise in computer vision, machine learning, GIS, and urban freight systems to help develop and scale this solution. We look forward to working with you, and thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to thank everybody for coming out on such a beautiful sunny day. I did. And quick show of hands, how many people got a chance to walk around on the pavement and asphalt the last 3 days? Show of hands. Great. How many of you had broken air conditioners? Oh, not just me. Great. Okay. So obviously, we were able to get a glimpse into how New York City's urban heat island affects all of us. Temperatures are rising. They can rise anywhere between 1 to 7 degrees, in some cases, all the way up to 15 degrees of real feel. And it impacts underserved neighborhoods the most. That's where we find some of our highest heat vulnerability indices, and where we also find the least number of tree cover or even building shade. So this drives higher rates of heat-related illnesses, as well as poor air quality and environmental equity. How many of us saw all those air quality alerts on our phones? See? So imagine if it wasn't May. Imagine if it was July 24th, or heaven forbid, June 24th of last year. That was awful, right? So DOT is already trying to address this. We're trying to do things with cool streets and cool pavements. Parks is doing things with street trees, trying to redesign streetscapes, but these are slow to scale solutions. I mean, imagine reconstructing the street and how long that takes. So, and there's limited things that we can do in a dense environment that already has so much in it. So my idea is green cocoons. You may have seen something similar like this in a Medium article. Well, I'm taking it and I'm running with it. And I would like to know if we can build some sort of modular canopy. Pergola, you might want to say, but technically gantries, where vegetation can then grow, where we can install sun sails to shade the area and reduce heat exposure and improve pedestrian comfort. Perhaps we can also add fans and misters that are solar powered. All of these ideas are great. They're all springing from my brain, but ideally what I would like to get out of it is a pilot-ready framework and a way to measure KPI. So I need pre and post temperature, air quality data, along with the scalable deployment model. So what we can give you is data and sites, as well as staff coordination. You get to work with me, and aren't I awesome? Right. Okay. See how much you're laughing? Imagine working with me all the time, right? What we're looking for is some sort of urban client science designer, environmental engineer, landscape architect to really get this project started. Ideally, we would like to at least have an idea for a pilot, possibly even get something off the ground, who knows, but let's get started with this, and then let's see where we go from there. Thank you very much for listening to me. Looking forward to working with you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Susan Lee from Bike Share and the Shared Mobility Units. And our unit oversees the City Bike program, which is the largest bike share program in North America, like with over 2,200 stations. And like one of the big, like the operational hurdle for this program is the managing station relocations. As we all know, the cities, the roads are always the busy, and then this street construction constantly force us to move our station to the new location and breaking our vital network connections. And yes, so and then currently our planner uses the static guidelines and the intuition to identify alternative the site, but this lack of the optimization lead to the system inefficiency, directly affecting the system ridership and then the rider behaviors. So today we are proposing a data-driven approach to solve these issues. And the central research question is, can a predictive network model forecasting localized the ridership and then rebalancing needs, the trigger by moving a station? And we want to build this model that simulated this network shift before it happens. So that will ensure or every relocation activities that preserve our network integrity and also support the city's sustainable mobility goals. So, and then the ultimate program deliverable is a station impact simulator prototype to quantify the ridership delta under various special the constraints. And then to achieve this, we will provide the full access to the City Bike data, which include the trip data and also all historical station status data, and also the GPS, the trace data from our e-bike trips. And then this is where your expertise come in. So we are looking for researchers or civic tech partners who specialize in the graphic theory, network topology, or predictive modeling. And yes, and then we are looking forward to collaborate. And then thank you for listening.
Good afternoon. My name is David Stein. I'm an executive director in the parking division at DOT. DOT is charged with the management, maintenance, and operation of over 14,000 parking meters and 400,000 streetlights and signal poles. So the scale we're talking about is immense. This is critical infrastructure in the city with parking meters. It's responsible for $250 million of revenue. And while the city is moving toward asset-light solutions like mobile payment, having a parking meter is critical for regulating the curb. Same thing with streetlights, providing lighting, ensuring safety, visibility, and management of the streets. Because these are essentially pieces of steel mounted on the street, typically in cement and concrete, they are exposed to the elements. I try to as politely put what it is exposed to. So moisture, obviously, if any of you saw the flooding yesterday, we get a lot of flooding, we get snow, we get a lot of water infiltration in and around this infrastructure. And there's also a lot of chemical exposure. So over time, these create structural integrity issues, corrosion, and thickness loss. Worst case scenario is what you see here. A meter corrodes, falls over, poses not only an issue for public safety or someone using it, but also this is a critical piece of agency infrastructure. It has money, it has computers and other things within it. The city is looking at a multi-pronged approach. First, we're looking for assistance in understanding and mitigating the contributing factors which are leading to the corrosion. So we have some ideas and some experience, but we're looking for assistance in better understanding what is contributing to this. On the meter side, most of this infrastructure is about 10 to 14 years old. And really, if I'm just jumping to the outcomes, we're looking to expand or extend the useful life of these critical assets. When the city tries to replace something, again, when I talk about scale, 14,000, 15,000, any growth is a huge amount of a huge endeavor. So expanding the useful life of this is a critical component of this exercise. And we're also looking at help in mitigating strategies. So the question that we have is, how can DOT better inspect and model structural degradation in a minimally intrusive way? So is there any processes or procedures that someone doesn't have to open up a meter, or we can model how that happens over time? And then also, given New York City's urban environment, what opportunities are there to stem or slow corrosion? So DOT can offer our experience, technical and operational data, inspection records, specifications related to installation and how these meters and street poles are installed. And then also our vendors are very much open to this. One of the things is most of the vendors, at least on the parking side, are changing the type of steel they're using. So we are looking at a research partner with a background in structural engineering and materials testing, as well as also asset management best practices. Thank you.
Got it. You're good. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. You got it warmed up for me. So I'm sure that many folks took the bus or the subway or commuter rail today. I know I did. And I'm here from the MTA. So I'm the budget director at the MTA. Many people know the organization because we are North America's largest transportation network. We move more people than pretty much every other system in the country combined, and that takes a lot of people to do. So it's 70,000 employees at the MTA, and part of our challenge at the Office of Management and Budget is to figure out how do we deliver the high quality, reliable service that the region deserves and do it in a way that we can keep costs affordable for taxpayers, but also fare payers. Because of our large scale, we rely more than any other transportation system in America on fares from riders. And we have to control our costs so we can keep those fares as affordable as possible. So that's where we need help. I can advance this. There we go. So the person that if you took public transportation drove your vehicle might not have been the person that was supposed to be driving your vehicle. That's not because there was an imposter. It's because across 20,000 revenue vehicle operators, people call out sick every day. The problem is a different number of people call out sick every day. So what happens when an operator wakes up and they're sick and they can't come to work to drive the bus or drive the train that they were supposed to drive? 3 potential outcomes. The first is we have standby staff. Every day we have people who don't have an assigned run, but their job is to be on standby in case they're needed. If we run through that list, it's called our extra list, then we have to try to backfill that shift on overtime, which costs additional money. We have to pay time and a half. And sometimes we can't find somebody who's willing to work a double or willing to work on their day off, which means we have to drop that trip, which impacts the riders that are depending on that particular frequency of service to get them where they're trying to go with minimal wait times and predictable arrival times. So it seems like a simple problem. How many people should we have on standby? But it turns out to be actually quite complicated. So it's similar to other problems like, how do you do staffing optimization for a hospital, or even in a non-staffing situation, how do you plan electrical capacity for a grid where the heat is going to change and the amount of pull on that grid is going to change so you don't have brownouts or blackouts. So there's lots of different analytical tools, but actually applying it and making it work in practice is where the challenge is. Because if you think about our environment, we've got not only variation in how many people are going to be sick, which is not randomly distributed, it's clustered. We also have different economics. Based on our labor regulations, the people that are doing those standby jobs are technically our most junior operators with the lowest costs, because the more senior operators, they don't want to be on standby. They want to choose the runs, and our labor agreements give them the right to choose it. And our labor agreements also limit fungibility. You can't just take this person over here and have them do this run over there because they might be covered by a different bargaining unit. So actually figuring out how to take the analytical approaches and make them work in a practical context is very complicated. But the stakes are really high, right? Across billions of dollars in staff costs for revenue vehicle operators, getting this plus or minus 5% right is a $100 million problem. And it impacts 1.9 billion rides every year, where if we have to drop that trip, we're going to strand those riders and they're going to have to wait for the next trip. So we really need help because this opportunity is very real. Every time we set a service schedule, we're making assumptions. And the more decision support we can get to make the right assumptions, the better we're going to be able to balance service reliability and affordability. So thank you all for your time, and I hope some useful collaborations will come out of this. It's a really important problem, and it's a complicated one.
Duh. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Carrillo. I am with the Planning and Innovation Department at the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. The Port Authority operates and maintains some of the region's most critical transportation infrastructure, including airports, bridges, tunnels, path, rail, seaports, and World Trade Center campus. Our mission is to keep the region moving safely, efficiently, and reliably while continuing to modernize how we serve millions of customers every year. Within the agency, the Innovation Hub focuses on exploring emerging technologies and turning employee ideas into real-world pilots. We partner with teams across the agency to identify operational challenges and develop innovative solutions with support from the COO and CDO. Employees pitch ideas in a Shark Tank style format, and if selected, these ideas move into a formal pilot phase where we help test, implement, and measure impact across the agencies. One of those pilots is the project I'm presenting today, building the path from clipboards to clicks. Today, much of our safety training still relies on paper-based testing. The trainees include field service employees, contractors, and management staff, and many courses require multiple exams and knowledge-based tests. For example, OSHA training includes 6 exams per student, OTS classes require certification exams by level, and most additional training programs also include knowledge testing. While the current process meets compliant requirements, it's time-consuming and limits our ability to capture meaningful performance data and insights. As part of this pilot, we're testing technologies like OneHuddle as one potential tool within a broader effort to create a more pragmatic and scalable approach to training digitization across path. The goal is not just to replace paper exams, but to modernize how training is delivered, tracked, and measured while maintaining full FRA compliance and classroom-based requirements. We've already secured approval for the OneHuddle pilot and procured laptops for deployment. And by digitizing training workflows, we can improve reporting, enable real-time performance tracking, reduce administrative effort, and create a more engaging experience for both trainees and instructors. The pilot timeline begins this summer with vendor onboarding and implementation, followed by live testing through the fall and reporting on results and recommendations by December. Where we're looking for support is in identifying additional opportunities to reduce paper-based processes, defining the right KPIs to measure operational impacts, and understanding user adoption so the program can scale effectively across path training operations. Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, thank you for being here. My name is Ioanna Tsoulou. I'm a senior policy and finance analyst at the Department of Building Sustainability Bureau. First, let me briefly introduce the Department of Buildings, known as DOB. DOB is a major agency in NYC because, well, the city is all about buildings. In fact, DOB overviews more than 1 million buildings in the city while promoting safety on construction sites. It also implements all groundbreaking climate policies, including Local Law 97, which is about decarbonizing the city's largest buildings. Now, let me dive into one of our topics, which is about the health benefits of building decarbonization for NYC communities. Every year, New York City's buildings pump out more greenhouse gases than many mid-sized countries. That's 70% of our citywide emissions for operating our buildings, such as heating our homes and lighting our offices. And those same emissions today are worsening health conditions for the most vulnerable, like our kids in the neighborhoods that can least afford it. We have plenty of studies showing stark disparities in children's asthma rates across different NYC neighborhoods. Communities near high emission buildings face disproportionate health burdens. We have a law that is changing this, and this is Local Law 97, which mandates major greenhouse gas reductions from the city's largest buildings. So, our research question is, what are the real impacts of building decarbonization on air quality and health and community health outcomes? We propose to deliver a rigorous methodology to incrementally measure how different decarbonization strategies improve air quality and health in NYC's highest risk communities. And we plan to validate that methodology with a comparative analysis with the City of London, giving us global applicability. Local Law 97 is already in motion. We have 97 compliance data, and more are coming every reporting year. We have the connections with other city agencies. We have an ongoing partnership with University College London, who connected us to the City of London. And we are looking for partners with expertise in energy, air quality, health and climate policy, and building analytics. We are hoping to get a replicable measurement framework that cities can use to prioritize decarbonization investments where they deliver the greatest public health returns. So this isn't just about cutting emissions, it's about directing those cuts toward the communities that breathe the worst air in the city and bear the highest health burdens. Thank you. There wasn't enough time, but we have a second topic directly related to Local Law 97, which is about creating a live Local Law 97 dashboard to help us manage all of this data we have coming in and for more efficient long-term monitoring of building decarbonization progress in the city for the next 20 or so years. So we had no time, but please do check it online and get in touch with us if you have an interest in this. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tariq Khalil. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for the Mechanical and Plumbing Inspections Division. One of my units is elevators. It's something that everyone uses on a daily basis. When it comes to elevators, we have about 15,000 single elevator buildings in New York City, which is quite a big number. Now, of course, elevators are fantastic, right? They're great when they're working. And then when they're not working, well, you start sweating a little bit, right? Literally, because you got to go up the stairs and stuff like that. Now, that's kind of what we're talking about here today. Obviously, you have these single elevator buildings across the city. And what happens is you have people who are wheelchair bound. You have folks who have chronic illnesses and they have to go for their treatments and they can't move around because the elevator is out of service. So it's a real hardship. And this is something that really we need some assistance in terms of research. And it's kind of what we're pitching for here today. Because when it comes to elevators, one thing that we did notice is that a lot of these single elevator buildings, a lot of them actually have very old vintage type of systems from the 1980s, where obtaining a controller is a very long lead time. It may take weeks to get a controller program that's sent back. You have some motors that are hard to find, and you have to send them out to repair shops. And you can imagine while you're asleep and while you're awake, these elevators are running day and night. So there's a lot of wear and tear on these elevators. So what we're really looking for here is some assistance, and just like one quick story, and this is something that folks can relate to. I had a situation in Queens where we had a building where the elevator was out of service, and I think when I went up and down the staircase, I really felt the pain of these residents. And for the most part, getting the controller took a few weeks, and they had to do some rewinding of the motor. And of course, you have ropes in an elevator and some electric traction elevators. and sensors and you name it. So it took quite a while, but finding the part was the real concern here. So what we're looking for is, with this collaboration, is we would like to identify worldwide stocks of critical elevator parts. We'd like to develop local or regional sourcing networks. That's something we're looking for. We're also looking to explore partnerships with OEMs, original equipment manufacturers and suppliers, to support domestic or locally produced replacement parts. We're also looking to evaluate strategic stockpiling of high demand components based on outage and repair trend data, which we have internally in terms of data. We're also looking for to research public-private coordination models that reduce repair timelines for older elevator systems. We'd like to get those elevators back in service as soon as possible. So ultimately, as you can imagine, this project will help improve access and quality of life for mobility impaired residents, create a more resilient and diverse elevator parts supply chain, support opportunities for local manufacturing, warehousing, or strategic stockpiling, promote small businesses and workforce development, both entry-level and transitions into the elevator industry, and enable faster procurement and delivery of parts. So if you have relevant experience with worldwide and domestic supply chains, along with a dedicated interest in improving New York City's building stock, we definitely want to partner with you on this project. On behalf of the Department of Buildings, thank you all for this opportunity to present this pitch out this afternoon. Thank you so much. Take care, everybody.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Amanda Miller-Amancona, a Senior Strategic Planning Coordinator at the Department of Design and Construction. DDC is super excited to be back here at Pitchfest this year and excited for the opportunity to present a few pitches to all of you. DDC is a team of 1,200 who literally build the city as the city's primary capital construction agency. With more than 500 active projects totaling in excess of $32 billion, we work on behalf of over 24 city agencies. We design and build best-in-class public works across the 5 boroughs. So every day in the city, you can find us working on buildings like libraries, firehouses, sanitation garages, and critical infrastructure like streets, plazas, sewers, and water mains. Our projects also support the city's climate goals and deliver a more resilient coastline. We work in partnership with fellow city agencies, many of whom you've heard from today and will hear from later today, elected officials, industry professionals, and other stakeholders to efficiently provide civic facilities to communities and make the capital process work better at every step. You'll hear today 3 pitches, as well as there's one additional online that I encourage you all to take a look at. And these are a couple projects that we've been thinking about that's going to help us better achieve these goals, and we look forward to establishing some partnerships here today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michael Shipman.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Michael Shipman. Oh, sorry. There we go. I'm the agency chief contracting officer, also known as the chief bureaucrat. So I have to make sure the agency follows the procurement rules. Part of that is making sure we do responsibility determinations or integrity checks, which are basically background checks on the vendor and all of their principals. That takes time. It's about 2 hours per vendor we work with, depending on how many owners they have. We do 3,000 of these in a year, and we're just one agency. Every agency has to do this. So I'm looking for a system, whether it's AI leveraged or something else, that can summarize or pull a report together of all the various places we have to check. We have over 20 public websites we have to look at. We have to look in LexisNexis. We have to look in Passport. We need to check all these locations, and that's time, a lot of time. If we can get some system that'll grab all that data for us, put it into one report that we can review and then complete our check, that would save the city a lot of time, speed up the ability to get vendors working quicker, whether on a prime level or a subcontractor level. So ultimately, I'm looking to save time and save the city money by speeding up this process. I can offer help with data checking. I can have myself and some of my staff work with you as you develop a system. We can fact check it, right? You can give us a report. We'll make sure that report has everything that we need in it, and we'll work together to develop it. I'm seeking people who are smarter than me, people who are developers, people who know how to build systems like this and gather data quickly. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Ishan. I'm the Chief Information Officer, DDC. So we are here to pitch an idea how to build a predictive model that can help us to figure it out the delays beforehand. So as you heard that DDC is the primary capital agency for New York City, and we are doing 600 active projects right now. And these projects are like public buildings, firehouses, libraries, infrastructure that the city runs on. And when these projects goes off rail, delayed timeline, cost overrun, issues happen, it's not an impact on just a line item. The impact is on the actual citizens. The impact is on the budget. So what we are trying to do right now is that we have a data, because over the period of a decade, we have collected all the different data points into our systems. But the issue is that those timelines, milestone, contractor performance, change order, all these different data items were never being in a very systematic mind pattern that we can ask questions on. So what we need help right now is just to build a model around it. We have the data. We would like to collaborate with the data scientists who can help us out in that collaboration where we can provide the data. But in return, we do need that mind graphed output, which can help our project managers. Right now, our project managers, they're doing a perfect job, which a good project manager does, which is use their own experience right now, see if there is any warning sign. But however, when the warning sign comes in, sometimes or most of the time, it's too delayed and we have like passed that point. However, if we build a system around it and if we build the proper dashboards around it, with all the historical data that we have, those signs will definitely appear much more in advance, and that will help the project managers and the contractor to ensure that if there is something that is going off rail, we can catch it sooner. And what that will help is A, cost, B, performance, and the most important thing is all the citizens that we serve, we don't disturb their daily lives. So I think this is a high time right now because we have the data, but we do need to ask the right questions from the data. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Julian Sterling, and I'm a data scientist with the Department of Design and Construction. The Department of Design and Construction builds public buildings and vital infrastructure across New York City, and a crucial part of its mission is to deliver projects on time and on budget. This necessitates identifying, assessing, and mitigating risks to projects. Many of these risks are location-related, such as a project being located in a flood zone or a historic district, or a building that has experienced asbestos abatement in the past. Much of the data necessary to identify these risks exists, but it's siloed into many different data sets maintained by many different agencies. DDC has a chatbot that was built for us by Columbia students through the Town and Gown program as a proof of concept, but the chatbot is not quite ready for use. We are seeking a technical partner that can help us enhance this chatbot. We want to make it faster, integrate additional data sets, expand its sensitivity to project scope and the needs and backgrounds of a diverse user base, and to handle locations that are not tied to an address, such as our infrastructure projects, which, as you can see in this picture here, are often under multiple streets. So we're seeking a technical partner that can help us enhance this chatbot so that we can better identify risks and better deliver for New Yorkers. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Abigail Andrews, and I am an energy analyst on the sustainability team at NYCHA, or the New York City Housing Authority. NYCHA is the largest public housing authority in North America. And here in New York, we serve 1 in 16 New Yorkers across approximately 2,400 buildings, and that's through a combination of traditional public housing, of RAD PACT programs, and through Section 8 vouchers. At NYCHA, we're very focused on providing quality and sustainable housing to our residents, as well as connecting our residents through opportunities within our campuses and across the city. This year, NYCHA has 5 pitches to bring to the table to ensure that our residents are supported. I'm excited to talk about sustainability's work in innovation and compliance with climate goals. And then I will pass the mic to my colleagues in residential health initiatives that work to advance health equity. And where is the, sorry about that. So due to the sheer scale of NYCHA, the integration of sustainability into our portfolio is essential to meet the city's climate goals. And our team is committed to piloting innovative technologies to do just this. And we recently released, and if you haven't had the chance to read it, please do, the 2026 Sustainability Agenda. The 2026 Sustainability Agenda has pledged to install heat pumps in 20,000 apartments and induction stoves in 10,000 apartments. And this is a major, major step towards electrification and decarbonization. However, these new systems will require new electrical loads. And the average NYCHA building was built in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and therefore may not be able to support these electric loads. And these projects could become cost prohibitive. So NYCHA is exploring the possibility of in-unit batteries that could defer the cost of upgrading our electrical infrastructure. These in-unit batteries, they may smooth peak demand, they may buffer new loads, and they'll allow us to work within our existing electrical capacity. So our project is aiming to answer the question, to what extent can in-unit batteries defer or eliminate electrical service upgrades, and under what conditions and in what building typologies is this most cost-effective? So we're looking for an expert in energy economics or building systems who can quantify the life cycle costs of in-unit batteries and help us provide a ranked list of developments to prioritize our work. So if you are that person, looking forward to connecting with you during networking or after this. Thank you so much.
Hi. I'm Stefan, a public health advocate and a person with lived experience receiving mental health services and supports for about 3 decades. And my work has brought me to NYCHA for a 3rd time to lead community mental health. And in this amazing year of working with internal and external partners to build out our community mental health infrastructure, I thought it prudent to build out our evaluation framework. So a little bit about our program. Our NYCHA Mental Health Task Force is the heartbeat of our work. It's comprised of, most importantly, NYCHA residents and public health advocates like myself from various sectors. We have convened a citywide community mental health summit at the end of last year and community mental health days this year in Brooklyn, one coming up in the Bronx, and hopefully in all of the boroughs for all of the years moving forward. 80% of our program participants said that they would be extremely likely to participate in our programs again. They said that they feel more adept in addressing mental health crises in their communities, and we are so incredibly proud of this. But now it's time for us to do the deeper work to get the most precise representation of the mental health needs of our residents. Our family partnerships folks told us that in 2025 alone, they made over 1,000 referrals for residents who were seeking supports related to mental health. So with this, the pitch is this. We need folks on our team to elevate our level of research and evaluation and analysis of that research so that we can continue to program our convenings and our conversations from a data and lived experience lens. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Friday Eve before a holiday weekend. All right, let's get the energy up. So I'm Geraldine. I'm a healthcare partnership manager for resident health initiatives. I like acronyms. I've changed our department name to really hot and innovative. So I'm here today to pitch designing a health employer collaborative for career pathways. So we have found a number of NYCHA residents have really demonstrated a strong interest in health, public health in the last several years, and made available trainings in allied health, community health worker training, and then also an opportunity to serve an AmeriCorps program, the NYCHA Health Corps, which is solely recruited NYCHA residents to explore the career pathways in public health or preventative health. So what's happened, they're really getting an opportunity to see how they can impact health of their communities that often experiencing challenges. What has also happened is that they've post training and service that there's still a need to make that connection. So there's a missing puzzle piece. There's an opportunity to close the loop, and I think this is a solution. So what we're looking to do is create a collaborative of public and private health employer partners that would come together and really provide an enhanced pathway to getting people through a training to an actual full-time, long-term employment opportunity. So with this career pathway being enhanced, it's more exposure to internships, AmeriCorps placements with employers that can potentially hire them after their service, or just a basic job opportunity that would suit them as an entry level to kind of bring them forward into exploring what real economic mobility is. And so the ask is for someone or a partner that is creative, that is really entrenched in workforce development and really wants to make that commitment to kind of see how we can all work together, design interventions that can kind of create the opportunity for certainty for employment. So once again, thank you for the time to pitch. Wishing you a happy holiday weekend. And it's a plus if you're interested in creating great acronyms. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natasha Dice, and I'm a senior project manager and Healthy Start at NYCHA within Resident Health Initiatives. Healthy Start at NYCHA was created to help address maternal and infant health inequities impacting families living in public housing communities across New York City. Many expectant NYCHA families face environmental hazards such as mold, leaks, pests, and other unsafe housing conditions that can negatively impact pregnancy and birth outcomes. Families also often need stronger connections to maternal health services, infant resources, childcare support, and fatherhood initiatives. Our program works to bridge those gaps through wellness outreach, resource navigation, hazard remediation advocacy, and community partnerships that support healthier homes and healthier families. We proactively identify housing-related hazards while connecting residents to critical maternal, infant, and father-friendly support services. Through wellness calls, citywide baby showers, as you can see on the photo, that's a big, we're known for our citywide baby showers. Healthy Start continues expanding access to resources for growing families across New York City. Our Pitchfest proposal focuses on strengthening service delivery through improved workflows, data collection, outreach coordination, and hazard remediation tracking to better support expectant NYCHA families. With enhanced support and strategic collaboration, Healthy Start can continue advancing maternal health equity, strengthening fatherhood engagement, and creating healthier futures for NYCHA families citywide. Thank you, Pitchfest, for this wonderful opportunity today, and thank you all for listening, and I hope we can work together in the future. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maggie Rafe. I work in analytics and strategy at the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, or HPD. Safe, affordable housing is key to so many outcomes in our lives: good health, stable employment, resilient families. And yet we know in our city, this is increasingly out of reach for so many people. HPD is the agency on the front lines of this challenge. We enforce housing quality standards across the city. We finance the construction and preservation of housing in exchange for long-term affordability commitments. We provide resources to help low-income New Yorkers remain stably housed, and we work with communities to plan for the future. Our mission is quality, affordable housing in thriving neighborhoods for every New Yorker. Now, imagine you're a tenant in an affordable apartment, and you don't know it, but the agreement protecting your rent expires next year. And right now, that information is buried in a decades-old document, one of thousands that we are still sifting through manually. HPD has decades of affordability agreements on record. These documents are legal commitments tied to over 300,000 homes across the city. But most live in old PDFs. They're scanned records in a city-maintained document repository. As you can imagine, tracking and reviewing these by hand is slow and tedious, and that means we could potentially miss an important term, a critical detail like an expiration date, something that could help us protect tenants by locking in rent levels or blocking a building sale or simply keeping the property under city oversight for longer. So this project is about using technology to get ahead of this problem. We want to automate the process by using advanced analytics to translate complex legal documents into actionable insights. This includes building an alert system that will tell us when protections are about to expire so that we can act before it's too late. We want to build an MVP with automated document identification, data extraction, alerts, and summary reporting. With your technical expertise, we can ensure better enforcement for tenants today, we can prevent displacement, and we can strategically protect affordable housing in the city for decades to come. Those who join this project will gain real-world, hands-on data product development experience using both internal and external data. They'll gain subject matter expertise in affordable housing and access to a network of housing and data professionals. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We'll take a short break. Please be back here in your seats by 10 after 3, pretty please, so that we don't have to come break up your conversations. And please help yourself to coffee or food in the hallway, and then the restrooms are outside the auditorium to your right down the hall. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started again in just a minute or two. So if you could start taking your seats, that'd be great. All right, everyone, we're going to get started again. If you could please take a seat. While folks sit down, just a couple of reminders for the agency presenters. Just a reminder, please keep your pitch to no more than 2 minutes. You're doing a great job so far, but just so we stay on time. And then please reference the speaking order list in the front few rows. And if you're next or second to come, if you could go ahead and line up to the side of the lectern, that'd be great. All right, and with that, we'll resume with Andrew from DCP.
Hello all. Good afternoon. My name is Andrew English. and I am the team lead for the Spatial Mapping and Records Unit at DCP. I've been with the department for about 30 years, and my unit serves as the data custodian for both the zoning map and the city map. We maintain and distribute the foundational records that power the tools many of you might have come to city planning for, specifically for Zola and our street map app. If you have ever consulted the zoning map or searched for property data and see how this is affected by zoning, or verified a street status or legal grade in New York City, you have interacted directly with the data that my team manages. While my work is deeply technical, it supports a much broader agency mission. As of 2026, DCP is championing several major initiatives to ensure that the city's strategic growth is continued. We have launched the Expedited Land Use Review, otherwise known as ELRP, a pioneering 90-day fast track for affordable housing and resiliency projects. We are leading a citywide effort to plan for the future of our 520 miles of waterfront. We are also implementing the New York City Industrial Plan to modernize our manufacturing sectors. And finally, we are leading a historic charter-mandated initiative to build a unified city map. What the city map is, every city in New York State must have a city map. It's the official map of New York City streets that separates the public realm from the private realm. The consolidation of the city map is long overdue. This effort is about getting our spatial infrastructure in line with the broader citywide initiative to digitize public records. The clock is officially ticking. In November 2025, a city charter amendment was approved by voters to formally create a digital city map. Under this legal mandate, we must have the city map digitized and consolidated from all 5 boroughs by January 1st, 2028, so that this digital platform can officially replace legacy paper records and the city's legal authoritative map exactly 1 year later, somewhere around January 1st, 2029. So we must complete everything by then and have it in law, and it becomes the official map of the city. To give you an idea of the scale, we're looking at roughly 8,000 maps spanning back 300 years, currently stored across 5 boroughs. Because these records were created over centuries, they utilize entirely different datums and local survey monumentations. Our challenge is maintaining the high precision of these historical records while successfully aligning them with other authoritative geographical data sets commonly used in the planning and development field. We want to connect with anyone who has adjacent experience in complex geodatabase migrations, handling legacy datum transformations, or large-scale GIS consolidations. If your team or anyone here solves similar data alignments or spatial precision challenges, we want to collaborate with you. So we have a clear mandate, a tight clock, and the opportunity to shape the digital foundation of New York City for the next century. Please feel free to connect with me or after this session so that we can discuss this possibility of working together. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I'm here on behalf of the Parks Department. My name is Julie Citron. I serve as the Chief Data Officer. Our agency is responsible for managing and maintaining one of the world's largest urban park systems. In addition to managing and maintaining our parks and playgrounds, we're also responsible for beaches and public pools opening soon, our recreation centers, our nature centers, our athletic fields and courts, all of our street trees, as well as our natural areas, our urban forests. Notably, the largest number of public restrooms that are available to New Yorkers are also managed by us. So we do a lot. In addition to maintaining these amenities and these spaces, we provide comprehensive programming and public events that unite New York communities, bring people together, and make city life healthier, more connected, more enjoyable. In a city this dense and this expensive, we are proud to offer free amenities and experiences that connect New Yorkers to their neighbors as well as to the outdoors. So our mission is to continue to grow and maintain and program a world-class park system that's grounded in equity and access, safety, and nature. We do all of this work regardless of how large or small our budget is in any given year. Our priority is always to serve New Yorkers, and so we will always optimize every resource and every dollar. There are a lot of numbers on this slide that are meant to convey the large scale of our operations, but there's one number, one metric that is notably missing, and that is the number of visitors that we're actually serving. Imagine if the MTA didn't know their ridership, right? Any organization, in order to manage effectively, needs to know at the very least how many customers are they actually serving and what are those trends and dynamics. So that brings me to the project slide. So our basic challenge here is to understand and count park visitors, right? We don't have turnstiles, we don't sell tickets. That is the point of public spaces, but that also poses a very real and very difficult problem. We've spoken to parks agencies across the country and really around the world, and we know that everyone is struggling with this, and it's truly an unsolved problem. We have worked with GPS data in the past, so this is data that passively collects device counts. It collects the data 24/7, so it has the advantage of this full coverage global view, but it also is notoriously biased and noisy and just not accurate enough to be useful without some calibration. We know, however, that there is a signal there is correlation between GPS data and ground truth, so we want to be able to use it. So we've also looked at ground truth information that we're gathering through sensors that we've installed at a very small number of park entrances. There is no way we will ever install these device counting devices at every entrance. We have thousands of entrances, and these sensors are expensive. So the goal for us is to be strategic about how we can use this training data, this ground truth data, to bias correct for the larger GPS data. So we're looking for folks who have experience with experiment design. We, again, need to be very strategic about how we deploy the small number of sensors that we have. We want to answer questions like how many parks can we get accurate numbers for? Can we quantify the uncertainty, and how accurate can we get? That is the goal of the short-term 6-month pilot. For longer term, we really hope to develop, based on what we learn here, a cost-effective and robust methodology to get counts really for as many parks as possible across the system. Happy to talk with anyone about the work we've done so far and how we're thinking about this going forward. Thanks.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Adam Bosch, and I help to manage research and innovation programs for the New York City water supply system. I'm going to start today by introducing the Department of Environmental Protection. I think you know us well. When you drink water at home, that's us. When you flush the toilet, that's us. When you shower, that's us. All of that is us. We are the largest combined water and wastewater utility in the United States. In addition to the things that I just mentioned, we also manage stormwater and manage programs to reduce air noise and hazardous materials pollution. And really the work that we do, if I had to sum it up, is meant to protect both public health and environmental health. So we're responsible for the city's drinking water system. As many of you may know, it's the largest unfiltered water supply in the world. It is a marvel of modern engineering that brings water as far away from 120 miles to here in the city, some of the best water on planet Earth. We also manage the city's coastal resiliency, stormwater, wastewater. We deliver 1 billion gallons of drinking water to you every day. including 72 communities north of the city who are also connected to our system. We manage the 19 reservoirs that are spread across a 2,000 square mile watershed up in the Hudson Valley and Catskills that provide that water to you. We manage the 14 wastewater treatment plants that clean that water and bring it back to the environment, have the best harbor water quality in 150 years as the result of the good work of the folks at DEP. And we manage 7,000 miles of water mains and 7,000 miles of sewage mains. Next slide, please. I'm going to be talking to you about 3 pitches, so you're stuck with me for a total of 6 minutes. The first one I'm going to be sharing is something that we want to be doing to evaluate methods for assessing water quality return on investment. As I mentioned in my introduction, we are the largest unfiltered water supply in the world. And one of the things that we have to do to remain unfiltered is we run a lot of programs to protect the quality of water at its source in the Hudson Valley and in the Catskills. Our success in doing that has allowed us to remain unfiltered for 184 years. Our protection programs in the watershed really have to start evolving with our most consequential risks, which are connected to things like climate change and evolving regulations. And therefore, we're really trying to seek out a partner who can help us quantify the return on investment of different programs that we both fund and administer to protect the quality of water at its source. This is very, very easy for us to do when we have point sources. So if we upgrade a wastewater treatment plant, we can see what the quality of water was before and after that upgrade. But this is much, much more difficult for us to do for diffuse sources of pollution. So if we replace septic systems, or we work with farmers, or we do stream management programs, it's much more difficult for us to quantify the effects of that work. And that's really what we're seeking help with through this pitch. So what returns on investments can we model accurately enough to guide program effectiveness? We're really looking for a list of modeling approaches and data requirements to assess, right, water quality return on investment. We can offer staff time with expertise in biophysical economics and water quality modeling, inventories of source water protection programs, and we probably have more data than any water supply in human history, and we can offer that to you to work with. We're seeking folks who can guide our investigation, that have expertise in water quality return on investment and modeling. If that's you, we hope you'll take interest in this project. Next one, please. Of course, we're also very, very interested in maintaining high quality drinking water throughout our system. And one of the things that we need to really start doing is understanding the sources of natural organic matter that are coming into our reservoirs. When natural organic matter interacts with chlorine, which is something we use to disinfect the water, it creates certain compounds that are regulated. And so for us to understand the formation of these compounds better, we have to start at square one, which is understanding the sources of that natural organic matter. So this is really meant to enhance our operations. We want to understand the transport and the mechanisms of these precursors at a watershed scale. So for this one, the question is, can we use remote sensing technology to identify hotspots for disinfection byproduct precursors in the city watersheds? Can we install sensors to understand where the greatest quantity of natural organic matter is coming from and what the sources are, what the fate and transport of that is? We're looking for a decision support tool to quantify DBP precursors to inform future investments in source water protection. If we're going to choose where we're protecting and what we're trying to protect against, we need to know where it is and what quantity it's coming in. We can offer agency staff time. Again, we have an unbelievable amount of water quality data, something like 60 million data points going back 30 years, including LIDAR, derived topography, modeling, and coordination with related organizations that we partner with. And we're seeking folks with expertise in the application of remote sensing data sets for the purposes of terrestrial and aquatic systems modeling regarding carbon stock in the watershed and in the water column. So the full depth up and throughout the reservoir. Some of our reservoirs are as deep as 160 feet. So we really need to understand the water column as well. Next. All right, here's a good one. I drove 3.5 hours to get here today. Guess what you find when you drive 3.5 hours outside the city? Cows. Okay. So When you drive 3.5 hours outside the city, we have lots and lots and lots of farms, okay? And this may surprise you, but here at DEP, we have one of the world's most advanced programs to work with the farmers in the watershed that surrounds our reservoirs to do two things: improve their farm operations, but improve their farm operations in a way that also improves the quality of runoff coming off their farms into local streams, creeks, and rivers that feed our reservoirs. We have really been great at this since 1993 when we brokered a very unique partnership with these farmers. And since then, we've installed things like calf barns and manure sheds and natural buffers to these streams, and we've seen a great improvement in the water quality. But here's the conundrum. We can't measure how great those outcomes have been because, again, these are diffuse sources of potential pollution, things like turbidity and bacteria and pathogens. We know we've done great. We need to understand how great, right? So the question here is, how can DEP and our friends at the Watershed Agricultural Council better estimate these best management practices that we've installed, right? How can we better quantify using practical proxies and outcome-oriented metrics, including consideration of pollutant load estimation tools and demonstration sites as tools? We need to figure out a metric framework, a tool review, data needs, prototyping, and report recommendations. We have staff that we can offer to someone who would like to partner with on this. We have lots of data on all these best management practices, which are both physical structures and operational changes on farms that we can provide. We have water quality data. We have watershed and planning data sets. And we're looking for folks who have some expertise in watershed modeling, best management practice evaluation, GIS, and environmental data science. Again, I'll just share, we host a lot of international visitors in our watershed. The number one reason other countries come to us is because we are the best in the world at solving this challenge of agricultural runoff. We'd like you to be a partner in helping us continue to be the best in the world at that. So I'm going to step off the stage and say thank you very much. I'm also going to say go Knicks.
All right. Hey, everyone. Andrew Fuse from DEP. I'm part of the green infrastructure team at DEP. Unlike Adam, I didn't pass any cows today on my way here. My commute was from the Bronx to Queens to Brooklyn, going back through Manhattan. I did pass rain gardens, and I passed street medians like this one that have green infrastructure put on it. My team is part of the process of expanding green infrastructure throughout the city as a way of catching stormwater where it falls. So we can prevent overflows into our sewer systems. We can prevent pollution from running off across our streets and sidewalks into our waterways, keep our water bodies clean, and in the process contribute to enhanced flood protection. All sounds great, right? Now, we know we're also here in New York City. Housing affordability is a huge issue. We've recently come across some studies from other cities that are finding some correlation in places where green infrastructure has been going on for longer between those programs and displacement risks and perhaps housing vulnerability. So we're wondering, well, what's going on there? And what's going on here in New York City? And how can we better understand this? So our research question is, how can DEP learn from and adapt methodologies that have been used elsewhere to look at this question of whether, how, where there's issues between green infrastructure and sustainability infrastructure more broadly, and issues with housing affordability and even displacement? Understand what those dynamics are here locally and how we could respond appropriately. So we're looking for a partner who's experienced with mixed methods, who's experienced with a diversity of methods using qualitative, quantitative, geospatial analysis, ideally someone or someones who've worked with community engaged research, participatory research. Help us understand how it is we can understand this problem. Help us understand the diversity of ways to know about this issue. And then see what it is working together that we can identify as potential methods that we could use in our team, whether they're geospatial, social assessment, other methods that we haven't thought of, where we can maybe flag risks if we need to. And think of ways where we might want to have some targeted responses, either through our own work or by reaching out with other city agencies and see how we can work together. We can offer staff time. We can definitely offer support, logistical support, research support. We have a lot of geospatial data about our green infrastructure programs that we can make available. We can make available sort of an inside look and documentation on how we go about the planning and design and siting of green infrastructure, how that's evolved over time, including deepening our community engagement in terms of planning with our cloudburst hubs. We can also provide background around stormwater regulations, including ones that have been recently introduced in 2022. So we're looking for someone who's someone's who are eager to work with us, help us think in new ways, maybe help us push a little out of our comfort zone and see how we can come up with some practical tools that would benefit New Yorkers, particularly people potentially in housing vulnerable situations, and also help us continuing protecting our environment through our expansion of green infrastructure. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Chelsea McDermott. I am Chief of Project Management and Online Permitting for the Bureau of Water and Sewer Operations, otherwise known as BWSO, in case you needed another acronym to learn today. BWSO is responsible for maintaining and repairing the city's water distribution and wastewater stormwater collection systems. This means all the pipes and infrastructure connected to those pipes. As you can imagine, it's pretty vast and varied throughout New York City and the 5 boroughs. But what I want to discuss today is service lines. These are the pipes that deliver water from the city's water main in the street to your home. While New York City's drinking water is delivered lead-free and consistently ranks among the highest in the nation, just ask Adam. Lead exposure may occur when water passes through privately owned lead service lines or internal plumbing in older homes. So we estimate in New York City there are about 121,000 lead or galvanized service lines that need to be replaced. And the city's approaching the EPA's lead and copper rule improvements compliance deadline of 2027. And with this, we must maintain a complete inventory of every service line and clearly document progress towards replacement of those service lines. But today, our information that we need lives in many places, ArcGIS, CRM, SQL, spreadsheets, and in turn, it's telling a sort of a different story in each of those places. And this fragmentation has created some obstacles in giving New York City the type of transparency that we are seeking to give on this issue. So our project aims to change that. We want to build a new tool with live visibility, status, with progress tracking, compliance milestones. This would serve as sort of like a unified, tool that everybody could view in one place. And it would also include more automation for our reporting. DEP has actually made really meaningful progress in accelerating lead service line replacements. Some of you may have had your lead service line replaced. You might have gotten notifications to your homes if you live in certain areas where we started this work. And so we want to be able to show, the robust service line work we've been doing. We want to be able to get residents, regulators, and sort of leadership, on board with the commitment that we have to this issue. And so to support this work, we can offer dedicated agency staff time just like anybody else, collaborating with our IT, water quality, and program management teams. What we need is a person who understands data integration, dashboard development, and operational analytics. At its core, this project is truly about clarity, accountability, public trust, a centralized tool that strengthens coordination for us in and outside of the agency. We report to people other than New York City, like New York State DOH and EPA. And so this is kind of it's a high visibility project that will give a real world experience in civic tech and data integration that directly impacts New Yorkers' confidence in our public health. So with that said, thank you very much for your time. And if you're interested, I hope to collaborate with you in the future.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Giacomo De Falco, and I work as lead research engineer for the Bureau of Wastewater Treatment. So we woke up today excited to talk about municipal wastewater. Do we have anyone in the room? Oh, that's good. So I'm going to talk today about 2 possible projects that we would like to work on. The first one is on management and innovative solution of biosolid. So New York City DP is producing more than 100,000 dimetric tons of solid that are called biosolid. So just to understand, 100,000 dimetric tons is equal to the weight of 7 Pisa towers, that's a lot, or almost 500 Statue of Liberty. So we have a lot of biosolids. So for this reason, the city is also implementing the Zero Organic Waste Challenge, and also there is possibility of new type of regulation that they can stop the land application of biosolid. So we are thinking about how we can use biosolid in an innovative way. So biosolid, if it's thermally treated, is possible to produce an engineered media called biochar, and biochar can be used in a lot of different applications. One of these applications that we thought about can be odor control, so for removing odors and other pollutants from air, can be used for a lot of other different usage. And so we are asking, we would like to identify potential way and the optimal processes parameter for have an application for this biosolid. So what we can offer, agency time, a lot of knowledge about biosolid, a lot of biosolids, so how much you want, and we can support with data analysis. The following possible idea, project, have everyone ever heard about PFAS? Okay, so a lot of people know about PFAS. I don't know if you know that there are two different types of methods. One is that can allow to find PFAS in wastewater. One is called target methods they can find only 40 type of PFAS. Another one, they are like no target methods that you can see all the class of PFAS. So these PFAS are more than 15,000 human-made fluorinated organic compound, and they are used in a lot of different applications. For example, clothes or paper wrap for food or for pens. So they are almost everywhere, and they are considered extremely persistent and toxic for the environment and for people. So right now, DEP is investigating PFAS concentration and is trying to understand the fate and transport of PFAS in wastewater. And what is our challenge? That the target methods allows us only to check the 40 PFAS compared to the 15,000 that there are. And non-target methods, they also can find other type of source for organic fluorine. So, for example, pharmaceutical in wastewater. So for this reason, we are asking to develop a new type of method to try to quantify the total organic fluorine not related to PFAS, and to develop a method to better distinguish PFAS from other fluorinated compounds. So what we can do always, we have a lot of wastewater, as you know, more than 14 plants, agency time, wastewater data, and support with the data analysis. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Kitchener. I'm the Executive Director of Resource Recovery at the Department of Sanitation. The Department of Sanitation picks up 24 million pounds or 12,000 tons of trash recycling and compostable material every day. We also clean the streets, and most importantly, we plow the snow in the winter. But my job is all about reducing the amount of garbage that's out there, reducing the amount of garbage that New Yorkers create, and offering them opportunities to recycle and compost the stuff that they can't get rid of. And the department actually offers the opportunity for New Yorkers to divert 75% of their waste. But a lot of folks don't know about the programs that we have, and they don't know what to do with the stuff that they have. So we have a very old tool on our website. It's basically a search bar. You can't even hit enter, because if you hit enter, it doesn't work. This makes me very upset. So I know that technology has come a long way from a search bar. So what I would like is some sort of interactive AI chatbot where I can say, what do I do with a pizza box? What do I do with a lithium-ion battery? And I get an answer right away. And so that's what I'm looking for, is just some sort of digital tool to help us do that. That's not just living on sanitation's website, which I'm sure lots of people look at every day, but is actually like a QR code that people can just, you know, take a picture of with their phone or something like that, just something really accessible for New Yorkers so that they can get easy answers to what to do with their garbage. And that's it. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Smith, Senior Research Analyst with the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, or DCWP. A quick overview of the agency. DCWP's mission is to protect and enhance the daily economic lives of New Yorkers, to create thriving communities, and the agency serves all New Yorkers regardless of immigration status. DCWP is the nation's leading municipal enforcement agency charged with delivering economic justice. The core work of the agency falls under 3 areas. First, consumer protection, with a focus on protecting New Yorkers from deceptive and unfair business practices. Second, worker protection, involving the enforcement of key workplace protections for New Yorkers. And third, financial empowerment, centered on empowering New Yorkers to achieve financial health through 2 programs, the Financial Empowerment Centers and NYC Free Tax Prep. With that, DCWP's pitch is this. The NYC Free Tax Prep program puts money back into the pockets of New Yorkers by helping eligible filers claim the Earned Income Tax Credit, or EITC, one of the federal government's largest anti-poverty programs. And since 2002, DCWP has been involved in raising awareness for EITC. Over the last 2 years, rates of EITC claims among filers using NYC Free Tax Prep have ranged from just 17 to 20%. We believe more New Yorkers could benefit from this vital tax credit, and the agency aims to increase EITC claims by focusing its free tax prep services and outreach on financially vulnerable neighborhoods, and to identify populations within these neighborhoods that aren't accessing EITC, but that would benefit from it. We seek to pair the agency's data and research with cutting-edge machine learning and artificial intelligence approaches. The question we're guided by is what populations of New Yorkers are missing out on the benefits of EITC? For outcomes, we want to know the percentage of households by neighborhood that are eligible for and are recipients of EITC. The resources we can offer are agency staff time, access to the NYC Free Tax Prep sites across the city, and connections to the affiliated community-based organizations. And we're keen to work with experts in wealth-building policies and studies who have an interest in the local impacts of government initiatives. If you're passionate about helping working class New Yorkers build assets and improve their financial health, we're eager to collaborate with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Campbell Munn. I am Senior Associate at the New York City Economic Development Corporation. Happy to be presenting the first pitch at Pitchfest from EDC, to my knowledge, ever. EDC is a mission-driven nonprofit organization tasked with promoting economic justice and economic growth in equal measure. We aim to make New York City the best place in the world to do business, to live, and to work. Our primary mechanisms for doing so are our capital project delivery programs, neighborhood planning initiatives, administration of strategic programs to promote workforce development, and finally, our management of a vast property portfolio on behalf of New York City. Great example of this is our work at the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, where we're investing over $1 billion in collaboration with the private sector to catalyze the largest offshore wind port on the East Coast, connecting power to 500,000 homes and over 1,000 sustainable unionized jobs for New York City. Investment in our waterfront isn't stopping at South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, though, and a great example of this is our program that I work on, the Blue Highways Initiative. This key initiative aims to make the quality of life for New Yorkers significantly better by reducing our reliance on truck traffic to deliver our city's goods. Presently, we deliver over 90% of our goods on an annualized basis by trucks in New York City. While our waterways, with the exception of our New York City ferry system, which EDC also proudly manages, are relatively underused. This program is guided by the Blue Highways Action Plan, a roadmap that EDC released in collaboration with DOT back in 2025. And we are developing a network of sites across the 5 boroughs to support sustainable goods movement that leverages New York City's waterways. We break our deliveries and that work into 3 different service lines. There's microfreight, which is like your Amazon packages. There's bulk freight, things like construction materials, and containerized freight, which are your 20 and 40-foot shipping containers. These priority sites that we're developing through the Blue Highways Action Plan respond to these 3 service lines, but our investment after these priority sites is not going to stop, and we're looking to collaborate with the academic sector in identifying where those sites on a secondary basis should be sited. We're looking for support from researchers experienced in geographic information systems, demand analysis, vehicle telematic systems like Streetlight, and complementing your work will be a very engaged team at EDC, including myself, with a robust set of internal data and subject matter expertise. Successful completion of this task will assist EDC in guiding the deployment of a major capital program. Our initial investment is in the few $100 million, and help build infrastructure that New York City needs to help deliver goods sustainably and more safely. So eager to work with you all, and thank you for the time.
Good afternoon. My name is Monish Saloni. I'm the Director of Data Quality Industrial Engineering Units at FCNY, right next door. So the Fire Department of New York is the busiest fire department in the United States. In addition to fighting fires, right, there's other services that are provided, including emergency medical care, fire prevention, and even services to other states through the incident management team. Last year alone, I think we've responded to 1.7 million calls on the EMS side and 700,000 calls on the fire side. And, we did that with extensive amount of resources, over 17,000 employees, 11,000 on the fire side, 4,500 on the EMS side, and 2,000 on the civilian side, over 420 facilities, and over 1,300 apparatus. So all that leads to a lot of data. So the pitch we have today is to build a semantic model to do data reasoning, right? So a lot of our data can't be related to each other. We have over 35 years of transactional data related to CAD, our EMS system, and over thousands of unstructured PDF documents for policies, software manuals, department orders, buck slips. So, but because those two things are siloed, we're not able to do that cross-functional reasoning where we can evaluate an old policy, right? Kind of see if that policy was even implemented, or see what the impact was, or propose a new policy and see, whether that policy violates other policies or any legal or labor law, right? So we're proposing building an operational ontology, a knowledge graph, using a graph database to kind of, to create something that's machine readable, using something maybe like OWL, web ontology language, to create that semantic layer to allow our executive staff to do that cross-functional reasoning. And, this will help. This is almost like a policy digital twin in my mind. So the resources we have to offer is over 20 to 30 years of data, whether that's CAD data, computer-assisted dispatch data, facilities data, AVL data, asset data, as well as the complete library of our documentation going back as far as the PDFs will let me find, and also deep subject matter expertise. So we're looking for people with experience in ontology engineering and natural language processing to help us out so we can do this cross-functional reasoning and make sure the AI doesn't hallucinate. So thank you for your time, and hopefully someone will enjoy this idea.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Clay Garner, and I am the Director of Continuity and Mission Assurance at New York City Emergency Management, or NYCEM. So as our name suggests, we are responsible for helping New Yorkers prepare for, respond to, and recover from all types of emergencies and disasters. We have a small but mighty team with an incredible mission. We are staffed by more than 200 dedicated professionals with every type of background you can imagine and area of expertise. We are responsible for monitoring citywide events and incidents, coordinating emergency response efforts, maintaining a 24/7 watch command and emergency operations center. And we also have a robust preparedness operation. So we're out there in the community working with volunteer programs, volunteers that are active in disasters, and all types of community organizations that you can imagine. So I'm joined by two of my colleagues here today, but this is our first pitch. So we are very interested in risk forecasting through collective prediction. So as you probably know, New York City faces increasingly complex risks that cut across agencies, infrastructures, communities, and service providers. But at the same time, city government already contains a deep network of knowledge and intelligence. We have analysts and staff from all across not just our agency, but the city. And the challenge is that this knowledge is often left in silos. Not all staff, even if they are well-versed in a topic, are incentivized or encouraged to share that knowledge. And as a result, a lot of valuable insights are left on the table, and uncertainty can be difficult to compare. And for all the emerging risks that we're facing, this really is an opportunity for us to better capture knowledge on those risks. So we aim to strengthen the city's risk forecasting for emerging threats by systematically eliciting, aggregating, and updating the embedded expertise that is already distributed in city agencies, and to reduce our need to rely on external partners and consultants for this work. So our main question is, can we strengthen the accuracy of New York City's risk forecasting for emergencies by improving how we elicit, aggregate, and evaluate that knowledge? We hope to develop a forecasting framework and strategy and a pilot around a specific emerging threat for NISM, such as flash floods or cyber risks, to be determined. We can help you get access to an incredible network of not just emergency managers, but all types of subject matter experts, as well as internal data that we have access to and tools for that purpose. And we are seeking an applied forecasting or collective intelligence expert, perhaps like a behavioral economist with experience across forecasting, aggregation methods, incentives, and other types of behavioral science to support with this work. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marguerite Lally. I'm a resiliency operations specialist at NISM, and I'm going to walk through our project that will review and visualize the traffic impacts of Lower Manhattan's coastal resilience projects. So as many of you know, New York City is advancing several neighborhood-scale flood protection projects across Lower Manhattan. Each of these systems requires a series of gate and street closures that are carefully sequenced before a coastal storm. NISM, working with support from DEP's BCR and NYC DOT, is looking to better understand how these storm deployment closures will affect traffic conditions in real time. So we're looking to answer, how will these planned gate and street closures impact traffic during storm deployments, and how can we visualize that information so agencies can better coordinate and communicate their operations? Our ultimate goal is to create GIS tools that will strengthen situational awareness, improve interagency coordination, and support faster and more confident decision-making during storm preparation. We're looking for a volunteer to help us visualize the data that will contribute to these tools. Specifically, someone with the capability to digitize the gates themselves and the street closures. NISM and our partners will be providing core data sets, including gate closure sequencing, emergency response plans, and project area maps. These resources provide the foundation for accurate visualization and mapping. So we're looking for someone with a strong GIS background to support this work, someone comfortable with spatial analysis and data visualizations, and experience with emergency operations or coastal flood risk is also definitely a plus. So if that sounds like you, please contact me after this. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Emily Merlot. I am NISM's Resiliency Grants Program Manager, here to talk today about urban BCAs. So ever since Hurricane Sandy, New York City has accrued hundreds of millions of dollars of awarded resiliency funding through FEMA's family of hazard mitigation assistance programs. This includes grants like BRIC, FMA, and HMGP. And one of the critical pieces of criteria that helps to justify eligibility when applying for these programs is cost effectiveness. So FEMA wants you to prove that the benefits are outweighing the costs. And this is commonly done through FEMA's benefit cost analysis toolkit. This toolkit contains various standardized values to estimate avoided damages and many other factors. And one of the great things about it is that it helps to lower the lift for anyone that's interested in applying, because otherwise it's typically a very technically complex system. But where the issue comes in is that these inputs are standardized, right? So across many different scales of cities, across different geographies, all across the country, these inputs for these different factors are largely the same. So what we're asking is, are the standardized values within this toolkit appropriate for New York City, or are there inputs that are more aligned with the nuances of our complex systems of infrastructure and community that could better speak to how effective, cost-effective these projects are going forward? So we're looking for identification of any toolkit values that do not reflect the New York City context, looking for the development of a methodology to develop new, more localized values that does based on that nuance, and then follow up with backup documentation to support that and justify the use of these inputs to future FEMA benefit cost analyses for resiliency projects. We have a lot of resources available to do this. We actually just wrapped up a project back in March that was our BCA catalog toolkit that has the entire library of all standardized FEMA BCA inputs, best practices, how-to BCA guides, the whole works. We're also able to provide dozens of different BCA reports from previously submitted projects. You'll have access to our experts and much more. On our end, we're seeking a research partner that has expertise with economic modeling, understanding of climate adaptation strategies for public infrastructure and associated co-benefits, and interest in the impacts of mitigation and resilience projects at the local level. We're available, so please reach out with any questions, and we're excited to make a match for any one of these great projects. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Keith Sobel with the State Commission of Correction. Last name is Z. I get to go last again. Used to it my whole life. That's all right. So the Commission of Correction, we're the oversight body of correctional systems throughout the state. We help to provide a safe, stable, and humane correctional system and ensure the delivery of essential services in the correctional settings. This is done through the work of our commission and also two independent boards at the commission, our Citizen Complaint Review Council and our Medical Review Board. Our CPCRC, as we call it, somebody earlier liked acronyms. Nobody likes acronyms better than us. So partners, all right? But our CPCRC, they render determination of appeals for grievances filed within jails throughout the state. Our Medical Review Board issues reports relative to the facts and circumstances of mortalities for any mortality that occurs in a correctional facility, police lockup, or secure youth facility. We're responsible to ensure compliance with minimum standards for correctional facilities, provide transparent and actionable data to state legislators as well as to the public. And with that, we promulgate new minimum standards to meet our agency's mission. Our operations include conducting on-site annual evaluations of all state and local correctional facilities, reviewing complaints, grievances, reportable or unusual incidents, providing technical assistance to corrections and law enforcement personnel, and publishing annual reports for transparency. What we're looking for today is to hope to provide a little more insight into grievance systems within the state and city of New York. We currently have a process where the state and city grievance systems are entirely internal to their departments. If a person has a grievance that they bring, it stays within New York City DOC or within New York State docs. To give them their answers and their responses. There's no oversight mechanism in place. So our thought is with record staffing concerns and increased public demand, we would like to research the effectiveness of those programs. In collaboration with those departments, a thorough review would be beneficial to the incarcerated population and provide additional public transparency to such concerns. How can we do that at the commission? We can partner with those departments and hopefully a research or some other collaborative partner to identify program deficiencies and improve grievance response times and increased accountability. We offer staff resources that we have done this within our local correctional system, our local jails throughout the last 30+ years. So we can offer staff resources, access to our external oversight mechanism, and hopefully bring some positive change to the grievance system within the city and the state. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you again, everyone, for joining today. That largely wraps up the event today. But before we part, I did want to go over some next steps and other closing remarks. So today we heard all these great pitches, both the morning session and this afternoon session. But what's next? The big next step is for any interested experts to express interest in collaborating with agency staff on one or more of the projects that were pitched today. Anyone, university faculty or prospective civic fellows, can submit this interest form. Folks who attended live today, folks who attended online, as well as we'll be distributing this opportunity with our distribution list of over 1,000 folks and several other partners in the city. The deadline for submitting that form is June 2nd. After that, Pilot City or the Pitchfest team reviews and filters those responses, and by June 23rd, provides each of the agency staff members who pitched today with a short list of interested experts. The agency staff members can then, review that short list themselves. We find that oftentimes they choose to interview their top few candidates and ultimately decide who they would like to match with or who they would like to work with. At this point, and that's done by July 17th. At this point, the process splits a bit based on the profile of individual who they've matched with and whether that project requires funding. So for any university faculty members who matched with agency staff on a given project, some of those projects oftentimes don't require funding to proceed. The agency staff member, the university faculty member is interested in collaborating with the agency, having access to the data, et cetera, and they choose to, collaborate without requiring additional funding. For those projects, they can work with the agency staff member to scope the project in more detail. We help coordinate that documentation, and then the project can begin. If a project or a specific match does require funding in order to proceed, the faculty member plus agency staff member collectively submit a funding application by August 14th. Finalist matches are invited to present virtually to a judging panel in early September. Funding decisions are made with that judging panel, which is made up of our city government and philanthropy partners. Those funding decisions are made by mid-September, and then we go through that project scoping and any documentation process as with the unfunded projects, and then those projects can begin as well. For any of these projects that I've discussed in detail so far, the expectation is that they begin and end within a 6-month time period from that start date, in part so that at next year's Pitchfest, we can have more project teams get on stage and present the outcomes of their work. The other profile then of individuals to match with is civic fellows, folks who are volunteering on a part-time basis. They may have expertise in applied tech, consulting, et cetera. If they are matched with agency staff because there's no funding, they go straight to the project scoping process, which again, the Pitchfest team helps coordinate, working with the civic fellow and the agency staff member to scope that project in more detail. Any documentation that's needed, we onboard those civic fellows and then they can begin their projects. And for the civic fellow projects, the expectation is that they begin and end in a 3-month time frame. So some reminders for different types of people as we go through that process that I just laid out. So on the agency staff side, while you're scoping your project and applying for funding, if applicable, some things to remember. A lot of the projects we heard today, which is great, require cross-agency coordination, maybe for data access, et cetera. We recognize that those processes can take time, so we recommend that you begin those conversations as soon as possible. Some projects, based on the data that might be needed, also require institutional review board approval. So as soon as it's possible to begin that process, whether it's the IRB at the agency or at the institution, similarly, we recommend that you get a start on that so that it minimizes any project delays. And then finally, a lot of the projects related to the development of a new digital tool or some type of digital output. And we recognize that the software requirements or technological requirements at each agency may vary. So as the agency staff member, we encourage you to understand what might be needed for your project from a software requirement standpoint, so that that can be communicated early on to your match. At any point throughout this process, many of you have gotten many emails from me. You'll continue to get emails from me throughout this process. If you have questions about, reviewing potential matches on your shortlist or discussing the competitiveness of your application, we'd be happy to talk to you. So please do reach out. And then for the university faculty and civic fellows, some reminders as you're expressing interest and applying for funding if applicable. Any IP generated through a project must be made available open source or become property of the City of New York. Also, before a project begins, any matched university faculty or civic fellows must disclose any conflicts of interest. And then for the civic fellows, just a reminder, they will participate on a volunteer part-time basis as individuals, not as representatives of their employer. So just one final thank you to everyone who's here in person, who's watching online. Thank you so much for attending today. A big reminder, please do submit those interest forms by June 2nd. There's a QR code here for it, and we'll also send the link by email to everyone after the event. And if you have any other questions or need more information, please visit our website at pilot.city or email us at info@pilot.city. Thank you again.